when a child begins to thrive, the world that ignored them before suddenly wants in. In Part 5 of An Ant's Love, Harry's steady growth and increasing magical potential start drawing attention, both welcome and unwanted. Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks, where fanfiction is given voice and feeling. Today's chapter dives deeper into the emotional and magical evolution of a Harry Potter who was loved from the start. Through Emma Lipardi's thoughtful storytelling, we see what happens when the wizarding world realizes that this version of Harry might not be so easy to control. Disclaimer: this audiobook is based on a fan-created story and is not part of the official Harry Potter universe. All rights to the original world belong to J.K. Rowling, and this adaptation is created to celebrate transformative fan storytelling. In this chapter, new magical interactions reveal the depth of Harry's talents and hint at what he might become with the right support. But not everyone is pleased with these changes. Dumbledore, the Ministry, and others begin to question and interfere. If you're invested in seeing Harry's life reimagined through healing and choice, don't forget to like, subscribe, and join the Wizard Army to support more powerful alternate universes like this one. Let's continue on Ant's Love by Emma Lipardi. Part 5 begins now. 41. Wizard turned actor. You do realize that girl is a muggle, Snape said as he transfigured his teeth back into the appropriate shape. He stood from his chair and went over to the mirror to make sure his teeth were no longer fangs. He enjoyed scaring students, yes, but he did not want to have to deal with a Hufflepuff fainting in his class. He nodded to himself and returned to his chair. He ignored the red and gold firework bouncing around in the far corner of his living room. How they managed to get a firework in his quarters. Well, they were lucky he could not give them detention for it. Yet, of course, Severus. Draco said from his reclined position on the couch. That's what I like about her. Snape sat up and glared at his charge. Draco Malfoy. Liking a muggle? Who are you? Snape demanded. And what have you done with Draco? He was tempted to draw his wand, but he wanted to allow Draco a chance to explain. If he could. Relax, Severus. Draco held up his hands in a placatory gesture. I'm me. Draco cringed at that sentence. His mother would have hit him if she heard that. Then explain why Draco Malfoy, Prince of Slytherin, likes a muggle for being a muggle. Snape said with a hiss. I do not see why you're so upset about it. Draco answered in a calm tone as he propped up his feet on the coffee table. You don't have to marry her. Snape felt his heart leapt into his throat and start a merry little jig. Oh, dear Merlin, no. Marriage? Snape spat, sweeping over to Draco in a barely controlled rage. He knocked the boy's feet from the table. Draco's respect for furniture seemed to have diminished overnight. You cannot marry her. You are only 16. Draco seemed unperturbed by Snape's advance and gave him a blithe smile. Malfoys always know who they want to marry early. He informed his mentor with a shrug. My father picked my mother when he was 14. Draco explained with a dismissive wave of his hand. And we both know how well that worked out. Snape snarled, and he swept away from Draco and over to his mirror again. He was aiming for the stand beneath it and what rested on that stand. He needed something to take away the foul taste in his mouth that came from his heart dancing in his throat. The difference between my father and I is that he wanted a showpiece, and I want a wife. No, more than that, I want a companion. Someone who loves me for who I am and not what my family has or what my family wanted me to be. I want to make her happy, see that smile every day when I wake up. show her real fairies. Love her. Draco trailed off into silent contemplation, while Snape stared at him in horror, aghast at the words Draco was saying. Are you listening to yourself? Snape rasped out around his heart dancing in his throat. You're infatuated or confounded. Snape's knees suddenly felt weak. Why in the world was he able to face the Dark Lord without a flinch? And yet, he could not manage to stand when the child he considered his son started talking about love, marriage, and pretty butterflies. Snape lowered his glass and dropped into a handy chair. I am not sure which is worse. He raised a hand to the bridge of his nose and pinched it. He could feel a stupendous headache starting there, and it was named Draco. Neither, sir. I am neither infatuated nor confounded. I have felt both. And before you ask, I'm not going to tell you who. Snape lowered himself further into his chair. The brat beat him to it. Draco's hand reached up and a light finger traveled down his scar before he dropped his hand back into his lap. She doesn't know that I am the Slytherin prince or whatever title people give me. She doesn't know about my father and what he has done. She only knows Drake, and she likes Drake. Snape wanted to shake the boy until his teeth rattled in his skull. The boy was too young. You are a boy. You are too young to think about marriage, much less start speaking of it in concrete terms. You have a place here, and I will not see you throw it away. I have a place here. Draco latched onto the word, and like an annoying yippy dog, would not release it. A place. Snape could read the suspicion in his eyes as he sat up and faced his mentor. Snape realized that this was not how he wanted to tell the boy, but it was too late now. He blamed the punch from the dance. Sugar was influencing his thought patterns. Please, sir, by all means, tell me about my place here and how you've been planning my life behind my back. Draco jumped to his feet and paced a bit beside the sitting area. Snape allowed the boy to seethe for a few minutes. This kind of behavior was something he expected from Gryffindors. Well, the boy was upset, but some decorum would have been welcome. Well, time to end the ranting and reassert reason in the boy's mind. What do you see when you look at this wall? Snape asked as he gestured to the wall. Draco stopped in his pacing and looked at Snape. His expression told Snape that he thought his mentor had gone a bit mad. A wall, a door, a torch, a hideous painting that only the headmaster could have chosen. Well, a point to Slytherin. The headmaster had chosen that particular painting for Snape's quarters. What does Minerva McGonagall see when she looks at that wall? Snape asked next. Draco gave him another. You've gone mad. Look before he shrugged. Same as I do. Snape wanted to roll his eyes. One night among Muggles and Draco's grammatical skills had descended to a first-year level. Where are you going with this? Draco demanded of Snape. Minerva McGonagall does not see a door. Albus wants me to send her that painting of his. Flitwick is unaware of the door as well. He watched Draco puzzle it together. Sit down, son. He told Draco, I have a few things to tell you. He stood, poured out another drink, and handed it to Draco. He and Albus had fought over the alcohol issue more than once. Albus thought the boy was too young to drink, but the offer of an adult drink served more than one function in their relationship. It acknowledged that Draco was an adult, in Snape's eyes, at least capable of making adult decisions without a large amount of guidance. Its second purpose filled a more Slytherin application. Draco, while used to alcoholic beverages of a light nature, champagne at his parents' parties, for instance, was unaccustomed to the harder drinks Snape enjoyed. The alcohol lowered his inhibitions the slightest bit without affecting too much of his reason. It helped to buffer many of their discussions about the abuse Draco had suffered at the hands of his father in the past. He knew that Draco was a Slytherin and would not have faced his problems without some cushioning against feelings he was not used to displaying. Not the healthiest option, true, but it was the only one Draco had allowed when he and Snape had started talking about Draco's home life. Draco took a sip of his drink and set it aside. "What do you have to tell me?" Snape looked at the boy's determined face and sighed. He hoped Draco was ready for this. Snape had hid from his own head of house for 3 days when the man told him. Not that he was being cowardly. Nothing of the sort. He had just waited for the best moment to express his rage at having his life ordered by something he could not control. Snape wondered if he should spell all of his glassware against breaking. Draco might be unpredictable. Salazar Slytherin left many enchantments in place when he left Hogwarts. Some of them include the staircases and a few portraits. Most of them involve the head of house quarters and the passages connected to that door. Snape pointed at the door. Draco looked at the door and shrugged. Slytherin valued every one of his students and spent a lot of time with them after hours in the dormitory, tutoring the struggling students and mentoring the confused. He wanted such work to continue once he was gone. He created a spell with a method lost to us today that chooses the next head of house so that his work with his students could continue. The enchantments work much like the Sorting Hat, but they are more in depth. They do not just see potential, but reality of how a person thinks and what they will do and why they do it. Are you saying that this sorting enchantment has chosen me in some way? Draco demanded as he put everything together. Yes. Snape's answer was simple and direct. That is exactly what I am saying. He elaborated. The enchantments would not have allowed you to use the passages, much less see the door if you were not head of house material. Snape sat back in his chair and sipped at his own drink. Draco would react in just a few seconds. What if I don't want it? Draco asked. What if I want to marry a muggle and become something mundane? You would be bored. You know it, I know it. Draco shook his head and sighed lightly. You have a place and future here, Draco. A career is waiting for you upon completion of your education. You just have to choose the subject you wish to teach. You already have it. Draco said, There, can't take a position that is filled. He said with a triumphant smirk, Albus will have to hire a competent data teacher sooner or later. I plan to be ready for that date. Snape gave Draco one of his own triumphant smirks back. Two could play this game. I don't want this. Draco said. Neither did I. Snape agreed. I thought it was the worst fate that could have possibly fallen for me. Instead, it's turned out to be a sort of blessing. Snape mused. Why had he not realized that before? I thought you hated teaching? Draco asked. No, I love teaching gifted students. It's the ones who have no passion for my subject or endanger other students that make me want to hex every child I see. Snape said with a rather pensive expression, There are students that make you wonder which ancient god you angered to ever be cursed with them. Longbottom. Draco said in an understanding tone. I've had worse. Snape told the boy. Draco gave him a disbelieving look. Then, There are the students that make you wonder what you did right. The brilliant ones who seem to know, instinctively, what you mean and are able to answer back in the same language. They bring such natural skill to the art and improve upon it, almost subconsciously, without worrying about petty things in their work that do not need worried over. You sound like you've had one of those, Draco said with a faint question in his voice. 2 in life. Snape said. 1. Oh, some years ago. And you? Snape fell quiet and watched Draco. The boy was thinking rather deeply, and Severus did want to disturb him. At least he wasn't raging and throwing things about the room. Snape would not have been surprised if that had happened. The feeling of being, well, trapped would equate with Snape's own feelings when his head of house told him all those years ago, "I need to take a walk," Draco said suddenly as he rose from the couch. He stopped and looked down at his clothing. "After I change." Draco left the sitting room and entered his bedroom to change. Snape smirked. Yes, this Han Solo character would be a little difficult to pass off as a student of Hogwarts. Draco reemerged a few minutes later in normal clothing. "I'll be back later." He told Snape, "Take your time. I can give you a hall pass to be out after curfew, if you want it." Snape told the boy, "No need." Draco held up a gold badge with a P on it. "This is good for something." Draco disappeared out the door in the next instant, making Snape wonder what Potter would do with just such a badge. He shuddered to even put his mind to the possibilities. The possibilities are endless. Julie said as joined him at the mirror, "You like Drake. Draco Malfoy and a muggle." He fought down a shudder and wondered what had happened to the universe he knew and loved. He pulled off the cap of his eyeliner and pondered the black pencil. Would he be able to draw lines this time around? He nodded to Alan as he came up and joined Harry. "You'll never know." Julie said, "Now, you need to draw some lines, don't you?" Harry Mock glared at her and reached up to outline his eyes. He would never get good at this. He dropped his hand and studied the effect. Okay, he was getting better, right? They weren't as squiggly as the first time he had tried it. He finished his lines and started on color. "Nervous?" Alan asked as he started on his own lines. "No, you," Harry asked as he stared at the lipstick tube. He hated lipstick even more than drawing lines. Lipstick was for girls. He should not have to wear it. Terrified, Alan confessed with a shaky smile. "It's normal, from what Bevy says." Alan contemplated his first line with a slightly disgusted face before rolling his eyes and moving on to the second. "You, though, seem to be abnormal for a brand new actor. Everyone is usually nervous the first time around." "Abnormality. The story of my life," Harry said with a cocky grin. "You get used to it after a while." Harry said, still eyeing the lipstick as he would a Death Eater. "The lipstick won't attack you, mate," Alan said as he moved his head back and forth to look at his lines. Julie giggled from behind him and hid her smile behind her hand when both boys glared at her. "I hate lipstick," Harry told him. "Worse than Brussels sprouts." Alan snickered as he moved on from lines to foundation. "Yeah, well, your dislike for Brussels sprouts knows no bounds, but you might as well get used to the lipstick now. Just do it real quick," Alan suggested as he covered a blemish. "Less painful that way." "Ha ha," Harry told him. "Real funny." Harry opened the tube and did his best. A flash out of the corner of his I made him turn and he spotted Bug with a large grin on his face. "Gotcha," Bug said with a smirk while he shook the camera. Harry started towards him, but was stopped by the sudden appearance of Bevy. Bug ran away, shouting to the girls that he caught a picture of Evan and lipstick. Harry groaned. He would never live it down now. "Edmund!" Bevy threw an arm around Harry and steered him back towards the makeup. "How are you this evening? Feeling all right? Nervous?" Harry looked at his teacher, a little perplexed as to how he was supposed to answer him. "Which question would you like answered first, sir?" Never mind. You're not nervous, are you? Butterflies in your stomach." Bevy wrung his hands together and danced from foot to foot. "No, sir. I'm fine," Harry said as he turned back to the mirror. "All right, then. Edgar, the same?" he asked Alan with a worried face. "Nothing I can't handle, sir," Alan said with a straight face. "I'll be fine." Bevy nodded and moved away, telling the boys that dress call would happen in just a few minutes. "Why is Julie here?" Alan said in a whisper. "I was hoping that we would be spared her influence. Her influence keeps me from looking like a ghost," Harry told him. He and Alan did not have a chance to talk after that. Julie checked their makeup efforts and seemed quite put out by the fact that boys could never do makeup. Harry was a little insulted by that comment. He thought he had done a good job on his makeup. He had managed to put on lipstick without help of any kind. Harry nodded his thanks to one of the costume crew for his wardrobe. Dress call had happened just a few minutes before, and everyone had gathered in front of the costume crew to wait for the final pieces of their characters. Harry went over towards the changing areas, pulled the curtain across his changing area, and removed his shirt. He changed quickly and was just pulling on his boots when he heard several girls giggling just on the other side of the curtain. "Give it up, you lot," he told them with a laugh in his voice. "I'm already changed." He heard several disappointed sounds, and one voice that said, "It's not fair," before the giggling voices melted away. He had caught them before, when he was being fitted. Paul had laughed a bit and told Harry that the girls were starting to notice Harry's body. Harry had blushed at that announcement and had asked Paul never to mention it again. Harry rejoined Alan outside at the mirrors for one last quick look at himself. The energy was growing exponentially as they heard the crowds beyond the stage. Harry stepped away from Alan and swung his cape about to land on his shoulders. He checked his face one last time and blinked. He was wearing his contacts, and he felt like a different person. He smirked and felt Edmund start to settle over him. He stepped back from the mirror, nodded to Alan, and went to his place. 5 minutes. Harry heard from somewhere. 5 minutes. He titled his head to one side in a stretch, slowly raised it and lowered it to the other side, and backwards. He took a deep breath and felt all of the tension leave his body. He dropped into leg stretches, just to give him something to do until he was ready to head on stage. He popped back up to his feet and started calming breathing exercises. The energy of the backstage was with him, but it was different from the giddy energy of yesterday. It was focused and determined. 1 minute. Places. Everyone. Harry checked his mark and nodded to the boy playing Gloucester, his father. He waited for Bevy to give them their cue and stepped out into the world of King Lear. Harry stepped out onto the lonely stage with a rolled paper in his hands. He lowered his head a bit. He was deep in thought and tapped the rolled paper against his forehead as though it helped him to sort his thoughts. He raised his eyes and stopped, struck by an idea in thought. Thou, nature, art my goddess. To thy law my services are bound. Harry felt, rather than heard, a hush fall in the auditorium. Wherefore should I stand in the plague of custom and permit the curiosity of nations to deprive me, for that I am some 12 or 14 moonshines lag of a brother? Harry clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at a point and beyond. Why, bastard? Wherefore base? Harry turned on his heel and moved to a wall on his left and leaned against it. When my dimensions are as well compact, my mind is generous, and my shape is true as honest madam's issue, why brand they us with base? With baseness? Bastardy? Base. His hand rose and pinched the bridge of his nose. Who in the lusty stealth of nature take more composition and fierce quality than doth within a dull, stale, and tired bed go to teach, creating a whole tribe of fops got, 'tween asleep and wake. Well, then, he pushed off the wall and moved to the center stage with his rolled paper in one hand. Legitimate Edgar, I must have your land. He punctuated each word with a shake of the paper. Our father's love, he raised his eyebrows, is to the bastard Edmund as to th legitimate. He lowered the paper and stared into space for a moment before continuing. Fine word, legitimate. He raised his hand and brushed the air as though brushing away dust from a surface. Well, my legitimate, he raised the paper again. If this letter speed and my invention thrive, Edmund the base shall top th legitimate. He smiled as though he could see his future before his eyes. Edmund would have land and power through no other course but his own making. I grow, I prosper. He looked down at the rolled-up paper in his hand. He raised it to his eye level for all to see. Now, gods, stand up for bastards. The applause happened so suddenly that Harry was nearly thrown out of character. It crashed into his ears and deafened him. What had happened? What was going on? Harry realized that the applause was for him. It was for his performance and his abilities. They liked him for being able to perform and nothing else. No one out there in the audience, aside from those who already knew him, knew or cared that he was Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The applause was for him. Harry fought against a grin and held his position as an idea swept through him. This was what he wanted to do. This and nothing else. He wanted to be an actor and perform like this until he was old and gray. Forget being the boy who lived. He could be someone else with every new show. Gloucester entered, and the applause died down slowly through his lines until the audience was silent for Harry's next line. Harry gave an inward smile. Now, gods, stand up for wizard turned actor. Harry stood backstage for curtain call. He was hot and sweaty from all the lights, and he was exhausted, but it was a good kind of exhaustion. It was an accomplished exhaustion. He swung his cape onto his shoulders and shrugged to make it fall correctly. Bevy announced his and Alan's names, and Harry walked out on stage with his brother. The clapping for King Lear and Cordelia increased when he and Alan appeared. Harry took his bows as Bevy had taught him and moved to his place for the others to appear. He could not see past the first row with the lights, but he was almost sure he could hear Hermione from her seat. He waited patiently and clapped along with everyone else until the curtain closed entirely. Everyone go out into the hallway. Meet and greet. Betty ushered them into the hallway, and they lined up as he directed. Harry was the most uncomfortable about this part. Performing was fine. He was Edmund then. Now he was Harry again. Or Evan, at the very least. The doors to the auditorium opened, and the audience poured out into the hallway to mingle with the actors. Harry stood still and waited. He would wait until most of the audience had left until he went in search of Hermione and Paul, and his aunt, if she was here. He hoped she was. She had said she was coming. He was startled when a random woman walked up to him. "You did such a good job, dear," she said as she held out her hand. "Well done." Harry thanked her, and she walked away. That had been strange. Alan grinned at him and shrugged. "Excellent job." A man said in front of Harry, "You were Edmund." Well, that had been the idea, right? The man moved away and was replaced by another person who congratulated Harry and Alan on their sword fight. "Alan," Harry whispered as a man moved away from them. "What is going on? What did you think happened in a meet and greet?" Alan asked with a smirk. "We get our praise and worship here, as well as on stage. Relax and enjoy it. You deserve it. Absolutely brilliant." A woman told Harry while her husband rolled his eyes. Harry couldn't help but smile at the man. The man winked and allowed his wife to drag him further down the line. Harry still wasn't sure what was expected of him, so he thanked each person for their compliments and looked around for familiar faces in the crowd. "Evan." Hermione's screech gave him exactly 2.3 seconds of warning before he found himself being hugged, effectively blocking him from a teenage girl who had chosen to hover around him and Alan. Harry had an idea as to why she was doing it, but he hesitated to try and confirm her reasons. He really didn't want to know. "Hey, me," Harry said as he returned the hug. "Did you enjoy the show?" He asked with a smile. "Did I enjoy the show?" Hermione repeated. "Skywalker, you were phenomenal. I didn't recognize you up there." Hermione then proceeded to lecture Harry for 5 minutes about his performance and how much she had loved every second. "Hermione." Harry looked up to find Mr. and Mrs. Granger coming towards him. "There you are." She shook her head. That was quite a performance. "Thank you, Mrs. Granger." He smiled and nodded. "Hermione was just telling me that for the 8th time. Sorry, it was brilliant," Hermione said to her mother. Harry smiled and ducked his head. He didn't think he would ever get used to this. "I was just doing what Professor Bevington told me to do," he said and pointed towards his teacher. The man was talking rather quickly with another man. Harry could only guess that it was about the show. "I just follow directions." "Well, son, you follow directions to a T," Mr. Granger said. That was rather amazing to watch. Harry wondered how many times he would be complimented this evening. "Thank you, sir," he said. "I have your costume for you." Harry told him. "Costume." Hermione's mother turned and stared down her husband. "Costume." "Oh." Hermione whispered. "Mum doesn't know Dad gave us those costumes." Hermione explained to Harry. She threatened to make him do all of his own cooking. Dad's hopeless when it comes to the kitchen. Hermione smiled. "Let's see how this plays out." Harry could not understand why Hermione would want her parents to fight with each other over something like this, or why she enjoyed it and found it entertaining. He had always avoided his aunt and uncle when they had fought. Granted, it never happened very often, but it was bad when it did happen. His uncle was never in a good mood when it was all over. Harry had hid outside more than once rather than allow his uncle to find him after such events. "Hello, Harry," he heard his aunt whisper in his ear. He turned and found her smiling at him. He would never get used to that expression being directed at him. She cocked her head to the side. "You did very well tonight," she said. "Thank you, Aunt Petunia," Harry said as he stepped closer to her. "I'm glad you could make it." Harry tried to relax, but he had not spent a lot of time alone with his aunt. He was a little uncomfortable, even with all the people about. "You did an excellent job, young man," a rather boisterous gentleman said as he stopped in front of Harry and offered his hand. Harry accepted it and shook it. He remembered that Bevy had been talking with him earlier when Harry had pointed Bevy out to the Grangers. "Gerald Saxton, Mr. James. Wonderful to meet you. Is this your mum?" he asked, looking at Petunia. "You must be very proud of him. You have a very talented child." "I am proud of him, Mr. Saxton," she answered. "Very proud." She gave the man what Harry knew to be her most charming smile, and the man congratulated Harry again before moving on to Alan. Harry was fighting to stand there with his aunt while others came up and spoke with him about his part. Bevy had not mentioned that it would be like this. No mention of this at all before opening night. He probably wanted to ensure he would still have a cast and had thought this would be a nice surprise of some sort. If this was a surprise, then Harry hated surprises. Harry had not liked crowds since his 11th birthday when he and Hagrid had been bombarded by half the wizarding world. That's what it had felt like anyway. And his dislike had only grown since then. This crowd was making Harry feel trapped, and he wanted nothing more than to get away from them all and go somewhere safe and quiet, alone. He was ready to do just that when his aunt's hand lightly settled on his shoulder. He felt the tension ease out of him. His aunt was here. That meant he was safe. She had faced fully trained wizards for him. Harry took a deep breath and felt his patience renew. The crowds finally started to thin, and Harry was grateful. He was ready to wash off his makeup and get rid of the annoying itch. He reached up to rub at a particularly annoying itch and found his aunt catching his hand. "I am very proud of you, Harry," she told him in a quiet and earnest voice. "I've never seen something so powerful before. That man was right. You are very talented." Harry, for some reason, found those 4 sentences meant more to him than any other praise he had received that evening. He gave her a true smile. "Thank you, Aunt Petunia." He saw her look behind him, and he turned. "Remus." Remus stepped forward and pulled Harry into a hug. "You came." Harry's voice was muffled, but he had a feeling that Remus would be able to understand him. "Of course I did," Remus said. "I promised I would. I just had to fight against this huge crowd, and then there was this rather large group gathered around you, fawning over getting to meet you and shake your hand." Harry glared at Remus and stepped back from the hug. "You know I hate crowds." Harry whispered, "I know." Remus smiled and ruffled Harry's hair with a quick hand. "That's why I tease you about them." Remus turned and greeted Hermione as she returned from her spectator sport of her parents' fight. "Who won?" Remus asked with a knowing glint. Hermione had explained her parents' argument to him just a few minutes before when she pointed him in Harry's direction. "Dad did. Mum didn't forbid him from giving us the costumes, just the pictures." She's agreed to make his favorite for dinner tomorrow. Hermione shrugged. They've already kissed and made up. I was sure they were going to start snogging in another second, but I had to remind them that they were in a school with impressionable young children. They stopped just in time. Hermione gave a theatrical shudder and smiled. Parents kissing. Ugh. Sorry to cut this short. Evan. Hermione's mother said as she walked up. Hermione does have to get up early in the morning to return to school. 5 more minutes, Mum? Hermione asked with wide eyes. Please? I have something really important to tell him. Hermione's mother gave her the look that all mothers give when faced with their offspring's pleas for just a few more minutes. I'm timing you, her mother said with a smile. Go. May I borrow him for a minute? She asked Petunia before dragging Harry away from everyone else. Hermione checked their surroundings before turning back to Harry. I didn't have the time to write in the mini messenger about this, and last night wasn't a good opportunity with my escort, she said as she made a face at the idea. I wanted to tell you that Dumbledore has become a little more aggressive. What do you mean? Harry hissed. Dumbledore becoming aggressive on any front was a bad idea all around. I can't go anywhere without a protector following me. Our friends try to stay near me, but there are times when they can't be there. It's mostly Ron and Parvati, but I'm ready to go a bit spare. Hermione confessed. I've succeeded in making Parvati feel a bit ridiculous over the whole thing, but Ron has become insufferable. Hermione stopped and saw Harry's face. Stop thinking right there. I'm not telling him a thing. I refuse. She put her hands on her hips and stared Harry down. And don't think that means you can pull out your wand and do magic to call someone here. You are staying here, and I am just going to up the ante. What are you going to do? Harry asked. Make his life miserable, of course. What else would I do? She gave Harry her plotting grin and laughed a little. I just need to contact our friends with the exploding presents, and things will get going from there. Harry smirked at the idea of a lot of Weasley items invading Hogwarts. He almost wished he could be there to see it. Please me. Be careful. Get out if things become too difficult. He sounds like he's becoming desperate. Harry told her, I don't want anything to happen to you if he decides to do something drastic to find me. He doesn't really have proof right now. He has vague suspicions, but he can't do anything until he gets some actual proof. Hermione explained, I can handle him. I just wanted to let you know about it. I know how you are about being told things that concern you. She looked around the corner and saw her mother point to her watch. I've got to go. Hermione hugged Harry and smiled. Take care of yourself, Skywalker. Please take care. I will. I have enough people here who take care of me, Harry said with a smile. Let's get back before your mum explodes. Fudge was working late, again, and he was wishing that he had never heard the name of Dumbledore. He cursed the man with every breath in his body. That barmy old wizard was ruining all of his hard work. He couldn't get a straight answer out of the man about any situation. Now, this thing with Potter had emerged. Requests to see the boy for goodwill-type things with the ministry had failed, and outright demands were ignored at the boy's request. Of course. Fudge had yet to see the Potter boy, and all letters addressed to the boy who lived were returned unopened, not even touched by Potter at all. Dumbledore had to be hiding Potter away for his own use. That was the only explanation for the sudden shyness of Harry Potter from all other wizards save Dumbledore and his instructors, handpicked by Dumbledore himself. No doubt. Fudge could no longer stand for it. The wizarding public deserved to know how Harry Potter was, and Fudge needed to know where he was. It was time to force Dumbledore's hand. He would have to reveal where the boy was hidden or face the public's wrath. Fudge was not concerned with the Dark Lord. Potter was stowed away somewhere with fully trained wizards at his beck and call for training and safety. The Dark Lord wouldn't bother trying to attack him there. There would be no point to it, save as an exercise in futility. There was no thing that Fudge had learned about the Dark Lord since his official return. He did not do futile. Each one of his strikes was planned to the last flourish and blot. He did not ignore particulars. Weasley. Percy's head snapped up from his notes and turned to look at the minister. Send the article to the editor of the Daily Prophet with my seal attached. It's time for Dumbledore to stop hiding that wizarding world's hope away from the people. Weasley disappeared out the door, and Fudge relaxed back into his chair. This move would create some discontent in the headmaster's popularity camp. He knew that Dumbledore would bow to the public's wishes and produce the boy for the world to see. The boy was their last hope, after all. What else could be expected from the boy who lived? 42. I'm not going back. Hermione threw her shoe at the annoying alarm clock and sank back into her bed when the annoying destroyer of dreams fell silent. Finally, she thought to herself as she burrowed deeper into her blankets and pillows. She heard a familiar pop and groaned. Go away, Rita. She mumbled from her pillow. Good morning, Hermione. Hermione's accomplice in presenting information to the rest of the Daily Prophet band, Hogwarts, smiled and perched herself on the end of Hermione's bed. Have I got some news for you? The bug-like woman confided. News. Hermione lifted her blanket and eyebrow at the same time. Not this early. She groaned and pulled the blanket back over her head. No news before dawn, please, she said, just noticing that the sun had yet to make an appearance. She felt something hit her legs. It's an advance copy of the Daily Prophet. The headline will interest you, Rita said with her glee coming through in her voice. Hermione sat up and brushed her hair out of her face. She saw Rita eye it, and she glared at the reporter. Not a word about my hair. Hermione picked up the newspaper and opened it. She gave a gasp and dropped it a second later. The headline stood out clearly. Where's the boy who lived? Dumbledore forbids Harry Potter contact with peers. Hermione gave a little grin. He did it. That he did. It seems our Minister Fudge has decided that Dumbledore is working against the interests of Wizarding Society and the boy who lived's welfare. Rita gave a conspiratorial look to Hogwarts' most surprising rule breaker. Word has it that Aurors are going to Mr. Potter's house at, 6 a.m. Hermione looked at her alarm clock and nearly shrieked. It's 5:30. Oh, where did I put their number? She kicked off her blankets and rushed to her desk. She started digging through her papers. Clouds, Hermione? Rita asked of Hermione's pajamas. Better than cat-eye glasses. Hermione snapped. Here it is. Hermione snatched up the paper that held the Dursleys' phone number and rushed downstairs to the phone. Rita followed at a more sedate pace and settled on the bottom step while Hermione punched in the number. Come on. She mumbled to herself. Mrs. Dursley? It's Hermione Granger. Yes. Sorry for calling so early, but I wanted to let you know that Aurors are coming to your house in about half an hour. Yes, right. No, I can't tell you who told me, but I trust them. Right. You're welcome. Hermione hung up the phone and collapsed next to Rita. Thank you for coming. You're welcome. I did as I promised. Rita patted Hermione's hand. Tea. Hermione offered. That would be lovely. Rita said, Would you be willing to answer a few questions? Rita asked as she followed Hermione into the kitchen. That depends on whether or not I can be anonymous. Hermione said with a smile as she put water on to boil. Anonymous is fine. Rita's notebook and normal quill appeared for Hermione's anonymous statement. Harry woke up to the sound of Sensei's voice. He rolled over and nodded to the man to show that he was awake. Sensei nodded and left. Harry was exempt from sparring and anything that could leave marks, but he still had to work out every morning. He would return to his normal training schedule once the play ended. He hopped out of bed and narrowly avoided colliding with his desk. His mini messenger was doing a little tap dance. Lightsaber, he said as he picked it up. Hermione's handwriting appeared. Fudge snapped. He released an article to the Daily Prophet criticizing Dumbledore. The headline, Where is the boy who lived? Dumbledore forbids Harry Potter contact with peers. What do you think? Harry snatched his pen and sat down at his desk to write out his reply. What do I think? I think this is going to cause some problems. Dumbledore doesn't like having his authority questioned. Stay with our friends. Me stay out of his way. Take someone with you if you are called to his office. Please be careful, me. I can handle him, Skywalker. My mum is calling me. I'll talk to you later? Okay. Please take care, me. Harry pushed away from his desk and sighed. It felt like things were starting to go out of control. Dumbledore was now backed into a corner. Hermione was under siege. Voldemort was turning strategies, and Fudge was starting to become wise to the fact that Harry was not at Hogwarts. Deshi, Sensei said from the hallway. Coming, Sensei. Harry said as he pulled on his uniform. He hoped that his laps would number less than 20. He was still tired from his performance the night before, and there would be another one that night. Such was life. Paul shifted the folders under his arm and thought about his last session with Harry. The boy was going in leaps and bounds with his aunt. Paul had found from whom he had inherited his stubbornness, for Harry's aunt was just as stubborn as the nephew. It was almost frightening to see how much they were alike in some respects, and then be completely opposite in others. Paul. He heard Harry shout from behind him. He turned in time to see Harry round the corner and try to stop. He smirked as the boy slid across the floor and into the wall. Ow! Who waxed the floor? He said as he picked himself up and hurtled towards Paul again. Paul, please say I can go. Please. It says I need your permission to go, and I need to go. It will complete my life. Please? Please. Why don't you tell me what you're begging for first? Paul said with a patient smile. You know what I'm begging for. There's a London trip for theater. We get to spend a weekend in London and see a musical and something from Shakespeare. Bug also told me that we'll be staying up late and junk food will be involved, just like normal kids. Please, Paul. Harry gave his best impression of puppy eyes to date as he waited for Paul's answer. Harry thought the normal kid argument would clench it for Paul. He was always going on about how Harry should act like a normal kid. I don't know. Paul hedged for a few minutes. You still have to ask your aunt. I don't need to ask her. I can pay for it myself. There's no need to bother her about it. Harry said with a confused expression. Please, Paul. Paul studied Harry for a minute. What Harry had said was true. Harry could pay for the trip himself. Remus would be more than glad to draw the money out for Harry and make all arrangements. Remus had met with Paul several times about Harry's status in the wizarding world and the impact Harry had on it, and the impact the status had on Harry. They both agreed that Harry needed to try being a normal kid as much as possible. The fame and wealth was daunting to Paul, and he was 30-some-odd years old. He couldn't imagine being Harry's age and expected to carry out his responsibilities or fame. There was another issue that could be addressed here. Harry needed to accept Petunia's authority for now, until he was 17 in the wizarding world or 18 in the normal one. Your aunt is your legal guardian. She will need to give her permission for you to go to London. There's a permission form she'll need to sign. I'll send it to her, but you need to ask first. Paul told Harry. He watched as Harry's face fell and blanked. Paul felt the first tendrils of cold appear around him and ignored it. Harry needed his focus. What if she says no? Harry asked. Paul almost gave his permission at the look on Harry's face. He looked so forlorn at the thought of not being able to go to London. You won't know until you ask her. Paul told Harry. Harry shrugged and sighed. Let me know when you want to call her. If she says yes, then I can mail out a permission slip. Okay? Paul asked. Okay. Harry said as he turned and walked away. He looked to be deep in thought, and Paul wanted to say it was how to convince his aunt how to say yes, but Paul knew that that was not the subject of Harry's thoughts. It felt more like a strategy of how to carry on without the trip in his future. Paul frowned and made a note to himself to call Petunia and explain about the trip and how much it meant to Harry to be able to go. He only hoped that Petunia would allow it. The next few days passed quickly for Harry. He still had classes every day, workouts with Sensei, therapy with Paul, and his Hogwarts curriculum to follow. He wanted to dive into his bed and sleep 1,000 years, but felt that he would not want to wake up if he did manage to sleep. He had noticed that his emotions were a little unpredictable lately, and they were affecting his rest. He couldn't really explain why, but he would be fine 1 minute and ready to cry in the next. Paul had noticed and started working with Harry on various calming techniques, but nothing seemed to be working. Worse still, they could feel temperature changes happening all the time as Harry switched between his emotions. Harry had no explanation for it. Paul had given a few ideas, but Harry hesitated to think about them. He was in control. No one else had control over him. Blaise could not influence what was going on with him now. The only good thing to come out of the calming techniques was a new type of therapy for him and his relatives. Well, Petunia, at any rate. He could only discuss his feelings with her when he was either at a breaking point, uncomfortable for both of them, or almost asleep. Harry had chosen the almost asleep stage, as his magic made the room cold when he was really upset. He found he felt better after each session, as he was able to tell his aunt exactly as he felt without repercussions. He could cry, and she would let him. He could ask questions, and she would answer them if she had the answer. They still had their moments of misunderstandings. She refused to allow any magic outside of homework, even once Harry turned 17. and disagreements. Harry refused to discuss a bedtime rule. He would sleep when he wanted and not before. But they were slowly starting to develop a relationship that could possibly work once Harry returned home. There was no longer an if in the subject. Petunia had told him about Aurors showing up the day an article about him appeared in the Daily Prophet. The Aurors had tried to bluster their way in, but found that the wards on the house would not permit them into the actual house. They could only stand on the front step and call attention to themselves due to their robes. Harry had found the story particularly funny and asked Petunia to take some pictures so he could see their faces. Harry had written a letter to Petunia explaining about the trip to London and why Harry felt he needed to go. He had not received an answer as to whether or not she would allow him to go, but Harry had alerted Remus about the trip and asked to have funds ready, just in case she did decide that Harry could go. Harry had tried to keep from sounding too pathetic about it, but he knew his voice trembled the slightest bit when Remus asked a few questions about it. Vernon was another story. Harry and Vernon both were not interested in establishing a relationship like the one Petunia and Harry were building. Harry did not want Vernon as a major part of his life, and certainly not as a parental figure. Vernon said he would house Harry until the boy was ready to leave, but not to expect anything more than that. Harry was happy with the idea, and nothing Paul could say changed his mind. He had Remus. He didn't need Vernon any more except to provide dinner conversation and atmosphere. Harry broke out of his thoughts and glanced at his watch. He was going to be late. Scratch that. He was already late. He swore under his breath and picked up his pace to get to his first class. He could already hear the news program they watched every morning from the hallway. He opened the door to his classroom and stopped as the class turned as one and started at him. The way they were staring, it wasn't a "you're late" stare. What? He asked his classmates. He noticed that his teacher was off to the side with a mobile phone to his ear. What was going on? Julie pointed up at the screen. He turned and saw his picture being displayed. What in the world? The news anchor's voice came on. Police need your help to locate this 16-year-old boy, Harry James Potter. He is needed for questioning as a witness to several murders. He has green eyes, black hair, and a unique scar in the shape of a lightning bolt in the middle of his forehead. Again, please call the number on your screen if you have any information. Harry reached up out of reflex and smoothed his hair over his scar. Harry's teacher slid his cell phone into his pocket and came forward. Harry, is it? The man said, "It's going to be okay." Harry felt the need to back up against the door. "I've just called them, and someone is on the way." "What?" Harry rasped as he fumbled for the doorknob. "You don't understand." He croaked as he managed to grasp the doorknob. His teacher stepped forward and put his hands on Harry's shoulders. "You're going to be okay, son." His teacher told him. Funny, Harry had liked the man before this. No, Harry opened the doorknob and slipped out of the man's grasp. He stumbled into the hallway and backed away from his teacher. "You don't understand, sir." "Harry." The man reached out a hand to Harry. "My name is Evan." Harry snapped. He couldn't allow the man to continue using his name. Harry felt his breath start coming in gasps. Oh no, he knew what this was. Panic attack. He heard the front secretary's voice coming up the stairs. Harry's eyes bugged as Kingsley Shacklebolt's face appeared, along with another man Harry did not know. They were both dressed like muggles, but Harry knew that their wands were there. Harry fought for breath. He couldn't go back. Not yet. Harry, Shacklebolt said as he crested the last step. Harry's control snapped. He ran. Harry! No! Shacklebolt called after him. How had they managed to get here so quickly? He glanced behind him and turned back around to put on some speed. They were gaining on him. He wasn't sure where he was going. Just away. He stumbled as Kingsley caught up to him and tried to grab him around the waist. Harry was too tall for the Auror to grab him like he used to. Harry's mind cleared, and he threw back his head into Shacklebolt's nose. Harry heard a muttered curse, and he hid a smile as the Auror loosened his grasp enough to allow Harry to free an arm. Harry drove his elbow into Shacklebolt's stomach. The larger Auror dropped him, and the other ran up and raised his wand, obviously surprised that Harry was putting up a fight. Harry tossed a small bit of magic at the man and was satisfied to see the man's wand go flying from his hand. He turned to face Shacklebolt and kicked the man's wand out of his hand. Harry, we're here to take you home. Shacklebolt said calmly. I'm not going back there. Harry told him. To Hogwarts, I mean. Shacklebolt clarified for Harry. I'm not going back. Harry snarled. Didn't anyone listen to him? You don't have a choice, Harry. Shacklebolt said with an apologetic look. Harry faced off against them for a second before doing something rude and drastic. He kicked each of them in the groin and watched as they dropped to the ground. Sorry, he shot over his shoulder as he took off again. He knew that he had only bought himself some time. A numbing charm would sort them out in just a few seconds, once they got over their shock of having been kicked in a very private place. Harry dashed around the corner and nearly felt his heart stop as someone grabbed him from behind and pulled him backwards into a small hallway. He opened his mouth to scream, in hopes that someone would hear him. A familiar calloused hand clamped over his mouth. Come, Deshi. Harry immediately stopped fighting and went limp in his teacher's arms. Those men? Your world. Sensei removed his hand from Harry's mouth. Harry gasped in air and reached up to hold onto Sensei's arm around his chest. Yes, Sensei. They're here to take me back. Harry whispered, afraid to go louder than that. Sensei's arm tightened around Harry, almost as though Sensei knew Harry needed it. Come, Deshi. Sensei released Harry, but immediately pulled Harry close to him and put an arm around his shoulders. He led Harry down the hallway and to a side door Harry had not noticed before. Come to think of it, Harry had not followed his old habit of sneaking around at night here, as he usually did at Hogwarts. The door led to the gym. Sensei shouted something to Rick, who was practicing in the middle of the floor. Harry was surprised to not understand what was being said. What were they speaking? Come, Deshi. Sensei said as he reappeared from his office. He barked out one last order to Rick as he led Harry out another door. Harry stayed close to his teacher, his head down and heart in his throat. He could almost feel wands pointing at him, ready to stun him and whisk him back to Hogwarts, and the boy who lived, Deshi. Sensei opened a door to outside and motioned Harry through. Sensei pulled Harry close again and ushered him towards a parking lot behind the school. The lights on the car flashed once. Sensei opened the passenger door and nudged Harry towards the seat. Seatbelt. The man ordered. Harry obeyed, without comment. He and Sensei had had a long talk after Diagon Alley about Harry being in Sensei's hands. The man had made himself clear. Harry was to obey Sensei's orders in times of danger without question. The look on the man's face warned Harry that the man would not allow Harry to be harmed by magic again. Sensei started the car and pulled out of the parking lot just as doors opened on the side. Harry could just make out the oars as Sensei turned the corner. Harry relaxed into his seat and took a deep breath. That had been close. He looked at Sensei for a few seconds before moving his book bag to the back seat. "Where are we going, Sensei?" "My home. For a little while," Sensei told him with a small smile. "Oh, okay," Harry said. It would be a little awkward going to his teacher's home, but he would be back at St. Jude's for dinner, at the latest. Sensei chuckled next to him, and Harry looked at the man with a vague uneasiness. That little laugh never meant good things to Harry. "What?" he asked the man. "My daughters will be pleased," he told Harry with a laugh. "A new boy in the house." Harry threw a disgusted look at his teacher before turning to stare out the window. "Girls." There was some foreign territory. "Come in. Shoes by the door." Harry toed off his trainers and followed his teacher into the house. "My home is yours," Sensei said, motioning Harry to the couch in the sitting room. A large racket at the window caused Harry to jump up from the couch and look for a hiding place. He wasn't scared. No, he was just still on edge from being pursued by one person he used to trust. "Come, Deshi. I will check." Sensei pushed away the curtains and looked through the glass. "An owl." Harry thought for a few seconds before inching towards the window. This was the first time since Diagon Alley that he had left St. Jude's, and he wondered if there were some kind of wards on the place. That kept owls away from him. He peeked through the curtains, careful to hide his face from view, and looked at the owl. "It's Hedwig. She's mine." Harry told him. "It's safe to let her in." Sensei opened the window, and Hedwig flew straight to Harry. She landed on his outstretched arm and studied her master. He looked much better than the last time she had seen him, and she settled her wings, satisfied that the boy's relation had made the correct decision. She fluffed up her feathers in happiness. "Hey, girl, I missed you." Hedwig's feathers fluffed up further in pleasure, and she held her letter forward with great pride at a job well done. Harry took the letter with a smile and scratched Hedwig's head as reward. "You're such a smart owl." He worked to get through all of the feathers on her head, and Hedwig settled down on his arm to enjoy her reward. Harry moved back to the window. "Why don't you find a close tree to rest in? I'll come find you later if I need you." Harry was surprised to find that Hedwig only clamped her talons around Harry's arm all the tighter and stared at the letter in his hand. "Told to wait for a reply, did you?" Hedwig bobbed her head once and hooted. "All right, find a perch on the window sill then, until I'm done." "A beautiful creature, Deshi," Sensei said as Harry turned to his letter. "Yes, she is. She's been my friend for the last 6 years." Harry looked down at his letter to find only his first name written on it. He recognized Remus's handwriting and opened the envelope. He pulled out the Muggle stationery and opened it. "Harry, Paul called us and told us what has happened. We never thought that Fudge would go this far to find you. Paul assures me that your teacher was a trembling mass of nerves by the time he finished with him. We are working on getting the dogs called off. The Aurors have been at your aunt's home several times, but they cannot make it past the front step. The wards that no longer allow Professor Dumbledore on your street are protecting your family from the Aurors and Minister Fudge. I am with your aunt right now. We are studying the laws to make sure that he cannot do this. We are not going to allow him to take you. You are not an object, Harry, and that's what he's trying to make of you. We will not allow it. If everything has gone to plan, you are at your sensei's house right now, probably feeling terribly betrayed by not knowing that we have been planning behind your back. We're sorry, but your aunt demanded that you be taken care of at all costs. Sensei volunteered his home as a safe house, should the worst happen and someone discovered you at St. Jude's. Oh, your aunt wants to write a bit to you. Take care of yourself. Harry. Harry, please follow the rules of Sensei Leonard's home until we can figure out how to keep you safe. I would have done something else if I knew how to keep you safe, but I am unable to protect you except through the wards. And there are those Aurors coming up at all hours. I didn't want you to feel like you were in prison here. You'll be able to relax at Sensei's and won't find yourself looking over your shoulder. He promised to keep you safe until you can return. Please stay safe, Harry. I'll be calling later this evening, so we can talk. Love, Aunt Petunia. Harry folded the letter over and looked up at Sensei. You could have told me, you know. He told the man. Harry picked up his book bag and slid the letter into his journal. The letter was the first Petunia had ever written him. Even better, she had written love as the closing. He was not sentimental. Yes, but where would the fun be? Sensei asked as he stood up from his chair. Something to drink? He asked. Yes, please. Harry said as he dug through his book bag for paper and a pen. Sensei disappeared into the kitchen, and Harry made a triumphant noise as his hand hit something. He found his literature notebook and felt a firm satisfaction as he ripped out a sheet of paper. His teacher, the traitor, had said that no one should remove paper from the notebook. Harry was tempted to rip out another sheet of paper, but restrained himself so that he could write his reply for which either Petunia or Remus had asked. Dear Aunt Petunia and Remus, you're right. I am where you set up. It's nice and kind of isolated from the rest of the neighborhood. I am also a little disturbed that you didn't see fit to release this information to me. Yes, we've been watching spy movies again. The other guys can't get enough of them. I will trust your judgment for now, because you are the adults. I would like a full explanation when I return to St. Jude's or home, whichever comes first. Remus, please make sure you take your potion later this week. And take care of yourself. Have you looked at cars like I asked? You need one, and I won't take no for an answer. Aunt Petunia, please be careful. Aurors are really good police, and I'm afraid that they will be a little zealous in trying to find me, so long as they aren't unspeakables. You'll have to ask Remus what those are. I'm still not sure. May I please go to London? Please? It will complete a vital part of my dramatic education. Please, will you accept a bribe of me never getting into trouble again? Please? Okay, I'll quit bothering you for now. I promise to follow every single one of Sensei's instructions while at his home. I'll stay safe, and I guess I'll talk to you later tonight. Your nephew, Harry. Harry folded the paper and slid it into the envelope that originally carried his letter and crossed out his name before adding his aunt's name on the front. He called his owl and folded the flap into the envelope, Hedwig, please take this to either Aunt Petunia or Remus. Do not let it be intercepted. Hedwig gave him an affronted look, and Harry read it carefully. Yes, I know you're the smartest owl in the world, and the most beautiful. Just be careful, okay? I don't want to lose you just because people are looking for me. Harry said calmly. Hedwig head-butted Harry and took the envelope in her beak. Harry watched her fly out of the window and smiled. He had missed her. Sensei came back into the room at the moment, carrying 2 steaming mugs. Harry smiled and accepted his, juggling it from one hand to the other as he waited for it to cool. Did your owl leave? Sensei asked with a slightly curious voice. Yes, she is a post carrier for magical people. My aunt used her to send a letter to me, and she requested a letter back from me. I think Hedwig will be back sooner or later. She usually appears where I am most of the time. I don't know what kept her from St. Jude's, Harry said as he moved from the window and back to the couch. Sensei said with a sigh. Harry studied the room around him while he sipped at his tea. The sitting room was just that, for sitting. There was no television, books, or radio. Nothing but a couch, 2 chairs, and a coffee table occupied the floor space. The floors were hardwood and a light tan color. The walls themselves were white with a few paintings on the walls. Harry wasn't sure what of, but it looked to be fields of some kind. They are of Japan. Sensei's voice broke Harry out of his thoughts. Pardon, Harry said, his brain not quite caught up with him. The paintings. They are paintings of Japan, done when I was just a little younger than you. Sensei explained. You did them. Harry asked. You are not the only one with secrets, Deshi. Sensei said with a smile. Come, I will show you where you are sleeping tonight. Sensei said as he put down his cup. Won't I be going back to St. Jude's tonight? Harry asked. I can't miss too much school. No worrying, Deshi. You will be here a few days. My wife will be happy to have another young one around. He said with a smile. Paul will bring your things later tonight when he brings Rick home. Harry blinked as he realized that the sentences Sensei had just strung together were the most perfect Harry had heard from his teacher. He stood and followed Sensei down the hallway and up the stairs. Bathroom here. Sensei said, showing him the room. My room, if you need me during the night. Rick's room. Sensei said, motioning to the door. My daughter's room. They are 13 and 12 and will pursue you. Sensei warned Harry with a smirk. Harry gave a good-natured groan and rolled his eyes. Guest room. Sensei said finally. He flicked on the light, and Harry saw a room done up in sky blue and creme. Leave your book bag here. Harry nodded and set it just inside the door. Now for the fun. Harry followed his sensei to the front door, where he and Sensei pulled on their shoes. Sensei led him around the house to the garden behind the house where Harry saw another building. Sensei opened the door and pushed 3 buttons by the door. Harry's eyes widened as he saw what the building contained. Yes, my own dojo. Sensei said, you will be joining the classes. I have a uniform for you. Harry felt his jaw threaten to touch the floor. The gym at school was fine, but this was wonderful. He finally registered what Sensei said and looked up at the man. Sensei was looking at him with a predatory look. Harry could almost feel that he was going to be working out constantly. It felt like a last, desperate push of some kind. "This will be fun," Sensei said to Harry. Harry could only nod. Hermione sighed and pushed her hair out of her face for the 1,000th time during the lesson. She only hoped that it wouldn't catch fire from the flame under her potion. She frowned and thought about the message Harry had sent her. She couldn't believe that Fudge would go as far as he did. Announcing Harry's name on television would have been enough to send her into a panic, but the picture, that just made her thoughts a little homicidal. Hermione could almost consider choking the life out of Fudge Entertainment at this point. Dumbledore was not happy at all. He had tried to corner her several times in the past 3 days since the article first came out. She had managed to avoid him by ducking into the girls' bathroom, even though she had to spend 20 minutes talking to Moaning Myrtle, checking herself into the hospital wing through the help of one of the twins' newest products, which was guaranteed to give the eater unexplainable spots for 24 hours, and dodging about like she was an agent in a Bond film. She was heartily sick of it. She was ready to go a bit spare, and was considering new ways of removing herself from Dumbledore's influence. She even considered falling off a broom, except that everyone would see through that within seconds. Hermione was well known for her firm dislike of being on a broom. The yearly flying lessons she had to endure were bad enough. Getting on one of her own volition, well, she just wasn't ready to try it. She reached up to add some lace wings to her cauldron when she noticed her hand shaking, and she drew it back. It was happening. She was going spare. She took a deep breath and tried again, happy to see that she managed to do so without losing her calm. She studied the next step and stirred as her book directed. She felt more than saw her professor pass in front of her, but she registered that something was in her cauldron that was not supposed to be there. She took 2 seconds to identify the item, another 2 to figure out that it was potentially dangerous for it to be there, and another to realize that her cauldron was about to explode. A phrase from an old Muggle movie popped into her head, and it was out of her mouth before she realized she had even thought of it. Hit the deck. Hermione leapt under her desk. All of the Muggle-born students and most of the half-bloods followed her shouted instructions. The pure-bloods did as any smart person would do on a sinking ship. They followed the rats, or in this case, Muggle-born and half-blood students. Hermione's cauldron exploded in an astonishing light and sound displayed that she dared to think pretty. The entire room lit up and potion base started to rain down on the desks. Hermione's brain analyzed it, and she realized that water was actually falling in the classroom. Her potion had turned from a volatile substance to water. She remembered that Professor Snape had passed in front of her cauldron just before it blew up. That man had set her up. She jumped as Professor Snape's livid face appeared in front of her and pulled her out from under the desk. "Everyone dump your cauldrons, gather your things, and leave." He snarled at the class while keeping a firm hand on Hermione's shoulder. "Now," he barked to the unresponsive class. Her classmates jumped as one and hurried to obey the professor's orders. Many a student shot Hermione a sympathetic look as he or she rushed out of the door. Drake, Hermione noticed, stayed behind. The door shut behind the last student, and Professor Snape removed his hand from her shoulder. Hermione reached up and rubbed it out of reflex. She looked at Snape, wondering what the man was going to do now. "Relax, Miss Granger. You are not in trouble." Snape told her. "I should think not." She snapped. "I was almost done with that. You know, you ruined all of my work." She plopped down on the nearest stool and actually pouted. Okay, that was a sign of her mental state right there. She never pouted or whined. None of it. Snape raised an expressive eyebrow and looked at the classroom door. Thank goodness the day is over, he said to himself. He walked back to Hermione and looked down at her. Even I tell something is troubling you. It can distract you, and today's little staged explosion could have far worse repercussions. Snape told her, "Are you asking me to confide in you?" She asked in shock. "I don't know of anyone else on staff who knows what I know. Miss Granger, I'm going to put this bluntly with no regard for the sympathy and compassion that most females require, for I consider you a rational creature." Hermione was shocked. He considered her rational. "I hope you will bear with me." Snape told her. He bent down so he could look her in the eye. "You look exhausted, and I'm sure you haven't slept much in the past 3 days. You're not eating well, and you have developed a certain tic near your right eye, and your hands were shaking earlier. This all started when that newspaper article came out, and Albus suddenly became curious about you." Snape told her, "You are a wreck." "Thank you for noticing, Professor," Hermione said with a sarcastic tone. She only wanted to go curl up in bed for a few hours with a good book and some chocolate after a long hot bath. Was that so wrong? Snape stood and stared down at her. He made an odd noise and started walking to the door that led to his office. "Draco, Miss Granger," he said as he opened the door. Hermione got up from her stool and followed behind Draco. She was surprised when she was led into a living room of sorts. "Yes, we are in my quarters. I have decided that since you have such a blatant disregard for potion safety rules that you will spend every free moment you have with me until you learn such important rules. You are a 6th year after all." Hermione wanted to hug her potions professor. He was protecting her from Dumbledore. She wouldn't need to fall off her broom. Draco pulled Hermione over to a couch and pushed her down on it. "Why don't you have a nap?" Draco asked as he rifled through a chest next to the couch and produced a knitted afghan. "You look like you could use it. We'll wake you in time for dinner," he said. Hermione opened her mouth to argue. She didn't need a nap. She was not a 3-year-old overtired from her big day out somewhere. Professor Snape raised an eyebrow at her, and she toed off her shoes, took off her robe, and accepted the afghan from Drake with a heartfelt thanks. A pillow appeared on the couch, and she settled down as the two of them disappeared into what looked to be a potions laboratory. She figured that Professor Snape would want to keep one in his chambers so that students would not bother his own personal equipment and stores of ingredients. She drifted off to the sound of talking between the two of them about something to do with the potion they were making. 43. Harry in hiding. Someone was petting his head. Harry moaned at having his dream of a London theater trip disturbed and pulled the blanket over his head. He heard someone giggle, and he opened one eye beneath his blanket. The absurdity of even being petted in his room did not make sense. His eye registered the color of the blanket, and then he remembered that he was not in his room at all. "Evan, sweetie." Harry pulled down the blanket and opened his bleary eyes to see a vaguely familiar outline next to him. He asked, not the most eloquent thing he ever said, but it was the best he could manage at this point. "Leonard's waiting for you in the kitchen," she told him, her blue eyes laughing at him as he struggled to reach full coherency. "Come on." She pulled him up to a sitting position. "We'll see you downstairs," she told him. "Kay." Harry swore that one day he would be able to wake up and manage full sentences. Harry got to his feet and discarded his pajamas for his practice uniform. He put in his contacts and ran a hand through his hair in an attempt to straighten it. He pulled on socks and tied his GI top closed. Sensei's wife, Lynn, had mothered him from the moment she had walked in the door with Sensei's daughters. Her actions reminded him of Mrs. Weasley without the fierce possessiveness. She offered food and drink to Harry, but didn't press him to take more than he could eat, even though she said he was too thin, and had shown him where everything was in the kitchen should he be hungry later and no one was around to help him. He had felt awkward until she hugged him, smoothed his hair, and welcomed him to his home away from home. It felt like home from that moment on. Harry wondered if magic was somehow involved. Sensei's daughters had been extremely helpful last night in showing Harry around the property and training hall. They both studied martial arts, though one also did ballet, and the other played piano. Neither seemed too frightening, only extremely curious about him. Harry stuck with the story Sensei had told them. Harry was only there for a short visit due to a security breach at the school. Neither daughter had seen the news. His identity was safe. Paul had appeared after dinner last night with a box full of Harry's things. It looked like Harry was staying at Sensei's house until further notice. The box held mostly clothing, but Paul had included his school books, assignments, and one of his magic books. Harry had hidden it under all of the other books and had not taken it out around anyone else. He did not want to face the ministry over revealing the magical world to muggles. He had been lucky so far, but even Harry knew that luck could eventually run out if he wasn't careful. Harry's teacher was on probation with St. Jude's. Harry would have liked to seen him sacked, but Paul mentioned something about a stellar record thus far for the past 20 years. The man had been doing his civic duty, or so he said. Harry wondered why the man felt it was his civic duty to call a number on television. Sure, it had looked convincing enough, but not everyone would call a number displayed on television, would they? Right? Aunt Petunia had called the night before, as she had promised. She and Remus were working on the legality of what the ministry was doing, but it was taking them a bit longer than they would have liked. Harry had to agree. The ministry had no right doing something like this to him, and the sooner they realized that, the better. He would have loved seeing Aunt Petunia putting a bunch of tough Aurors in their place. She had told him about it, and he almost whined. That would have been very amusing to see. Aurors shouted down by a muggle. "Huh, there he is," Lynn said as Harry entered the kitchen. She motioned Harry to a chair and put a cup of tea in front of him. "Thanks, Lynn." He mumbled. He loved tea, or the caffeine in tea. He wasn't sure which. Harry felt her mess up his hair. Oh, well. He reached up to smooth his hair down and heard her laugh. How did anyone manage to be up this early? Deshi. Harry lifted his eyes to look at Sensei. "Drink, and then we run." Sensei lifted his own cup to his mouth. Harry nodded and started to drink his tea. He hoped breakfast was soon. His teenager body was already protesting his empty stomach. Giggles from the hallway made him turn to see the girls come in. "Morning, Evan." They chimed. "Morning." Harry answered. Wow, 3 whole coherent words in the space of 2 minutes. He should get a medal. Do you remember our names? One asked as she received her own cup of tea. He's still asleep, sis. The other said as she sat down. He won't wake up until halfway through our run. She told the other. Harry blinked. He was going running with the girls? That wasn't too bad. You're, Emily and Emiko. He told the first who had asked if he remembered their names. And you're Amy and Mayo. Harry told them. The two of them looked at him in shock before breaking into applause. He's conscious. Emily/Emiko announced with pride. He wakes up much faster than Taro. Leave your brother's sleeping habits alone. Lynn said with a smile. He's always here when he has to be. And he's awake. She moved back to the stove where she was doing something that smelled wonderful. Who's awake? Rick asked as he walked into the kitchen. Evan, your hair. Taro. Harry watched as Rick's eyes grew wide, and he braced himself on the door jamb. He wondered why until he saw two black-clad figures leap onto Rick. Brat attack, Rick said as he went down. He and his two sisters started tickling each other without mercy. Harry was glad that he was not included. He wasn't sure what would happen. Brat attack every morning. Sensei mumbled from across the table. Since they were small, at my funeral will be brat attack. Harry smiled at Sensei's statement. All right, brats, I need some tea before our run, Rick said as he shoved his sisters off of him. Both girls complained at once as they returned to their tea. Harry smiled at their pouting faces and shook his head. He wasn't sure if he thought he missed out on having sisters or not. He figured Hermione was enough. Hey, Evan needs another name. Amy/Mayo said with a smile. If Evan is here for 2 more days. Sensei said. Only then. He told the girl. Okay, she said as she took her cup to the sink. Meet you outside, she said to her father as she dragged her sister with her. Which one is older? Harry asked Rick. They're like twins. Mayo is the older one. Rick told him. Dad, did you explain the name thing to Evan? He asked. Yes, Taro. Sensei said as he stood and rinsed out his cup. Last night, he understood. Still. Yes, Sensei. Harry said, properly awake now. Sensei motioned for Harry to rinse out his cup and follow him. The name thing had confused him at first, but Harry had found that everyone in the family had 2 names, 1 English and 1 Japanese. Rick was Taro, Emily was Emiko, and Amy was Mayo. Harry had to wonder what Lynn's was. He hadn't heard it yet. Once outside, Sensei led him, Rick, and the girls through several stretches. Harry felt his blood start to move in his body. He was fully awake now and ready to run. He was amazed to find that he liked running. It was odd. Sensei pulled Harry beside him and started running. Harry followed the pace and ran next to Sensei. First shower, Amy said as she dashed up the stairs. I call second, Emily said as she dashed behind her. You have 45 minutes until school. Lynn called after them. Uniforms are on your beds. Harry thought that the organized chaos present in Sensei's home was much better than the rigid structure he had experienced as a child. He found himself thinking that he would like a home like this someday, and blushed. Thoughts like that were not good for him to have. He had no idea if he was going to survive into adulthood. All right, to dream, Deshi. Sensei said next to him. Harry jumped. He had not heard the man come up to him. Dreams keep you alive. Yes, Sensei. Harry said. He agreed. He just wasn't sure if he would see his dreams fulfilled. How had Sensei known what Harry was thinking? Boys, come and get it. Lynn said from the kitchen. Rick thundered down the hall from the living room and grabbed Harry on his way. Ack, Rick, Harry said as he felt his arm nearly leave its socket. I need that arm, Harry said as Rick pulled him into the kitchen. Food, Evan. You need food. Rick pushed Harry into a chair and took his own next to him. He started piling food onto Harry's plate. Leave him be, Rick. Lynn said with a frown. He'll eat what he wants, she said as she served herself. Harry noticed that she was busy piling food onto Sensei's plate. So that's where Rick got it. Harry heard an odd noise 20 minutes later. It sounded like something heavy falling down the stairs. He nearly jumped out of his skin when the door to the kitchen swung open to reveal Amy. She was pulling a backpack on wheels behind her. How many times have we asked you to carry that down the stairs? Lynn asked with a sigh. Not sure. Amy said as she kicked her backpack towards the wall. Sorry, she said as she moved to her chair and started spooning breakfast onto her own plate. Try not to do it again. Lynn told her. Yes, Mum. Amy looked at Harry and rolled her eyes. Harry smiled back at her and returned his attention to his scramble. He heard the same noise 5 minutes later as Emily made her appearance. Rick snorted when he heard the same speech given, and he leaned over to Harry. They know it ticks Mum off when they do that, so they just do it to annoy her. He confided. Harry nodded and finished his breakfast. Why would anyone want to annoy their parents? All right, you two, Lynn said as she moved her plate to the kitchen. Let's get you to school. Harry watched as Amy and Emily started a rather impressive operation. They each grabbed 2 slices of toast and put the rest of their scramble and sausage on them. Each had a tidy little breakfast sandwich, and Harry thought that that was the most ingenious thing he had ever seen. Aunt Petunia would have yelled at him for something like that. Move, Amy and Emily said at the same time to the other. They stared at each other before breaking down into giggles. They left the kitchen, calling goodbyes to everyone, including Harry, and he heard a momentary squabble as the 2 pulled on their shoes and made it out the door. I'll see you after work, Lynn said as she leaned down and gave Leonard a kiss. Parents kissing. Rick said. He shuddered. Yuck. Hush you, she said as she dropped a kiss on the top of Rick's head. She mussed Harry's hair as she walked by and wished him a good day. He returned the greeting and she left the house. Could be worse, Sensei said as he wagged his eyebrows. Even Harry had to fight off shudders from the thought. Some things should not even be considered student to teacher. Ack. No thanks, Rick said as he finished his eggs. I already know too much. He moved to the sink and started hot water for dishes. Deshi? Finished, Sensei asked a few minutes later as Harry stared at his food. Why did Rick insist on so much? Yes, Sensei. Sensei looked over at his plate and rolled his eyes. Finish your scramble and toast, Sensei told him. Harry watched as the man picked up his tea and ignored Harry's glare. Now, Deshi. Harry wanted to grumble, but decided that grumbling would not be good for his continued existence in the Muggle world. He managed to finish most of Sensei's orders and shrugged when the man looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Sensei nodded, and Harry got up from the table. "Here, Evan, let me take that," Rick told Harry, snatching the plate out of his hands. "Class at 11. Sensei told Rick. "Yes, Dad. I've got it. Evan, I hope you're alive when I come home tonight," Rick said with a grin. "What?" Harry asked in confusion. What in the world was going on? "Deshi, follow me," Sensei said from the hallway. Rick waved goodbye to Harry. Harry shook his head and entered the hallway with a vague sense of foreboding. "Shoes," Sensei said, holding out Harry's trainers. Harry pulled them on and followed Harry outside to the training hall. "Shoes." Harry kicked them off before entering the floor. "Socks," Sensei threw over his shoulder as he walked to a corner containing some mats. Harry bent down and pulled off his socks. He slid them into his shoes and was surprised to find that Sensei had spread out several layers of mats onto the floors. "Tatami will cushion falls," Sensei told Harry shortly. "What falls?" "Here." Sensei waved Harry over to him. Harry stepped forward and stopped in front of his teacher. "Now try to land on your feet." Harry only had that as a warning when Sensei grabbed his GI top. Harry felt his feet leave the floor. He landed a second later, flat on his back and gasping for air. "Have you forgotten what I taught?" "No, Sensei." Harry croaked out as he pushed himself to a sitting position and coughed. Getting air knocked out of him was always an experience. "Again, then," Sensei said as he gave Harry a hand up and pulled him to the edge of the mats again. Harry nodded, and he moved with Sensei that time. He twisted himself, and while he didn't land on his feet, he didn't land on his back either. Again. What followed that single word was a 3-hour session of falling. Harry didn't notice that he was starting to fall less and landing more. Harry stood from his spot on the floor and stepped in front of Sensei again. "Deshi, your blades." Harry stepped back and flexed his arm to retrieve one of his throwing blades. Harry was surprised that Paul had yet to catch him with them. It seemed that absolutely no one knew about them. "Target on that wall 20 times and call them back." Harry nodded and started his target practice. Harry's mind fell into that place it always did when he worked out now. He was calm and centered. His worries about Fudge, Dumbledore, and Voldemort were all pushed aside, and he could only see the target in front of him, the cool black of his blades as they hit the target, and Sensei prowling in the background. Nothing else mattered. Harry felt something grab his GI and toss him into the air. One of Harry's blades came into his hands, and he released it in the direction of his assailant as his feet found the floor. He stopped in shock a second later as he saw Sensei snatch the blade out of the air inches from his face. "Good Deshi," Sensei said as Harry's knees suddenly felt weak. He lowered himself to the ground and rested his head on his knees. Sensei flipped the blade over in his hand and presented the weapon handle first to Harry. Harry looked up at him, but didn't take the offered weapon. "I almost killed you," Harry said as he felt shaking start in the very center of his body. "If you hadn't caught that." Harry trailed off as he realized the odd feeling of panic attack coming on. He closed his eyes and started the breathing exercise Paul had drilled into his head. "You did not," Sensei told Harry. Harry gripped the legs of his uniform and fought to control his breathing. The familiar cold was back and nipped at Harry's ears. "Calm, Deshi," Sensei said as he knelt next to Harry. "I am alive. You did well." The cold continued to descend. Sensei looked around as fog started forming in the slightly humid training hall. "Release it, Deshi," Sensei said in a calm voice. "Release it." Harry had no idea what Sensei meant by release it. Was it his magic? He took another breath and stretched his magic the slightest bit. It rushed through him again and into his fingertips and the space behind his eyes. It questioned what he wanted, what he needed, what he desired. Harry gave the vaguest thought of clean to it and felt a sensation close to Madame Pomfrey's cleaning spells wash over him and out in the hall. He shuddered as the spell ended and breathed out. "Deshi, look at me," Sensei ordered. Harry waited a few seconds before opening his eyes and looking up at Sensei. "You did exactly what I wanted. I am fine. You could not have hurt me if you wanted to. I know what you do before you do it." Sensei reached out and smoothed Harry's hair. "Fine, Deshi. We're both fine. Time for a shower, I think," Sensei said as he stood and pulled Harry up with him. "Call your weapons," Sensei said as he wrapped an arm around Harry. Harry reached out a hand to catch the blades as they flew back to him. He slid each one into its sheath and pulled his sleeve down over them. Both stopped to pull on their socks and shoes before returning to the house. Sensei sent Harry upstairs with a firm order of a long shower and a nap before returning downstairs, like any self-respecting teenager would nap. The shower was bliss for his sore muscles and fatigued brain. It seemed like Sensei was determined to get in as much training as possible while Harry was at his house. Harry didn't mind. Not at all. Did it have to be so painful? Harry stepped out of the shower and wrapped a towel around him. He padded across the hall to his room and looked for some clothing. Where were his clothes? He pulled open the dresser and noticed everything but a pair of pajamas had disappeared. What in the world? One word came to mind. Sensei. Harry pulled on the pajamas and set out to look for his teacher. He reached the bottom of the stairs and listened for clues. A voice from directly behind him made him jump. "No nap, Deshi?" Harry whirled around with his heart in his throat. "I was just..." Harry had no idea what to say to the man. "Stalling," Sensei said as he folded his arms and glared down at Harry. "Upstairs and nap. Clothes will be returned after you nap." So, Sensei had made off with Harry's clothes. That traitor. "Fine," Harry said, rolling his eyes as he walked by his teacher. The man cuffed Harry on the back of his head for the comment. "I will wake you, Deshi," Sensei told the boy before Harry closed his door. Harry grumbled to himself and got into bed. If anyone at Hogwarts ever heard about this, his life would be over. He could almost see the newspaper headlines now. Harry fought down a groan and buried his face in the pillow. Someone was petting his head. Again, Harry fought his way up from dreamland and opened his eyes to make out a blurry figure sitting next to his bed. "Auntie Petunia," he mumbled, not quite awake yet. "Good afternoon, Harry," she said with a slight chuckle. "Would you like your glasses?" she asked. Harry nodded and held out his hand. He preferred his contacts to his glasses, but this would get him up quicker than having to stop to put them in. Petunia handed him his glasses and waited for him to wake up. Remus and I are both here. Harry, we need to talk to you about a few things. Sensei sent these up. She placed a heavy bundle on his lap. Oh, clothing. Do I want to know why he's holding your clothes hostage? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Harry told her. I don't think you want to know, either. He said with a shrug. He reached up to start unbuttoning his shirt, but stopped and looked at his aunt. Privacy? He asked. I've seen it all before, you know. She said as she stood up. I thought you promised to not embarrass me. Harry commented as he kicked his blankets off. That was just in front of your friends. She said as she slipped from the room. Harry would have to bring up his and Petunia's agreement at their next family meeting. She had to stop embarrassing him at all times. It was only fitting for him. He was a multimillionaire and in control of a few homes. He was not as pompous as Snape thought, but he still had some weight, right? Note to self, find out how powerful you are from Remus. Harry went downstairs and heard Remus' voice from the kitchen. He pushed open the door and found Remus, Petunia, and Sensei all sharing afternoon tea. Deshi. Sensei said by way of greeting. Tea. Harry nodded his thanks and sat down in his usual spot. Where's Lynn? Harry asked. He was curious. He had a feeling she and Aunt Petunia would get along famously. Emiko has ballet. Mayo piano. I'm making dinner tonight before my class. His class? You think the dojo is there for show? No. Harry wanted to hit himself for being so naive. Of course Sensei would be teaching classes in his dojo. Why else would he have the building? Harry accepted the sandwich slid in front of him and turned to Remus. What's going on? He asked intently between bites of the sandwich. He couldn't identify what was on the sandwich itself, but it was delicious. He devoured one and found another took its place on the plate. I sent a message to Minister Fudge yesterday, directly after you were removed from St. Jude's. He has refused to even return my messages, saying that he would only deal directly with Dumbledore, since Dumbledore is the one who hid you away. Harry snorted at Remus' explanation and motioned for the man to continue. Dumbledore has cloistered himself in his office and will see no one, especially not a tottery old werewolf like myself. Remus explained further. In other words, I have been blocked by all parties involved. Harry chewed the last of his first sandwich and swallowed. You mean no one will see you? Harry asked in astonishment. No one at all. Severus told me that Albus ignores even him. Harry checked to make sure that his jaw was not brushing the ground. Dumbledore never ignored Snape. He trusted the man too much and always took everything Snape said as truth, no matter of the reality. I find my hands tied as well, Harry. Petunia told him. I have sent several messages to Dumbledore. All of them were returned, unopened, to the house. She shrugged. I guess I have fallen out of favor. Deshi, what is the name of the man who threatens you? Sensei broke in. Voldemort. Harry answered absently. Neither of you can do anything, can you? Harry asked. Not when they're ignoring you. Harry said, falling thoughtful at the end of his sentence. I'm sorry, Harry. We tried. Remus told him, but Harry waved the apology off. It's not your fault. Harry told him. It's theirs for not realizing exactly who they're up against. How powerful would you say my family name is? Remus. Harry asked as his mind hastily concocted a plan B. I'd say almost as influential as the Malfoys in the Ministry, or what their influence used to be. At any rate, more so in certain circles, less so in others. Remus explained. Dare I ask why? So, my name itself holds some weight. Harry asked, trying to clarify what Remus meant. You alone would stop traffic. Harry. Remus saw the plotting look on Harry's face and frowned. No, don't even think about it. Petunia looked between Remus and Harry and figured out what the two were talking about. No, Harry. It could work. Harry protested. It could work if you come with me, Aunt Petunia. The wizarding world is kind of crazy where children are concerned. No one would try to take me to Hogwarts for my own good, if you are with me. Remus, this would not be a good time to reveal you. If they think that I'm stuck in the Muggle world, alone, they might try to pull something like Operation Rescue Potter, bigger than what happened as St. Jude's. I'd rather keep you as my trump card. Harry explained. Fudge won't dare refuse to see me if I show up at the Ministry looking for him. Harry reasoned. I can say my piece, tell him that I'm staying away from Hogwarts of my own free will, and that will be that. He'll have to call off the oars. Harry said with an air of satisfaction. So, this was what Hermione felt when she was right. What if he doesn't? Remus argued. Fudge can be persistent, Harry. More than your life at St. Jude's will allow. Your picture is still being played on television, you know. Remus reached out and held onto Harry's shoulder. We just want to keep you safe. Yes, I know and I appreciate that. Harry said, knew that Remus and Aunt Petunia cared for him. I think I can handle Fudge. I have other methods to convince Fudge if he decides that he doesn't want to cooperate with me. Harry picked up his second sandwich and took a bite. What is in these? He asked the kitchen. Tofu and herbs. Sensei said quickly. Harry dropped the sandwich and stared at his teacher. Tofu? What was that? Deshi's plan, while a little shaky, could work. Tofu, Harry asked in confusion. That sounded vaguely familiar. Vaguely. I don't see how. Remus argued. He needs a bodyguard. Sensei said. Discourage enthusiastic people. Make sure he gets out safely. Tofu, Harry asked again. What's tofu? Harry wondered. Bean curd. Petunia told him quickly. What about their magic? Petunia asked Sensei. Bean curd. Harry asked, what in the world was that? Were they avoiding his questions for fun? Deshi has tricks he can do. Sensei said with a smirk. Most will not notice his little tricks. Also, they will have to hope that I am no longer standing when they become too tired to work their magic. Deshi is sitting here. Harry said, a little upset at having his guardians talk around him in such a fashion. Before we go any further, I want to know what bean curd is exactly. Harry demanded. Sensei explained it to him with a smile, and Harry fought the urge to scrape off his tongue. He had liked it before he knew what it was. He made a mental note to look it up once he got back to school. Did Paul know about it? Okay, second, please don't talk about me as if I weren't here. Dumbledore does that a lot, and I hate it. Harry told them. Sorry, Harry. We got a little excited. Remus told him. We'll remember in the future. Petunia said, smoothing down his hair. Oh, she had about 10 years to stop that. Harry resisted closing his eyes and returned his attention to the matter at hand. He looked at his teacher for confirmation. Sensei only raised an eyebrow and tilted his head. Harry knew what that meant. and smiled. Sensei would not forget. Do you think that this plan can work? It looks like our only recourse. Harry told them. I agree with you. Remus said, now that I've thought it through, I think it is a very good idea. Harry smiled at Remus and turned to Petunia. I would like to meet this Fudge character. Let him know exactly what I think of him. Harry wondered what the strange gleam in her eyes meant. He had a feeling it was more than what she thought of Fudge. Harry almost felt sorry for the minister. Almost. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Harry said as he got a pad of paper and a pen from a stand. He started making an outline. It was time for him to tell the rest of the wizarding world that they deserved nothing from him. They had no reason to expect his every moment to be published for their perusal. He had a right to privacy. They could not have all of him. 44 bodyguards. Harry watched the passing London traffic and relaxed against the seat in the car. His head bobbed in time with the music playing on his CD player. Hermione's taste in music was certainly eclectic. She had introduced a bit of everything from punk to classical, and Harry was listening to his current favorite of Enya. Some of the songs made him relax into a semi-drowsy state, and Paul was quick to include the music as a part of the sessions with his aunt. The strange thing was that Harry had liked the addition. His feelings for his aunt were constantly changing, and Harry was not upset at all. He wasn't sure why. He saw the familiar streets pass, and he took several deep, calming breaths. He would be fine. Sensei was sitting in the front seat with his aunt and would help protect him. Aunt Petunia was ready to tear Fudge to tiny little pieces, and Harry was sure she would give him the slightest sign that Fudge meant Harry any ill will. Harry almost hoped Fudge would do something like that, just to see what Aunt Petunia would do. Bad thoughts, Harry. Petunia parked the car according to Harry's instructions, and Harry released his seatbelt. Here we go. Harry mumbled to himself. Let me go first, Deshi. Sensei said as he opened his door. Sensei had shocked Harry beyond all else first thing this morning after their run. The shocking event changed Harry's outlook about his teacher again. Deshi. Sensei called him from the hallway. Harry excused himself from the two women and joined Sensei in the kitchen. Something for you, Sensei said. For your stick. How had Sensei known about his wand? Thank you, Harry said as Sensei presented something made out of leather. It had the same catch on it as his throwing knives. Roll your sleeve up. Harry took off his jacket and undid the button. His little sheath of knives was on his wrist. Remove those. Harry nodded, and Sensei helped him to strap on the new accessory. Harry took his wand out and slid it home in the holster. Good, Sensei said. It fits. Thank you, Sensei. This will make life a bit easier. Harry flexed his arm in the same way as when he wanted a knife, and his wand slid into his hand, ready to be used. Wicked. Harry looked at the little sheath of throwing knives for a second before Sensei reached out and took them from him. A few quick motions attached the sheath to the holster, and Harry smiled. Was it wrong to feel so comfortable with Muggle weapons in addition to his wand? There you two are, Petunia said from the hallway. Harry pulled down his sleeve before he turned around. Are you ready? She asked. Harry summoned his robe with one hand while he shrugged into his jacket. I'm ready, Harry told her. What did you mean by two? Harry asked. He turned as Sensei tapped him on the shoulder. He stopped and considered what Sensei was wearing. My career as bodyguard has been revived. Sensei said simply, "Huh." Harry realized that eloquence was not a big thing right now. "I was a bodyguard for many years before a teacher." Sensei said simply, "Where did you think I learned it?" The two sentences convinced Harry that Sensei spoke in broken sentences when it served a purpose and no other reason. Harry watched as Sensei wandered over to a cabinet and pressed a spot in the wood. It swung open and Harry's eyes bugged out. Sensei calmly loaded a gun and slid it into his own holster before taking a card out and sliding it into his pocket. "Sensei, you don't have to come with us. I'll be just fine with Aunt Petunia." Harry told him, "You are in my hands, Deshi." Sensei told Harry he would listen to no further arguments. He dropped a kiss on Lynn's cheek and led the way to the door. Harry wondered if a gun was able to work around magic. It was just a simple matter of physics, right? Nothing too technologically advanced, right? Harry slipped on his shoes and hung his robe over his arm until they made it to the car. Harry grumbled as Sensei forced him into the back seat. He hated the back seat. Bodyguard. Why did Harry's life have to be so complicated? Sensei stood outside the car and looked around before motioning Harry out of the car. Harry opened his door and stood. Sensei nodded and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry could only imagine what Snape would say if he heard that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, needed a Muggle bodyguard. He cringed. That would not be a pleasant conversation. "There you are," Paul said from behind them. "Relax. Zen sends his greetings." Paul told them with a smirk, "I feel like I'm James Bond now." Harry rolled his eyes at Paul. "Hey, 007. Ready to go." "I'm nervous." Harry said honestly, "I know nothing is likely to happen, but—" He trailed off and shrugged. "I understand." Paul dug into his pocket and produced a small vial. "Remus gave this to me when he stopped by yesterday." Paul told him, "Are you sure it was Remus?" Harry questioned. "He knew all of your safety words and could tell me my entire— I'll hurt you if you hurt Harry's speech from when we first met." Paul said with a smile, "Yes, I'm sure it was Remus." "What is it?" Harry asked. He pointed at the vial in curiosity. "A calming draft." Or that's what he called it. Anyway, Paul said. Harry wanted to hit himself. Of course, it was a calming draft. He should have recognized it from the amount of time he had spent in the hospital wing at Hogwarts. "Keep it for now." Harry said, "I might really need it later." Harry took a few deep breaths and then realized something odd. "Wait a minute," he said, looking back and forth between Paul and Sensei. "Why are you here?" he asked, "and why are the two of you dressed alike?" "Ah," Paul said as he gave a quick look to Sensei. "Harry, did I ever tell you why I decided to go to university?" Harry shook his head, and Paul looked a bit sheepish. "Well, Sensei and I met through bodyguard training about 15 years ago. He was my physical defense teacher. It's what I did before I became a therapist." "You're telling me that you worked as a bodyguard and risked your life to protect others?" Harry asked with a hint of incredulity in his words. "That's a little too much coincidence for me." Harry folded his arms. "I feel like I'm living in a bloody conspiracy." He growled. "Language," his aunt said sharply. Harry looked at her and dropped his eyes. Sorry, Aunt Petunia. Harry said, but I still don't believe it. Harry said with a scowl. So I felt like a career change 10 years ago and went to university. Paul shrugged. I'm telling you the truth. He promised. Okay, Paul. I guess I'm just out of sorts. Harry said, I don't want to be here. Harry told him, I understand, buddy. Anyway, Sensei and I are here to intimidate anyone who tries to hurt you. But you're muggles. Harry's voice broke. This was going to be too much. Harry wasn't sure if he could handle it. Playing games with the Dark Lord. Yes. Meeting the Minster of Magic. No. You can't do anything against spells. Harry said as his breath caught in his throat. He choked on it and coughed. His throat closed, and he gasped for air. Oh no, not another panic attack. Harry, breathe, buddy. Paul talked Harry through his breathing exercise and held on to Harry's hands. The physical contact seemed to help Harry. You're okay, and no one is going to get hurt today. Sensei and I are just precautions. That's all. Paul watched as reason asserted itself over the panic in Harry's eyes. Okay? Yes. Harry answered tiredly. Let's get this over with, he said as he stepped away from Paul. Harry jumped as his aunt pulled him into her arms. No one is going to hurt you, Sensei or Paul, she told him. Harry rested his head on her shoulder and sighed. I won't let them. The magical world hasn't seen anything yet. They think Voldemort is something to be afraid of. Huh, they haven't met me yet. Harry's lips twitched, and he smothered his laugh. It wasn't appropriate to laugh now, was it? He looked at Aunt Petunia and saw her in Voldemort's robes. His lips twitched again as he pulled away from her. He snorted and then laughed as the image continued to become one of Aunt Petunia sitting in an armchair and the Death Eaters on their knees around her. I don't know what you said to him, but it worked, Paul said as Harry started walking out of the car park. Oh, nothing, Petunia said airily. Harry snorted and laughed again. That image would be dangerous later. He wouldn't want to descend into laughter in the minister's office. That would not be the image he wanted to project to the leader of the magical world. Speaking of images, Harry touched one of his eyebrows. Rick had helped Harry with his hair this morning and had done a surprising thing that had rather impressive results. Harry had experienced the agony of eyebrow tweezing. It had been that morning directly after Harry's shower. The shower had felt wonderful on slightly sore muscles and a few vague injuries from Harry's dream that night. Not that he wanted to think about that. Your aunt is here, Sensei told him as he entered Harry's room. She brought you a suit and a robe. Sensei presented the suit to Harry and placed a folded robe on the bed next to Harry. Harry was surprised to see that Aunt Petunia remembered that he would need a robe today. Your dress shoes are downstairs. Rick wants to help with your hair. Oh, no, I'll never leave the bathroom again, Harry commented. Sensei smiled at the sentence. You will if you take much longer to get dressed. Rick snapped from the hallway. Hurry up, Evan. Coming. Keep your shirt on. Sensei left the room and shut the door behind him. Harry pulled on the suit and thought it looked unfinished without the shoes. He stepped out into the hallway, and Rick snatched Harry's arm and led him to the bathroom. We've got to get it finished before it dries. Sit. Okay, the ordering thing was not genetic, but it was still annoying. How did the father/son pair manage to sound exactly the same? Harry submitted to Rick's fanatical hair styling frenzy. Dad says you have a meeting with some bigwig to get your name off the news. Yes, he already knows me, fortunately, so it shouldn't be too hard to convince him that whoever reported my name to the news was extremely mistaken. Harry said. Rick made a noise above him as he pulled out a hair dryer. Harry closed his eyes against the hot air and made a mental note to switch from his contacts to his glasses. He wanted to appear as wizardly as possible, and glasses were one of his trademarks. Hold still, Rick said as he rested a hand on Harry's forehead. Harry felt something metal settle on his eyebrow before intense pain assaulted his senses. Ow! Harry snapped. He pushed Rick's hands away and reached up a hand to rub at the sore spot. What did you do to me? Harry demanded. He took away his hand to check for blood. I was only tweezing some stray hairs. This will give your eyebrows a bit more definition, Rick explained in a calm voice. He tilted Harry's head back and tweezed a few more hairs away before Harry had a chance to protest. Ow! Rick, stop. Harry was sure he could hear someone stifling their laughter just outside the door. What are you, a girl in disguise? He batted at Rick's hands and attempted to stand. No, don't be silly. Rick just nudged Harry back to his seat. Stay still. I'm almost done. Rick told him. This is torture. Harry complained. You'll thank me when I'm done. Rick said with a smirk. Harry only rolled his eyes and let Rick get on with it. 2 painful minutes later, Rick allowed Harry to stand. Look at yourself in the mirror. Harry turned to the mirror and turned his face from side to side. The change was subtle. His face looked older, somehow, more mature. His hair was calm, and it looked like he had been to a salon to style it. Now Harry knew how Hermione had felt during the Yule Ball. He was going to turn some heads with the suit, his hair, and the eyebrows. It was exactly the image Harry wanted to project at the ministry today. I'm waiting, Rick said with a grin. Okay. Thanks, Rick. It makes me look older. Harry told him. He reached up on reflex to smooth back his hair, only to be stopped by Rick. Sorry. I'll try not to touch the hair. Thanks again. Get going. Dad's waiting. Good luck today, Rick said as he pulled towels out of the linen closet. Thanks. Harry left the bathroom and went downstairs. He had one of his dreams last night. Sensei's voice broke Harry out of his thoughts, and Harry frowned. Are you okay, Harry? Paul asked. One of those vision dreams. Petunia said before Harry could answer Paul. I'm fine, Harry said. Sensei snorted a second later. Really? I'll live. It was bad, but it could have been worse. Harry assured Paul and Petunia. Talk about this later. Sensei said firmly. Now, we must focus on our task ahead. The group fell silent as Harry led them towards the street with the empty department store. Harry thought about his dream, as Sensei called it. It had been bad, very bad. What was worse was that Sensei had seen the aftermath of it all. Sensei had not been pleased. Voldemort had been easy to deal with in the beginning. It was when Harry started to lose control of his magic that things started to go pear-shaped. Voldemort, Harry had learned, did not have the patience of a saint and loathed being disobeyed, voluntarily or involuntarily. Voldemort's words still sounded in Harry's ears, even in the light of day. My student. The dream with Voldemort started, as it always did, without any kind of warning. Harry tensed as he felt familiar surroundings settle around him. He was in Voldemort's room again. He could hear the fire crackling in the grate and the soft tinkling that came when Voldemort was stirring his tea. Strange to think that the Dark Lord enjoyed a good cup of tea. Harry allowed his eyes to flutter open, as though he was just waking up, before he acknowledged the other man's presence. "Sir," Harry said as he sat up, "it looks like you escaped the sleeping pills this evening," Voldemort said as he sipped his tea. Harry stood and went over to his own chair. Voldemort waved to the tea tray, and Harry picked up his own cup. "I feel asleep before they brought me the pills. I can't manage it often, but they'll leave me alone if I'm sleeping peacefully." Harry said, "Make sure you manage it more often," Voldemort told him firmly. Harry looked at Voldemort before dropping his eyes and nodding. He hoped he looked ashamed. It was difficult to tell when he wasn't watching Voldemort's reactions. "You are a good student, Harry. You are very talented, but that talent will be going to waste if you do not practice regularly, and that is something I refuse to tolerate. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Harry wondered if this performance would qualify for an award of some type. Perhaps the Fool the Man Trying to Kill You award. "Yes, that would be fun. I'll figure something out," he promised. Voldemort nodded before finishing his tea. "Wand out," he told Harry as he put his cup aside. "Levitate the cup. Make sure you do not break it." Harry nodded and took his wand out. Levitating the cup should be easy. Harry focused and swished his wand. He smiled a bit as the cup started up. He held it there. Harry would never leave this room again if Voldemort ever figured out that levitation was easier for Harry if it was wandless magic. He felt his magic spike just then, and the cup wobbled. That should not be happening. Voldemort said, "Yes, sir." Harry steadied the cup and returned his concentration to his task. This was rather easy. He could do this all day, if need be. Granted, he wouldn't want to because Voldemort was never a pleasant companion, but he could. His magic spiked again, worse than the last time, and the spell canceled. Harry's hand shot out, and he caught the cup before it could break. He thanked the powers that be for seeker reflexes and Sensei's training. "Do you think you can explain that?" Voldemort said as his own wand appeared in his hand. Harry swallowed and placed the cup back on the tray, knowing he only had 5 seconds to answer before Voldemort corrected him. "It felt like my magic spiked, but worse," Harry told him in hopes that the man would accept the answer and leave him alone. Harry hissed as he felt 2 quick stings across his chest. Sensei was not going to like that. "You are past the stage where your magic can spike. Try again," Voldemort said dangerously. Harry cast about for something to say. What could he say? His magic was out of his control. His magic wouldn't listen to him anymore. He was better wandless. "No, nothing to say, Harry?" Voldemort's voice sounded concerned. That only made him more dangerous. "I'm afraid I don't have an explanation, sir." "I'm not sure, Dash." Harry fell back in his chair as the Cruciatus curse hit him. He felt a vague sensation like he had felt with Blaze, a need to end the spell by pushing it off. But he resisted. That was a skill the Dark Lord did not need to know about, if it was a skill at all. The curse ended, and Harry allowed himself to collapse into the chair. "You are going to have to try better than that," Voldemort told him Harry jerked as he sent another 2 lashes at the boy. "Now, let us see how you are doing with your power control," Voldemort said as he stood. Harry leapt to his feet and only wobbled for a minute. That was surprising. His recovery time was getting much better from these curses. Sensei would not like that either. "Stance," Voldemort warned. Harry fixed his position quickly before Voldemort could correct it. Harry felt a mild sting on the inside of his knees. Yeah, that would remind him to keep his feet apart. Ouch. Now, go up through the different power levels you have mastered. Start with the lowest and work your way up. Expelliarmus only. Harry nodded and locked his arm. Expelliarmus. Harry only pushed a bit of power through his wand and was surprised to find his target already a bright white. 4 quick stings landed across his back. "I said to start at the bottom," Voldemort said slowly. "Are you hard of hearing?" He asked Harry, ready to raise his wand to further correct his student. "No, sir," Harry said, staring at the target. "I don't have an explanation for it." 4 more quick stings landed on Harry's back, and he gritted his teeth. "You should have an explanation for it," Voldemort snapped. Harry felt several more lashes appear on his back, and his knees buckled. He caught himself and took a deep breath before standing again. He fought back tears and breathed the best he could. "Now do it correctly," Voldemort ordered. Harry raised his wand at the target and thought of the disarming spell instead of saying it. He was relieved to find the spell start at the lowest setting. He took a breath and released it before turning to Voldemort. The Dark Lord was eyeing him with an odd look. It was calculating. "I think," he said, sounding more satisfied than Harry had ever heard him before, "that we have found the reason for your erratic performance." "No, really? You are a natural wordless caster." "Pardon?" Harry asked. "A natural wordless caster. You are able to cast spells better without saying the words than you are with saying the words. You should have figured that out on your own." Harry wanted to tell the man exactly what he thought about that, especially since he had just lashed Harry, but refrained for reasons of his own continued existence. This was a desperate game, and Harry wanted to see it to the end. "I will expect all of your spells to be wordless from now on. You will be corrected if you do not follow my directions." "Yes, sir," Harry answered. Anything to make his life easier. Using words was too much trouble nowadays. Blaise had not allowed words to be used with the wandless magic. He said that words, like wands, were nothing more than crutches for lazy wizards. Harry had not really needed words for some time. 2 quick stings brought Harry out of his thoughts. "You should really pay attention to me when I am speaking, my student. You never know what interesting things I have to tell you," Voldemort said. He raised an eyebrow at Harry. "I'm sorry, sir. I was surprised that you think I'm ready to continue magic without saying the spells." Harry told him. That was partially true. He was surprised that Voldemort would think him powerful enough to cast all of his spells without the words. He was trying to present the opposite, that he was nothing special and should not be considered a threat. Why did his talents always work against him? Voldemort eyed him, as though he was questioning what Harry had said. He shrugged and looked back at the target. "Do it again," he told Harry. Harry raised his wand and looked at the target. He focused and released his spell. He sighed in relief as the spell glowed a bright green. It was only a bit brighter than the last one. "Very good," Voldemort praised. Harry fought down a shudder. There was just something wrong with the bad guy praising the good guy. It was almost disturbing. The lesson continued all the way through until Harry's target color was the bright white he had first accomplished with the spoken spell. Voldemort called a halt then, and Harry lowered his wand, grateful for the reprieve. Blaze had never worked him this hard, and Sensei never truly worked Harry until exhaustion, but only until sore and tired. This was so far beyond sore and tired that Harry thought he was seeing double. He looked at his wand and saw two. That wasn't right. Okay, he was seeing double. Great. I have been thinking, Voldemort said in a master of the universe way. Voldemort thinking always produced problems for Harry. I think that it is time you and I met in more adequate surroundings. Harry looked at Voldemort for a few seconds before blinking. More adequate surroundings, sir? He asked. His brain was fighting hard to keep up with Voldemort, but there was only so much he could do. Yes. Well, that answer helped a whole lot. I think it is time for you to come to me at night. Train face to face and not in our minds. Voldemort said simply as he conjured two chairs. He took hold of Harry's elbow and steered him into the chair. Harry took care in sitting at this point, careful of his back and chest. To you at night? Harry asked. All right, his brain was really slow. He was a teenager, he was sleep-deprived, and he had been tortured. He was in a bad way and only wanted to sleep. Yes, I'll send you a portkey to use. Voldemort said, It will not be difficult. My bird can find anyone, anywhere, no matter what wards surround them. Voldemort told Harry, I'll send one in the morning. I don't think that's a very good idea, sir. Harry knew as soon as the words left his mouth that it was the wrong thing to say. Voldemort's wand appeared in his hand, and Harry felt the lashes increase by 5. A cruciatus curse followed, and Harry ended curled on the floor in agony. The lashes burned with the salt in the wound, feeling like before, and turned to fire the longer Voldemort held the curse. Harry felt a familiar presence in his head, and the pain started to recede even though Voldemort continued to hold it. Who was that? Blaze? I trust that you will not question my judgment again, child. Voldemort's acerbic voice brought Harry out of his daze. Harry lay on the floor, unable to identify exactly when he had fallen from his chair, twitching from the spell. His muscles were in spasms, and his breath hitched as he fought to control it. No, sir. Harry gasped out through his spasms. His throat hurt. Had he been screaming? He tried to move and failed. Oh, he hurt. He silently prayed to any deity listening to allow his life to end at that moment. He hurt too much to go on with this. He hurt too much to continue. It's just Dash, he trailed off, truly afraid to continue with this. Why did he choose this? This was too hard. He was afraid. Just what, child? Voldemort demanded. Harry realized that the man was calling him a child. What happened to young man? Speak up. Voldemort demanded of Harry. The Death Eaters will kill me on sight. Harry said in a rush. He was more afraid of Dumbledore's spies finding him and returning him to Hogwarts before he could finish the game. He needed his freedom in order for this to work. Not if I order them, not to. Voldemort said lightly. What if Dumbledore gets a hold of one? Harry asked frantically. He put a real bit of fear in his voice. He is a Legilman's. He might be able to know that you are training me. I hesitate to think what he would do then. Bravo, Harry. Bravo. Good excuse. Harry was impressed with himself. He could still think after being tortured. He deserved some ice cream for this, of the mint chocolate chip variety. Voldemort paused and looked Harry over. You truly detest the idea of Dumbledore finding you. Voldemort asked him as Harry fought his way to a sitting position. Harry balanced himself against the chair and ignored his throbbing back the best he could. He looked up at Voldemort and locked eyes with him. He opened his shields and brought up his feelings for Dumbledore. He felt Voldemort touch his mind lightly, and Harry reaffirmed his feelings of current dislike for the headmaster. Yes, he hissed in Parseltongue. Voldemort's eyes widened the slightest bit, and Harry felt him withdraw from his mind. I shall send you a robe and a mask along with a portkey, then. Expect it tomorrow evening. Voldemort said in a calm voice, You'll be just another Death Eater and under Dumbledore's notice. I look forward to seeing you in person, my student. Harry relaxed, and his head fell backwards onto the seat of the chair. Thank you, he said sincerely. The last thing he needed was for Dumbledore to catch wind of Harry being a Death Eater. That would ruin all of Harry's plans. Harry felt a sleeping spell hit him, and he fell under its power. He sank back into the world of sleep. Harry had woken up a few minutes later from the shaking. No one was shaking him. He was shaking on his own. Harry woke with Sensei holding onto his arms and Lynn standing beside the bed. He looked from one to the other and felt a remnant of the Cruciatus Course through him. His body shook with the after effects of that curse. He had to fight out of Sensei's grasp to smother his cries in his pillow. He sat up slowly once he rode the effects out and had found Lynn standing there with a pale face. She pointed at his chest where a bit of blood had seeped through his pajama top. Harry was glad that only a speck of it had shown, and he was able to pull the modesty card to get Lynn out of the room when Sensei had started to remove his shirt. He reached out and unbuttoned Harry's pajama top. Why hadn't Harry opted for the t-shirt tonight? He pushed against Sensei's hands. No fighting. Sensei snapped. Harry's hands fell to his sides, and he just breathed as his teacher removed his top. Sensei sucked in air between his teeth at the marks littering Harry's chest. Him again, deshi? Sensei asked, looking over the marks on Harry's chest. Harry glanced down at his chest. The marks were more than simple lashes. The Cruciatus Curse had inflamed them, making them appear twice as bad as they were. Sensei leaned over and investigated Harry's back. He sked at the more numerous marks there. Bad, deshi. They are very bad. Sensei told him. Yes, Sensei. Harry rasped. Harry gasped as it felt like every one of his nerve endings lit on fire. He shuddered and recognized the feeling as a remnant of the Cruciatus Curse. Sensei held Harry's hand as Harry worked through the spasm. The look on Sensei's face when Harry's shirt finally left his shoulders was one that Harry would remember for the rest of his natural life. Sensei had then ordered Harry to remove his pajama bottoms and wait in his pants for Sensei to return. Sensei had mumbled something about being sure that Harry was not marked in other places than his chest and back. It seemed that Sensei still did not trust him to admit to injuries. Harry did as ordered. Sensei was not a person to disobey when he was in a temper. Harry was sitting on the edge of his bed when Sensei returned carrying a bowl of water. He pushed Harry back so that Harry was resting on his hands and his chest was free. "This cannot happen again, Deshi," Sensei had said when he started to clean the welts left from Voldemort. "You can protect your mind from him. Do it," Sensei said, cleaning one welt none too gently. Harry hissed and pulled away from the rag. "Stay still," Sensei snapped. Harry meekly obeyed. 24. "Sensei," said some minutes later. Harry had been moved from his first position to a kneeling position on the floor with his head on his arms and his arms resting on the bed. "Sorry." Harry had been drifting in and out of sleep while Sensei took care of his cuts. He wasn't sure if he had heard Sensei correctly, or if the number had come from that place between asleep and awake. 24 welts. Sensei said. Harry had felt the bed tip dangerously, and he clutched the blanket for support. 24? He had survived 24 welts, and the cruciatus? How had he managed that? Sensei reached down and helped Harry back into a sitting position on the bed. He started to stand when the welts on the inside of Harry's knees from that mild stinging hex caught his attention. 26. He ground out from between his teeth. Could Harry manage to run in his condition? He wanted to. He really wanted to. Sensei was scarier than Voldemort right now. "Stay still," Sensei told Harry as he left the room again. Harry had not moved a millimeter. Sensei returned just a few minutes later with a bowl in his hands. "This will sting," he warned Harry before reaching out with a finger. Sensei applied his strange cream to every one of Harry's welts, and Harry wanted to tell Sensei. He was mistaken. This cream of his did not sting. Oh no, it burned. Harry was sure his skin was ready to separate from his bones. Anything would be better. Those thoughts had stopped all at once as the burning died away, and a pleasant numbness seeped through into Harry's muscles. Harry was very nearly limp when Sensei had finished, into new pajamas. Sensei had said as he pulled out a t-shirt and sweatpants for Harry. What followed had to be the oddest experience Harry had ever had. Sensei had to dress Harry into his new pajamas. Harry had been unable to move due to the numbing effects of the cream. It was slightly embarrassing, but Harry had also never felt safer than at that moment. He knew Sensei would make sure that he was dressed, put back to bed, and protected from everything else. Lynn arrived just a few seconds after Sensei had finished tucking Harry into bed. She carried a small mug with her. "I thought a bit of hot chocolate would help Evan get back to sleep," she said to Sensei. Sensei glanced at Harry, and Harry had nodded. The hot chocolate had healing powers. Madame Pomfrey used it often enough in the hospital wing. Sensei had helped Harry drink the hot chocolate and then ordered him back to sleep. Harry had complied without protest. Harry reached the telephone box and picked up the receiver. "Harry, what are we doing here?" Petunia asked with an obvious tone of disbelief in her voice. "Going to the Ministry of Magic," Harry said in a low tone. He reached out and punched 62442 on the keypad. The disembodied voice questioned their business at the Ministry of Magic. "Harry Potter, Petunia Dursley." He paused and looked at Sensei and Paul. Both shook their heads. "To see the Minister of Magic." Harry finished. If they wanted to act like they were invisible, so be it. Harry listened to the voice and heard the badges appear in the coin chute. He removed them and handed one to his Aunt Petunia as the telephone box started its downward ascent. He shrugged on his robe and pinned his badge to the front of it. "This will admit us to the atrium of the Ministry of Magic." Harry told his aunt, "It's just like a lift." He reassured her. Paul and Sensei were both looking around. Harry noticed that they had unbuttoned their jackets. Were they both armed with guns? Harry stood just inside the lift and looked around for possible threats. Magical people were going in and out of the fireplaces. The green flames of flue powder lit the hall. Harry grinned as he remembered his first time with flue powder. He didn't miss it. Paul and Sensei maneuvered themselves so that Sensei was in front of Harry and Paul behind Aunt Petunia. Petunia moved up to stand next to Harry. "You ready?" she asked him as she patted her hair. "Yes." He answered her as he took a deep breath. "Just don't kill Fudge before he agrees to end the hunt, okay?" Harry smirked at her. "Agreed, Harry," she said. "Let's go meet this man." She gave Harry a smile, and Harry stepped out of the lift. He set a fast clip of a walk towards the security booth. People ignored them. Harry had found that if he kept his eyes on the ground and he walked as though he had somewhere to be at just that moment, people would ignore him. Sensei and Paul were looking out for him. He figured he didn't need to scan his surroundings constantly beyond glancing around. What happened to that? Petunia asked in a low voice as they passed the Fountain of Magical Brethren. It was back together, but still held evidence of being in the path of a duel. "Ah, that. Long story," Harry said in a quiet voice. "Really long story. There were some curses involved. Ask me again sometime." Harry told her. He fell silent as he stepped up to the security booth. "Name?" the guard asked in a bored tone. Harry had to wonder about security here. Voldemort could just waltz in and no one would be the wiser. "Harry Potter. This is my Aunt Petunia Dursley." Harry had the satisfaction of watching the man pale. "Harry Potter." The man gasped quietly. His eyes did the trademark flicker up to Harry's forehead. "Yes, I'm afraid that I'm on a bit of a tight schedule. Can we move along, please?" Harry asked. "Air, yes. Wand." Harry flicked his hand and presented his wand to the man. The man scanned it and handed it back to Harry as he rattled off the statistics. Harry nodded in agreement. "Wand?" he asked Petunia. "She's a muggle." Harry told him. "But my legal guardian. That's why she's here." He was ready to leave. "Now, what about the other two?" the man asked. "My bodyguards." Harry answered flatly. "Neither own wands." Harry told the man. "Are they wizards or muggles?" The man asked. Okay, Harry was starting to understand Voldemort's temper a little better. This was becoming tedious. They have knowledge of the wizarding world. Harry told him. "Are we finished?" Harry asked with thinning patience. "Do you carry any weapons?" Harry wanted to scream. No, this security guard couldn't make it easy, could he? Paul and Sensei glanced at each other. Paul motioned for Sensei to go first. Harry watched as Sensei started to disarm himself. Knives and throwing blades appeared from many different places. A sharp-looking object appeared from his waist, briefly, before it was replaced with the same amount of speed. A long, thin wire of some kind came from one of Sensei's pockets. Was that piano wire? Sensei wouldn't carry that, would he? Sensei ended with a quick flash of his gun and stepped back. Right. The security guard looked dazed. And you? He asked Paul, sounding fearful of actually discovering that Paul carried similar weapons. Paul stepped forward, gave the man a smile meant to comfort, but found it didn't work. Paul pulled out several items similar to Sensei's own before producing something even Harry didn't recognize. What's those? The man asked. Even Harry cringed at the sentence. Small flash and smokes. Paul said, completely harmless, really. They create a distraction just long enough to get our charge out of harm's way. Paul said, flash and smokes. The man questioned, did this security guard ever stop? They create a flash of bright light before a smoke screen develops. Paul told him, I can't demonstrate it here, but they are harmless and used for defensive purposes only. Paul pocketed them and opened his jacket to reveal his gun. He stepped back then and smiled at the guard. All right. The guard said. Harry smirked to himself. You're here to see the minister? Yes. Where is his office? Harry asked. He listened closely to the directions and then thanked the guard for his helpfulness. Harry left the man, who was mumbling to himself about weird muggles and their contraptions. Sensei positioned himself to the front of the group and followed Harry's whispered directions to the elevators. Harry, dear, why are there paper airplanes flying everywhere? Aunt Petunia's voice sounded strained. They're memos going from one office to another, like email. Harry tried to explain. Bug had introduced Harry to the concept of email, and Harry was still deciding on whether or not he liked it. Aunt Petunia nodded absently. These look more fun than email. Paul said as one paper airplane dodged him. It was screaming urgent at the top of its lungs. Yes, they are. Harry stepped into the lift and hit the appropriate button for the minister's office. He waited patiently and hummed a bit under his breath. He disliked lifts and preferred stairs. He could see where he was going then, and didn't have to worry about who was lurking on the other side. Come, Deshi. Sensei's voice broke through his thoughts. Breathe deeply and calm. Harry nodded and followed his teacher's instructions. He was always surprised that just deep breathing could calm him as efficiently as a calming draft. The doors opened, and Harry looked around. No wonder Fudge didn't want to lose his job. The office itself wasn't seen yet. There was a huge entryway. The walls were very high, around 12 feet or so. The windows themselves were charmed to present a perfect spring day. Harry knew it was cloudy and overcast outside. Fudge was very lucky. The walls themselves were decorated with the portraits of past ministers. Sensei stepped out of the lift and looked around for a threat before motioning the rest of the group out. Sensei allowed Harry to go in the lead at that point, but insisted on walking next to him. Harry didn't mind. He'd prefer to have some protection when Fudge went into his hero worship mode. The long walk stopped at two large doors, just as tall as the walls, and a desk at which sat a familiar-looking figure. Hi, Percy. Harry greeted. Oh, sorry, he said, seeing the nameplate on the desk. Mr. Weasley. He corrected himself. Is the minister in his office? Percy Weasley looked at the group in front of his desk and lost the ability to speak. He nodded dumbly at Harry and just stared. Thanks, Harry said brightly. He turned and went to the doors. He opened the pair of them and walked into the office. Fudge was sitting at a desk with a harassed look on his face. He was surrounded by stacks of parchment, and paper airplanes landed on his desk with only 5-second intervals between each. Umbridge sat next to the desk, looking just as harassed as Fudge and twice as ugly. Harry's hand tightened. He was more aware of the scars than ever. Harry Potter. Fudge shrieked in the next instant as he leapt to his feet. He hurried out from behind the desk and came forward to greet Harry. Minister Fudge. Harry returned. Harry smirked as Fudge was stopped by a rather menacing-looking sensei. "It's all right," he said in a low tone to Sensei. "He won't hurt me." "Mr. Potter, who are these, people with you?" Fudge asked, motioning Harry to a small alcove in the office. It appeared to be a sitting area of sorts. A tea service appeared on a low table between Harry and Fudge. Harry made sure Aunt Petunia was seated before himself. "Aunt Petunia, this is Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic." Harry started the introductions. "Minister Fudge, my aunt and guardian, Petunia Dursley." Fudge shook Petunia's hand with enthusiasm, telling her how relieved they were that Harry was alive and in good health. "So, you're the man sending those Auror people to my home," she said sharply. Harry hid his smile. "Not appreciated, but it's nice to meet you anyway." She gave Fudge an appraising look. "Harry's told me a lot about you," she said and smiled at Fudge. Fudge looked like he had won the Triwizard Cup. "A muggle's heard of me. How nice." Harry wondered exactly how many chocolate frogs Fudge had eaten recently. He was very giddy, like a schoolgirl. It worried Harry. "And these gentlemen?" He motioned to Paul and Sensei. Both men had taken up positions on either side of Harry's chair and stood like statues. "Paul and Leonard," Harry said simply as he pointed to each one. "My bodyguards. They're not very good at conversation when they're in protection mode. It's best to ignore them." Harry offered. The sooner attention shifted away from Paul and Sensei, the better. "Bodyguards?" Fudge asked. "Why would you need bodyguards?" Fudge seemed completely perplexed. Hem. Harry could not believe the rush of relief he felt when he heard that rude noise from Dolores Umbridge. He looked up as though he just noticed her and smiled. "Professor Umbridge." Harry said calmly, "Forgive me, I didn't see you there. My Aunt Petunia Dursley. Aunt Petunia, Dolores Umbridge. She taught at Hogwarts last year as my defense against the dark arts professor." Harry explained to his aunt. "That's an important class." Petunia said with a smile. "Did you learn a lot?" she asked Harry. "Some," he said with a dismissive shrug. "I don't really enjoy reading books when there are practical lessons available." Umbridge looked like she was ready to explode in all of her toadiness. Harry was tempting to make hoarse sounds to see if she would react, but restrained himself in favor of getting what he wanted, and then leaving as quickly as possible. "Minister Fudge, I really do not wish to waste any of your valuable time," Harry said as he turned back to the man. "I only came here to ask you for one tiny favor." "What's that, Harry?" Fudge asked as he leaned in. "Remove my name and image from all Muggle news broadcasts," Harry said calmly. "I am fine, as you can see. I'm not being held anywhere against my will. My aunt and I picked out another boarding school for me to attend this year." Harry told the minister. "Why would you want to attend another boarding school? Don't you miss Hogwarts?" Fudge asked. "This couldn't be easy, could it? Hogwarts has become a bit much in recent years. My life has been in danger at Hogwarts every year. Harry shrugged a bit, as though it really didn't concern him. I felt I needed a break, so I picked another school and left. Harry wondered how much to tell Fudge. A break from the wizarding world. That's just not done, Harry. This is your world. Fudge appeared a little frantic. I'm not leaving it, Minister. Harry told him. The Muggle world was never really my home. I'm planning on returning to Hogwarts eventually, just not right now. Harry told the man. You're being inconsiderate. Umbridge interrupted. No one knew where you were, and now you're telling us that the wizarding world is not good enough for you. Harry only raised his eyebrows as he looked at Umbridge. She was really pathetic, wasn't she? Now you see here. Petunia snapped and surged to her feet. It is not the wizarding world's business what Harry does during the school year or any other time of the year. He is an independent person, not some freak. Harry wanted to laugh. He really did. That you stare at in a zoo. That was disturbingly close to a dream Harry had once. He is just a 16-year-old boy who is tired of nearly dying at the end of every term. Harry sat back in his chair with amusement written on his features. Go, Aunt Petunia. I will not sit here and let you make him feel as though he has some responsibility towards you, Miss Umbridge. Harry wanted to cheer for Aunt Petunia. He has no responsibility but to himself. He is the boy who lived, one of our celebrities. Without him, the Dark Lord would have continued his rampage. Harry heard Sensei snort beside him, but Umbridge didn't notice. Actually, Mum was responsible for that. Harry said to Umbridge, I was just left behind, and everyone thinks it was me. Harry shrugged, as though it didn't matter. Oh, well. You need to appear in wizarding public to let everyone know that you are okay. Fudge said, motioning Umbridge to stay silent. No, I really don't. Just make a press release or something that says I'm fine and your announcement was all a mistake. Harry felt his throat close again. This was not going the way he wanted it. Harry stood and Sensei and Paul snapped to a more focused attention. I won't take up any more of your time, Minister. After all, I'm sure you're busy. Harry started moving towards the doors when Fudge reached out and grabbed his arm. The touch only lasted a second. Sensei had knocked Fudge's arm away, and Paul had produced his gun in that second. Harry could hear Fudge gulp. It's okay. Harry gasped. Don't kill him. Harry gasped for air through his closed throat and sank to the floor. That second of fear caused Harry's closed throat to descend into full panic attack. Get Umbridge out of the room, he said to Paul. Sensei blocked Fudge's path to Harry and glared at the man as Paul escorted a very upset Dolores Umbridge from the room. Once Umbridge was gone, Harry allowed his panic attack to take him. He shook the slightest bit and tried to start one of his breathing exercises. Petunia guided Harry to his chair and held one of Harry's hands. Paul returned and got on his knees in front of Harry. Okay, Harry, just breathe. No one's going to hurt you here. Leonard and I are here. So is your aunt and this nice minister chap. Harry followed Paul's instructions for breathing. Here, this might help. Paul produced the vial of calming draught. Harry took it and swallowed the whole dose with a slight grimace. There is more than one reason Harry was sent to a different school. Harry heard Petunia say, as Harry was talked through his breathing exercise. He was not getting the required treatment for these attacks of his. Muggles may not be able to do magic, but they do help with his panic attacks. She told Fudge. I see. Fudge fidgeted uncomfortably in his chair. Are you sure we can't convince him to stay? Fudge asked Petunia in a desperate tone. I'm afraid not. Harry will return to the magical world when he is ready to return. Hounding him in the Muggle world will not do any good at all. Petunia glared at Fudge, and the man quailed under her gaze. I'll just make sure that his name is taken from the Muggle news. Then, Fudge said softly. He stood and moved to his desk as Harry started to breathe normally again. He wrote out something on a bit of parchment, and the parchment folded itself into a paper airplane and zoomed away, screaming urgent at a high volume of sound. Thank you, Minister. Harry said with a smile. I'm sorry you had to witness that. Those attacks come at the strangest times. Harry apologized. Think nothing of it. Fudge told Harry. These things do happen, I'm sure. Fudge stood and shook Harry's hand again. Send me a letter from time to time to let me know how you are. Dear boy, I'll keep the hounds from following you. This was better than Harry could have hoped for. Fudge was doing everything without an argument now. Panic attacks could be useful? Thank you again, Minister. Harry said as he and Sensei walked to the doors. You're welcome, Harry. Fudge said as Harry opened the doors. Sensei gave his shoulder a quick squeeze. Harry smiled at the man and nodded to Percy Weasley as he passed him. The walk back down. The hallway was quick, and Harry pushed the call button for the elevator. Would he be going back to St. Jude's now, or in the morning? Did they have time for lunch in London, as his teenager body was letting its displeasure known at a lack of food in the past hour? Dessert in the form of mint chocolate chip ice cream? Oh, that sounded good. The elevator doors opened, and Harry's smile about mint chocolate chip faded as he saw who was in the doorway. Harry, my dear boy, it's good to see you. 45, it's not fair. Well, this wasn't supposed to happen at all. Harry stared at the man in the lift and took a few steps back in shock. Why did his life always have to be bloody complicated? Sensei immediately nudged Harry behind him after seeing his student back away. Harry gave the man a small, grateful smile and studied his current enemy just outside the lift doors, effectively blocking Harry's only escape path. Why didn't the magical world believe in fire escape stairs? Headmaster. Harry returned to Dumbledore's greeting, completely unsure of what to do now. Dumbledore was unpredictable right now. He seemed too happy to see Harry. Gleeful, almost. The thought was disturbing. Dumbledore looked around and gave an odd yet twinkling look to Paul and Sensei. Harry realized that the man was amused at the idea of bodyguards. Harry made a mental note to remind the wizard of this when he approached Harry about further guards from the Order. Harry wouldn't allow them, as the Muggle guards seemed much more effective than the wizards ever were. The only one who actually did anything was Arabella Figg, and she was a squib. Harry watched as Dumbledore's twinkle died when he laid eyes on Petunia. Mrs. Dursley, how lovely to see you again. He told her. I'm sure. Petunia snapped. Harry watched her hackles rise and inched away from her. This wasn't going to be pretty. Petunia was very upset at Dumbledore, and having an actual physical target could spell the man's impending doom. That would be fun to watch. Dumbledore ignored Petunia's comment and stepped closer to Sensei. Harry stayed firmly behind the man, and Sensei wasn't letting Dumbledore get around him at all. Harry knew that Dumbledore would be dead if glares could kill. For Sensei's glare would be enough to kill 1,000 Dumbledores, and then turn the corpses to ash. He didn't know if Sensei knew a lot about the headmaster, but Harry's reaction seemed to be enough for him to think that Dumbledore was an enemy. "We've been very worried about you at Hogwarts, young man," Dumbledore said to Harry. He tried moving around Sensei, but found himself blocked by a rather intimidating man who had one hand in his jacket. Harry knew exactly what Sensei was ready to pull out, and he spoke up to keep the man from putting a bullet through Dumbledore's head. "Voldemort would have a field day. Sorry, Headmaster. My aunt thought that I needed some time away from a place where I've nearly died," Harry said without contrition. Dumbledore blinked and looked between Petunia and Harry. Harry could almost hear his thoughts. How does a muggle enchant someone? Got one over on him. Come along, Harry. We need to get you back to school. You have that test this afternoon. Harry blinked. He didn't have a test, but he was willing to go along with Petunia on this one. Dumbledore wouldn't have much power in the face of Harry's legal guardian, muggle or not. "Mrs. Dursley, there have been some developments recently concerning Voldemort." Harry felt Sensei stiffen in front of him. Paul and Sensei had shot each other a look as Petunia pressed the call button for the elevator. Harry took a deep breath and got ready for whatever they were planning. It is simply not safe for Harry to be out of Hogwarts at this moment. "You don't seem to understand something, Headmaster." Petunia actually sneered at him. Harry pressed closer to Sensei, and Harry felt the man pat his arm. He relaxed a bit and watched the scene between Dumbledore and Petunia play out. He was already stressed out from his 2 panic attacks of the day, and the calming potion wasn't going to let him have another one anytime soon. He was tired from the night before, and then his brain made a connection. His panic attacks always came on in life-threatening situations, or what he thought was life-threatening, or directly after a Voldemort dream. The attacks after a Voldemort dream always came on easier and faster than any other attack. What a connection. Harry couldn't wait to share with Paul. "Harry has been attacked more at your school than any other place on Earth. This Voldemort person has yet to find Harry at school this year, and I intend to keep it that way. Don't think that just because you run the only magical school in Britain that Harry is obligated to attend. Go, Aunt Petunia. You have had far too much say in the boy's life, and now I'm not letting it go any further." Harry was starting to see where this was going. Petunia had marched up to Dumbledore and started poking a finger in his chest at the words, "Now I'm not," and she kept it up. She was also removing him from the direct path to the lift. The doors binged open, and Sensei and Paul each dropped 2 small objects to their front and backs. Harry was blinded as bright flashes went off and clouds of smoke started to swirl around him. He blinked against the flash behind his eyes and felt himself pulled rather harshly towards the lift. Sensei pushed Harry to the back wall and stood in front of him while Paul guarded the door. Both men had weapons in their hands. "Get down, Deshi," Sensei told Harry. Harry looked around as he wondered exactly how he was to get down. There was no way he was just going to take a seat in a combat situation. "Stay alert. We don't know what will happen." Harry nodded and watched as the lift doors slid closed. Where was his aunt? "Where's Aunt Petunia?" Harry asked quietly as the lift started to descend. We are following her orders, Deshi. That's all you need to know. Sensei told him. Pardon? Her orders? But we can't just leave her there, Harry said as he pushed himself off the wall to face Sensei. We must, and we will, Sensei said as he pulled Harry into his arms. Harry fought for a second before relaxing into the hug Sensei was offering. This was different from Paul, Hermione, and Petunia. Stronger, somehow more understanding of what Harry was thinking at just that moment. This was more than comfort. This was also restraint from rushing into battle. I know it's hard, but she told us what to do if something like this would happen. We must follow the plan. We'll meet up with her later. Harry took a deep breath, thankful for the calming potion still in his system, and nodded. Petunia could, and most likely would take care of herself. He could understand that, but he would hurt Dumbledore in very painful ways if anything happened to his aunt. The lift opened to the atrium, and Harry was immediately pushed behind Sensei. Harry could almost swear he had memorized the back of the man's jacket. Harry, Paul whispered, anyone from that order of yours here? The two men walked forward a bit and allowed Harry to glance around. Yes, Harry whispered. That's Professor Snape over there, to our left. He told Sensei and Paul. The man with the weird, I will see me in just a second. The two with red hair are Bill and Charlie Weasley. Don't mess with them. They know a lot of spells. Same with those two, the bald man and the girl with purple hair. This should be easy, Sensei said with a smirk as Moody turned to him and pointed. Harry shrank behind his bodyguards and hoped for the best. They're Muggles, lads, Moody said with a smirk as he started to clunk forwards to Harry. Potter, come out from behind them. We need to get you back to school. Harry saw Kingsley shoot an amused look at Moody before stepping back and folding his arms. What was this? Did Harry have an ally here? Was Kingsley just there for show? I'm not going back there, Harry told Moody calmly. My aunt won't allow it, and I certainly don't want to. Harry watched as shocked looks went around the atrium. Snape looked like his birthday had come early, and someone had presented him with a whole basilisk carcass. Well, at least one person was on Harry's side in this. Kingsley had a little smirk playing across his lips. Make that two people on his side. Harry knew that Sensei had already seen everything Harry had seen and drawn the same conclusions. Step away from him, sirs, Moody said. We'll take care of him from here. Paul and Sensei exchanged looks. Neither said a word. Sensei reached behind him and pulled Harry between himself and Paul. Paul had his gun out and sighted anyone close enough to be a target as they walked. He's got a gun, lads. Harry almost snorted. Good going, Captain Obvious. We don't want anyone getting hurt, Moody said as his wand appeared in his hand. Sensei and Paul exchanged looks. This was not going to be pretty. No one will be hurt if you let us do our jobs, Paul said in a voice Harry had never heard before. Wow, Paul could be scary. Who knew? Paul stared down Moody with a dangerous look that promised swift pain if Harry was touched. Just give us the boy. I'm afraid you don't realize who he is, Moody said. He's far more important than you know. The boy who lived stays with us, Sensei snarled. Whoa, that was scary. Harry was glad that Paul and Sensei were on his side. He really was. Moody raised his wand and pointed it at the Paul and Sensei. A red flash left his wand, Harry knew what that was. Stunning spell. Sensei grabbed him and threw him to the ground, and both men ended up on top of him. Ouch. He was trying to hit you. Harry hissed at Sensei. He tried to wriggle out from under them, but Sensei stopped him with a gesture. We lowly muggles do not know that. Sensei said with a grin. Now, however, we can retaliate. Sensei and Paul popped back to their feet and set Harry on his. Move. Sensei said to Harry. Harry dashed along the wall and felt Sensei and Paul close behind him. Stunning spells continued to hit the wall just where they had been before, or where they were going to end up. One hit directly in front of Harry, and Harry looked to see Professor Snape aiming at him. Greasy git. He's going to give the rest of them ideas. He almost got us. Keep going. Sensei ordered from behind him. Harry dashed past one fireplace and felt someone's arms grab him and pull him inside. His head cracked against the mantelpiece. Harry bit back a cry of pain and reacted to the arms. He drove his knee into their groin. A shriek told him his target was female. Purple hair bobbed in the corner of his eye. Tonks. Harry fell to his knees when she released him, and he struck with his elbow to her stomach. She doubled over as Sensei pulled Harry back out of the fireplace. You okay? He asked. I'll live. Harry said as he rubbed the goose egg forming on his head. Ouch. Harry noticed Paul throwing small blades at the wizards, much like Harry's own blades. Harry almost felt sorry for them until he realized that meta-wizards could heal the wounds from these blades with a quick wave of their wands. Paul was hitting his targets more often than not. He was going for disarm only. Oars appeared from one fireplace and poured into the atrium. Harry heard Sensei say something in Japanese, and Harry started to memorize it. It sounded like a swear word, and a good one at that. Deshi, I hate to ask, but can you provide a distraction? Harry looked up at Sensei and then around. He could do this. He looked around the atrium and spotted the fountain of magical brethren. I never liked that fountain. Anyway, Harry said with a smirk as he raised his hand. Use your wand, just in case. Paul told him. Harry nodded and released his wand. Paul and Sensei each dug into their pockets as Harry readied his spell. Reducto. Harry watched in satisfaction as one of the statues blew up. Chunks flew everywhere. Reducto. Water started to spray everywhere. Brilliant. I hit a pipe. Paul and Sensei threw several flash and smokes around the hall and surrounded themselves with them. Flashes of light startled the wizards, and smoke hit Harry and his bodyguards from spells. How did they know to bring things like that? You can't accurately hit what you can't see. Let's go, Paul said as he pulled Harry through the smoke and towards the exit. Sensei continued to throw flash and smokes until the lift doors started. Thank goodness for automated services. Paul said with a grin. Yeah. Harry said as he took a deep breath. What about Aunt Petunia? He asked. She will be fine, Deshi. Sensei told him. Just fine. They reappeared on the street, and Sensei set a fast clip down it. Harry was grateful that Sensei had emphasized running in his training, but running attracted Muggle attention. Every Muggle they passed only looked away after seeing the way the two were dressed. Was this a standard bodyguard uniform? Then, Harry skidded to a stop when Snape and Shacklebolt appeared out of an alleyway. Aunt Petunia was with them. Paul and Sensei scared all wizarding history from Harry's head when he saw their guns appear in their hands and pointed directly at the new arrivals. How fast were they? Potter, your aunt has some rather charming powers of persuasion. Snape told him as Petunia stepped forward. Code. Sensei questioned Petunia, not allowing her to get close to Harry. Harry found himself once again staring at the back of Sensei's jacket. Was that a new pattern? Zen sends his greetings, 007. She smiled at Harry. Harry stepped forward and hugged his aunt. She was safe and so was he. What Snape here is trying to say is that your aunt decked the headmaster of Hogwarts. Shacklebolt said with a grin bordering close to giddy. Broke his nose and knocked him off his feet. Kingsley smothered his chuckles and looked at Harry. Don't worry about my old partner. A stray, Obliviate, hit him just after we left your school. Can't imagine how it happened. Kingsley looked up at the sky innocently before grinning at Harry. Harry smiled at the oar. Thank you. He said sincerely, You're welcome. I figured that you fighting to stay anywhere, not Hogwarts, could mean one of two things, confounded or serious. I guessed you were serious when you went into hiding to avoid me. Kingsley gave him a mock glare. I can't believe that you wanted to avoid me. Worse than that you were serious in wanting to avoid me. You'd make a good Auror. Snape rolled his eyes at Kingsley. Spare the boy from further praises of his Gryffindor stupidity in battle. Snape muttered more to himself than anyone else. Harry chose to ignore Snape. He was on Harry's side, or against Dumbledore. Harry wasn't sure, but he wasn't about to jeopardize Snape cooperation by just taking offense to the insane ramblings from his mind. I was serious, Harry assured him. Hogwarts is a little much for me right now. I just couldn't go back and expect to be safe. Yes, while this is all very touching, I'm afraid there will be another contingent of Aurors here in just a few minutes, and they'll all be looking for you, Potter. Snape's sneer told Harry enough. That's too bad, because I feel so threatened by all you adult wizards that my magic will start becoming accidental. And I just reacted when I saw you. Harry said with an innocent voice. What? Snape asked. Harry only grinned and sent 2 strong, stunning spells at the men. Oops. Harry said with a shrug as the spells hit and both men dropped to the ground. Come on, let's get out of here. Harry said quickly. Unexplored depths to you, Deshi. Sensei said with a smirk. Yes, I'm sure there are. Harry smiled at his teacher and then turned to his aunt. Why do I keep missing all of the good stuff? You gave Snape a black eye, and you nearly knocked out my headmaster. Can I at least watch next time? Harry questioned. I'll think about it, she told him. Harry gave a moan and shook his head. That means no, Dot. He whined. He stopped himself and blinked. Weird. He had whined again in front of Aunt Petunia. Their relationship was changing. This was a good thing, right? Right? It won't work like that. Hermione told Draco as she snatched back the plans for the Potter's Protector's next big plan. She scratched out one line and drew in another. This will keep it hidden from view and still allow it to function. The other way would have announced its presence before we were ready. Draco looked at her blankly before closing his eyes and putting his head on the table. If your head of house ever decides that you are perfect to continue the traditions, run far away and run very fast. Draco mumbled through his arms. He had you up late, did he? She asked as she studied the boy's posture. Yes, he answered simply. Hermione decided that she wouldn't ask what they had been doing all night and returned to her plans. Okay, now that we've got that worked out. Hermione turned to her checklist and went through the items on it. Dodge Dumbledore? Check. Meet Professor Snape and Draco Malfoy in dungeons? Check. Breakfast? Check. Study Transfiguration? Check. Plan my part of next prank? Check. Study potions? No check. Time to study potions. Hermione said, more to herself than to Draco. Do you ever stop, Granger? Draco asked, irritated with his previous night's sleep. No, Hermione said shortly as she dug into her book bag for her potions text. This is Saturday, and I have to spend it down in the dungeons. Why would I continue to do nothing? Hermione opened her book and started reading her assignment for her next class. You are mental, Draco said as he lifted his head from his arms and pulled her prank plans towards him. What is this thing? Delay time release mechanism. Hermione mumbled as she unrolled a piece of parchment and frowned at the essay assignment. Huh? Draco asked, staring at the diagram. Egg timer attached to a trigger. Hermione elaborated. Draco blinked and looked down at the drawing again. Why didn't you say that in the first place? He said as he pushed the drawing back to her. Stupid know-it-alls and their cute little drawings. Hermione glanced up at him before returning to her book. I did, just with different words. Hermione told him, You are mental. Draco buried his head in his arms again and proceeded to ignore his classmate. Yes, he knew he was insulting her, but he just couldn't bring himself to care in his current stupor of sleep deprivation. You're so adorable when you're sleep deprived. Hermione told him in a sweet voice. Draco's head came up again, and he looked at Hermione. Really? He asked. No, Hermione told him. Draco scowled. That wasn't nice. Why don't you take a nap? Hermione suggested. That'll save me from you descending into whining in the next 20 minutes or so. She motioned to the couch. I'll wake you in time for lunch or when the professor comes back. Whichever one happens first. All right. Wake me the second Professor Snape comes home. Draco left the table and went over to the couch. He toed off his shoes and settled down. Hermione only snorted under her breath and returned to her homework. She knew Draco would be unconscious of the world around him in exactly 5 minutes. She would finally get some peace and quiet to work. She almost left her seat 10 minutes later when the door swung open and admitted Professor Snape. He was not walking very fast, but at a steady pace laced with pain. His hand was clutching his forehead, and he held his body in the odd manner of one who had broken ribs. Are you all right, Professor? Hermione asked as she stood up. Snape nodded tightly and lowered himself into his chair. He looked at Draco on the couch and smirked. I will tear your golden boy limb from limb if I ever find him without that aunt of his. Snape told her. Hermione had to wonder if the man was actually serious or if Harry was just a convenient scapegoat for his current affliction. Miss Granger, would you be willing to go to the medicine cabinet in the bathroom and fetch me the green bottle on the bottom shelf? Of course, sir. Hermione dashed off to the bathroom and quickly located the bottle he had requested. She returned with the same speed with which she had left and handed the bottle into his waiting hand. "Thank you," he said with a tight nod. Let it never be said that Severus Snape was not polite when others warranted such manners. He uncorked it and drained half the contents before setting it on the table. Draco stirred then and sat up. "Sleeping Beauty awakes." Snape commented with a snort. "Severus, what happened?" Draco asked as he took in the state of his mentor. "I met Harry Potter today in London," Snape said lightly. "He was kind enough to keep my involvement in the subterfuge of his whereabouts secret through what he called accidental magic. I'm finding that difficult to believe," Snape explained while he massaged the bridge of his nose. "Harry has always been good at accidental magic." Hermione informed him. "That's disturbing," Snape said. "Far more disturbing than him actually having accidental magic at his age. It was supposed to have stopped by now." Snape said calmly, "What do you mean by good at accidental magic?" Hermione related the entire story of Aunt Marge to Snape, who listened without comment. "Strange," he said after she finished. "Very strange." "Yes, it is," Draco said in an odd voice. "You say you met Potter in London?" Draco steered the conversation back to why his mentor was in such bad shape. Snape leaned his head back and nodded. "The headmaster called me shortly after my second class of the day. You two were already here, and I was about to join you when his hyper little head appeared in the fireplace to ask me to join him. I, of course, went along with him. I find out that we are headed to the ministry, for Harry Potter was sighted by one of our own there." "Who?" Hermione asked. She wanted to tell Harry later, who had alerted Dumbledore. Revenge would be fun. Merlin. Hermione was spending too much time with the Slytherins. Dolores Umbridge, believe it or not. Snape answered her. He looked at the children's faces and snorted. "My feelings exactly." "That old cow?" Draco demanded. That cold, callous dash. He cut himself off before he could descend into the type of speech that would result in a rebuke from his mentor. He was tempted to continue, but thought better of it. Hermione was not so restrained. She let out a series of swear words in French. "You are very lucky I'm ignoring my comprehension of the French language, Miss Granger," Snape said with a sneer. Really, some of the things the girl had said. "Good. It's all true, though," Hermione said as she started to pace. "And anatomically impossible." Snape lifted his head and glared at her until she stopped pacing. "If I may continue," he asked as Hermione sank onto the couch next to Draco. "Potter made it out, rest assured. He had 2 men with him who were acting like bodyguards. You are both acquainted. Paul and Sensei," Hermione said with a smile. "Yes." Snape lowered his head again and sighed. Both are well-trained and protected Potter to the utmost, but they did rely on him to make a rather, explosive distraction. I'm afraid that the fountain will never be the same again. Snape finished with his explanation and sighed. His headache was not going away. "Harry hates that fountain," Hermione said in a thoughtful tone. "Harry did get away, right?" She asked with a worried tone. "Yes, Potter got away, as did the aunt and bodyguards. I'm sure Potter is just fine. Miss Granger, go return to your work or whatever plotting you were doing before my arrival. I will ignore anything I hear or see for the next hour." Hermione nodded and moved back to the table. She dug into her bag and pulled out her mini messenger. Do you think we should warn her before lunch appears on that table? Draco asked Snape softly, so Hermione wouldn't hear him. It's far more amusing to watch her reactions. Snape said as he closed his eyes. Skywalker, are you there? Right here, me. What's up? Snape just told me about your little trip to London. Why didn't you warn me? I could have had enough pranks set to go off that would have lasted Dumbledore a millennia. You'll call me stupid, but I forgot. You're right. You are stupid. Professor Snape tells me you got away safely. Yeah, my aunt nearly knocked out Professor Dumbledore and broke his nose. I never get to witness the good stuff. At least you're safe. That's all that matters. Dumbledore's still after you? Yes. Professor Snape is protecting me. I spend a lot of time in his quarters as punishment for neglecting basic potions safety rules. He set me up. Slytherin. Yes. How are you doing? Better and better. I had 2 panic attacks today, but the situation was really tense, so I'm not too worried. I go back to St. Jude's tomorrow. That's good. I'm sure you've been missing Paul and Zen. Yes, I have. Sensei has had me in the training hall every day for most of day. Quite annoying, but I've learned a lot. I'm sure you have. Please take care of yourself, Skywalker. I will. You too. 46. Secrets Revealed. Harry waved goodbye to his aunt one last time and entered St. Jude's with Paul. It was good to be back. Harry told Paul he was going up to his room for a minute and dashed up the stairs. Once there, he quickly put his uniforms away, his books on the shelves, and his good suit in the closet. He stared as what was left in his box. Voldemort had been as good as his word. Harry was now the proud owner of a set of Death Eater robes and the accompanying mask. They looked harmless on his bed. Childish, almost. He shook himself out of his thoughts, folded the robes into a small square, and hid them under his uniform trousers. His mask went under his shirts. He touched the ring now on his right hand, his portkey for his lessons. Voldemort had been rather clever about his password. Lessons in Parseltongue. No one else could use the portkey but Harry and Voldemort. This meant that Harry would be alone should he need help of any kind. Harry decided to stop thinking about it. Voldemort's terse little note had said that Harry would know when he was required for lessons. Required for lessons? Harry supposed that his life had always been a part of the strange, the very strange. Why should it change now? Harry left his room and went back downstairs. It was time for lunch, and his floor mates were waiting for him. He entered the dining room to cheers of 007. It was good to be back. I'm very proud of you, Harry, Paul said as Harry opened the door to the office. Harry dropped onto the couch and gave Paul a confused look. Huh? Harry asked, not so eloquent today. You did exactly as you promised and let the adults take care of things. I'm very proud of you. Paul explained. He watched as Harry colored at the praise. Thanks, Paul, he said as he relaxed back into the sofa. I still got to have some fun. That fountain will never be the same. Harry grinned at the memory of the wizard's head flying through the air, making a rather irate, moody dodge in an undignified manner. So, how are you? Paul asked as he turned and clicked on the tape recorder. I'm all right. Harry answered honestly. Those 2 panic attacks yesterday kind of irritated me, though. I'd like to know why I have them. I've fought my way out of life-threatening situations, and I decide to have a panic attack thinking about you and Sensei in danger. Worse, a panic attack when Fudge grabbed my arm. I mean, what's wrong with me? Harry asked as he threw his hands up in frustration. There's nothing wrong with you, Paul said after a pause. Panic attacks are tricky things and not always easy to pin down from case to case. Paul explained, you might have had them during a time when you were fighting for your life, but didn't realize it because you didn't know what it was. There are several causes, but we're never really sure. Paul checked to make sure Harry was following his explanation. There are some physical causes, genetic factors. Women are more likely to get panic attacks, but men get them too. We have found that they are often brought on by stressful events. Paul smiled at Harry's reaction. No surprise there. Harry muttered and folded his arms. What are you thinking about when you are starting to have a panic attack? Paul asked, how much I don't want a panic attack. Harry said with a snort, that's a common symptom too. You're completely normal in this. Paul hadn't thought that Harry's face would light up like it did. Finally, normal in something. Harry threw his pillow into the air in celebration. Yes, normal. Paul agreed. How do I get rid of them? Paul looked up in surprise. The tone Harry had used. I don't want one at the wrong time. Understandable, Paul said in response, especially considering what you must face every time you step out into magical public. Paul opened his notebook. We've already started treatment for those. Paul told Harry, we have you meditating and doing breathing exercises. There are other techniques we could try. Medication could also be an option. Those are the happy pills Bug takes for anxiety, right? Harry asked, Bug told you about his medication? Paul was surprised. Bug's therapist and Paul had argued for some time over who had the more difficult patient. Surprising. He must really trust you. We were talking backstage, and he happened to mention it. Harry explained. After I told him about my occasional requirement for sleeping pills because of my nightmares, Harry shrugged. It was no big deal. Says the boy who chatted up the magical equivalent of the Prime Minister. Paul turned and dug into his refrigerator. Harry put in a request for his favorite fruit juice. Okay, another technique you're already doing is journaling. Paul reached out to hand Harry his juice, but stopped at the look on Harry's face. What? I kind of forgot. Harry said, amazed that he had forgotten such a thing. I haven't written in my journal for weeks. I wasn't aware that you wanted to start group therapy. That was our deal, right? Paul looked at Harry. I've been busy, all right. Harry groaned in frustration. There was a maniac wizard attempting to pry my brain apart. Let's not forget the coma, the school play, and this newest adventure of being pursued by my own government. Harry paused. Paul, do you think that's why my panic attacks have been increasing? Paul looked thoughtful for a second before running a hand through his hair. It might be. He paused. And it might not. Paul smirked and shrugged. Why don't we see what happens once you take it up again? Okay. Harry agreed. It couldn't hurt, and it might help. I will, of course, be checking to see that you are writing. Paul held up a hand as Harry opened his mouth to protest. I won't read anything except the date. I'll be happy to see writing, and that's all. I won't read it unless you want me to. Paul told him. Thanks, Paul. Both Harry and Paul jumped, as an obviously peevish hiss came from the tank on the other side of the room. "That's it. I have been waiting quite patiently, I might add, to welcome you back from wherever you went, and you've ignored me. You didn't even look my way when you came in. I feel so unloved." Harry stood up and went over to the tank. "I'm sorry, Zen. I've been very busy. Some people tried to take me back to the wizards." Harry explained to his reptilian friend. "What? Who are they? Where are they? I'll bite them." Zen coiled around himself in agitation. How dare they try to harm the lightning child? "Harry, is my snake having a heart attack?" Paul asked in concern. The noises Zen was making could not be considered normal. No." Harry answered. "He's just upset." Harry turned back to the ranting snake. "Please, Zen, calm down. Would you like me to take you out?" Zen promptly fell into a quiescent coil and looked at Harry. "Yes, please." Harry lifted the top off and allowed Zen to wriggle onto his hand. Harry returned to the couch and settled down once again. "Cute snake you have there," Paul remarked as Zen attempted a figure-8 pattern. "Yeah, be careful, he's an attack snake." Harry grinned at Paul and ran a finger down Zen's back. "Do you know what would make this perfect?" Zen asked conversationally. "A mouse." "Yes, a mouse would make this perfect, my lightning child." "What does that mean?" Harry asked, still quite put out that he had yet to receive a straight answer from the snake. "It means only the meaning you give it," Zen told him. "Now, about this mouse." 4 weeks passed quickly for Harry at St. Jude's. His friends hadn't thought too deeply about Harry's face on the news. Bug had summed it up. "We're all weird. You're just a little weirder than most." And that had been the end of the matter. It was as though they honestly didn't care about it. They all thought that Harry should be the same way, as though it didn't matter. No other wizards appeared at St. Jude's, and the minister did not send any messages demanding Harry return to the magical world. Harry's sanctuary was safe, for now. Harry and Paul discussed bringing in Vernon to the family therapy sessions. Harry had vetoed every suggestion for an entire 3 weeks before he grudgingly agreed that trying a session would be reasonable, as long as Paul was there the entire time, and Harry got to pick where he wanted to sit. The stipulations had surprised Paul and set his antennae quivering. Harry obviously did not like the idea, but was willing to try as long as he was in control and had someone unbiased on his side. Paul had a feeling that there was more to Harry's dislike of his uncle than he was letting on. Harry had hinted at it in the past, and now was giving just a bit more evidence, but he wasn't giving it willingly. Every question directed down that venue of inquiry was firmly denied. Harry did not want to talk about his uncle. "Are they here yet?" Harry asked Paul from his favorite seat on the couch. Paul smiled at Harry and nodded. "They're on their way up." Paul stopped and looked at Harry. The boy did not look like he had slept last night. Worse, he looked like he was shaking. "Are you sure you're ready for this?" Paul asked, concerned for his charge's mental state. Harry looked like he was one straw away from breaking the camel's back. "I'm fine." Harry answered. Oh, there was that old answer that meant I'm about to fall to pieces, but thanks for asking. We could cover some of this in your regular therapy first, if you want to. Harry was tempted to say yes, but knew that he wouldn't be able to talk about it. He never wanted to talk about it, but he could draw. Paul had asked Harry for more pictures of life with the Dursleys, and Harry had filled an entire sketchbook. Some of them were okay, and others were not. All of them had given Paul a better understanding of Harry. Vernon was always portrayed as larger than life in Harry's drawings and loomed in a type of forced perspective over the viewer. Paul could practically hear the ranting he seemed to be doing in a few of the pictures. Petunia was almost hidden in the background and was always occupied in some household task. The boy, Dudley, often appeared in front of the telly or his computer, corpulent and bloated, surrounded with food, drink, and material possessions. Paul almost suspected that Dudley's images had been doctored through sibling rivalry, but Harry's blatant honesty about anything relating to his family, aside from his initial denial of anything being wrong, told Paul that anything Harry drew was the truth about his life. Remember to breathe. Paul set an alarm at the rather pale Harry. You're safe here, Harry. I know, Harry said as he patted his right arm. I just feel safer knowing my wand is right here. He patted his arm again. And my back is to the wall. Harry mumbled the last part, but Paul caught it. Harry, you don't have to do this if you're not ready. Paul told the boy. This was another issue Paul thought Harry had left behind. A need to live to others' expectations. I know. Harry shrugged. I think I'll be okay. Harry said, he can't hurt me here. Harry jerked then, as though he realized that he had just revealed something that should have been kept secret. Paul's heart leapt into his throat. Was Harry actually talking about his uncle? Paul reached out a hand and locked the door. You said he'd... Paul said as he turned his attention on Harry. Who's he? Paul wanted to scream with frustration when Harry shrugged. Was it your uncle, Harry? Paul knew that just one more question was all that was needed to get Harry to open up a bit. Harry seemed to be weighing the various consequences of the question in his mind. Paul noticed that the temperature started to drop in the room as Harry started another breathing exercise. Sensei had mentioned that Harry's magical abilities had manifested several times, mostly unnoticed by Harry himself, in the form of light or breeze. Only once had Sensei noticed the phenomena with which Paul was most familiar. The temperature changes were disconcerting, but they did not appear to harm Harry. Sometimes. Harry's voice whispered. Paul watched the breath cloud in front of Harry. Harry took no notice of it. He was never nice to me. Well, he was once, but that's all I can remember. Harry admitted as he pulled his legs to his chest. Paul knew it was a bad sign when Harry had skipped over his usual first step of comfort in the shape of his pillow. Harry had now turned into Ball Harry. How did he act towards you? Paul asked. He watched as Harry's body language changed, slightly. The temperature dropped even lower. They would have icicles soon. Harry shrugged. Paul waited. Harry would answer sooner. He didn't love me. Ah, there it was. Or want me. Harry stared another breathing exercise, and the temperature rose a few degrees. He did not. Harry stopped and shook his head as though to rid himself of some memory or mental image. Did not what? Paul asked quickly. Harry was talking, and Paul knew he might not say much more about this particular topic. Aunt Petunia was a little better. Harry said suddenly, she never really harmed me. Well, she did swing a frying pan at me. Harry looked up and saw Paul watching him. Once. Harry continued. I think she was joking, though. The swing was kind of half-hearted. It didn't even come close. Did Vernon ever joke? Paul asked. He was trying to steer the conversation back to the cause of Harry's anxiety. Only with Dudley. Harry answered. He was always serious with me. Harry took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Would you say that Vernon hurt you, Harry? Paul asked. Harry's eyes snapped open, and he shook his head in denial. No. Harry shook his head again. I was never really hurt. I healed really quickly as a kid. Wish I had some of that now. Less time in the hospital wing. He added as explanation. I could be pretty cheeky when I wanted, and he corrected that dash. Harry jumped as a heavy hand knocked on the door. A loud voice demanded to know why the door was locked as the same heavy hand rattled the door in its frame. Does your aunt know? Paul demanded. He swore to himself that Petunia Dursley would not get away with this farce of caring aunt if she did. No. Harry shook his head. He ignored me when Aunt Petunia was around. The temperature in the room dropped sharply, and Harry shook. I wasn't to tell. He whispered, no one else can know. Harry pulled in on himself and nearly transformed into a ball. The door rattled again, and Harry pushed himself back into the couch. He was breathing as calmly as he could in his slightly panicked state. How had the child lived this long with this inside of him? Paul now understood how people could fly into a rage and kill someone. Vernon Dursley's neck between his hands would have been very welcome. Paul stood from his seat and opened the door a crack. Give us a few minutes, please. Paul shut the door firmly in Vernon's face, holding a little thrill of pleasure to himself. He was almost positive that the door hit Vernon's nose. Paul went over to the couch and sat next to Harry, laying a light hand on Harry's shoulders. Harry jumped, but did not move away. Harry, it wasn't okay. You're safe. I'm here with you. Paul repeated Harry's level of safety several times over before Harry started to relax. Harry unballed and looked up at Paul with empty eyes. He sat up all the way and leaned against Paul. The therapist wrapped his arms around Harry and waited until the temperature rose, and Harry stopped shaking to speak again. Harry. Paul heard a noise that meant Harry was paying attention. I want you to listen closely. Okay? The same noise came again. No matter what he said to you, no matter what reason he gave, what he did to you was not your fault. It was wrong, and he had no right to do it. Paul reached out a hand and smoothed Harry's hair back. Did you know that? Yes. Harry said in response to Paul's question. Hermione told me that in second year. Harry shrugged. Don't know how she knew. Good. Just remember that. It was not your fault. Paul held Harry until Harry started to pull away. I'm canceling Vernon's sessions with you for the foreseeable future. Harry was ready to argue, but stopped when Paul held up a hand. This is something you're going to have to trust me on. Can you do that, Harry? You're the therapist. Harry told him, I'll trust you. Paul didn't need to hear the unspoken words that usually followed that statement. It seemed that Harry was willing to cede authority to the adults. Now, art room or the lounge? Huh? Harry asked. Paul was jumping around from topic to topic. You are taking the rest of the day off. No arguments. Harry closed his mouth. How did Paul know he was going to argue? Well, a day off regular classes would enable him to go over that book Voldemort had sent him. No school books. Well, there went that idea. No practice, no workout. Just typical teenager stuff. Paul clarified. So art room or the lounge? Harry could read between the lines. Paul didn't want him to be alone right now. The lounge. Harry answered. If he couldn't study, maybe he could watch a little television and ignore the rest of the world. Perhaps someone would play a game with him later. Something mindless. The lounge it is. Paul said as he pressed a button on his desk. I want you to have some fun today. You haven't had fun in a long time. Harry decided that any attempt to argue would convince Paul Harry was being stubborn on purpose. He let the statement go. Think you can do that? Harry smiled. I can do that, Harry said as he pulled his bag towards him. More pictures. Harry said as he dug out some sheets of paper. I know you wanted to see them. Thank you, Harry, Paul said as he accepted the drawings. I'm very proud of you. Paul told his charge. That had to be very difficult to talk about. A chipper knock on the door surprised Harry. Paul stood and put his head out. Hi, Jack. Harry, ready to go? Harry stood and shouldered his bag. Jack will walk you down. Harry nodded and thanked Paul. 007. Jack threw his arm around Harry's shoulders and steered him past his relatives. Harry didn't even notice. Where we heading? Jack asked with a smile. The lounge, Harry said, already starting to relax at the prospect of a free day. The lounge? That's great. Sparky's down there right now, and he's looking a little lonely. He mentioned something about watching, the return of the Jedi. Really? Harry asked, almost ready to run. Let's go. Paul sat in his darkened office and stared at the candle he had lit. The candle manufacturers claimed that the candle was a relaxation and calming candle meant to soothe a person after a long day. Paul was not calm. He was furious. His gaze shifted from the candle to his glass. He wished that his glass had something a bit stronger in it than apple juice. Paul was a teetotaler by nature and did not need alcohol as a daily part of his life. But tonight, well, he would welcome a strong drink, if only to remove or mask the foul taste left in his mouth from dealing with Vernon Dursley. The very name made bile rise in the back of Paul's throat. That pathetic imitation of a man had actually hurt Harry for his own protection. Of course, Vernon Dursley was a man who loved an audience, and he willingly parted with details once Paul confronted him. Paul, Joe, and Petunia sat shocked as the narrative explained many aspects of Harry's childhood, his cupboard in early childhood to his hesitancy in seeking out the help of an adult. Paul had a feeling that Vernon Dursley and Albus Dumbledore would get along if Petunia was not there. Petunia Dursley had sat through the story, completely stoic until Vernon used the phrase for his own good in connection with hitting the boy. Petunia's actions would forever log her name on Paul's wonderful people list. She had turned to her husband and slapped him. It was not a polite tap. This slap had her entire body behind it. Vernon's head nearly faced backwards with the force of the blow. A pale outline of Petunia's hand was slowly turning red. It took every ounce of strength in Paul not to cheer. Joe looked to be much the same, though he couldn't quite hide his smile. Petunia, what dash? Petunia silenced her husband with a glare. Paul now knew how Dumbledore felt when facing an enraged Petunia. Petunia Dursley in a fury was no one Paul could hope to defeat. It would serve you right if I press charges. Petunia hissed at him. You do not even deserve the comfort of a jail cell. How my nephew managed to not attack you once he knew what he was. She trailed off to give into a moment of wordless fury. How dare you? Paul had never heard that phrase uttered with such loathing. You will not touch Harry. Ever. Again. Dursley actually had the grace to look cowed under his wife's glare. You will not speak to him without me in the room. If you do so much as look at him the wrong way, I will take the boys and leave. I will make sure that Dudley knows exactly what kind of a man you are. You will never see your son again. Do I make myself clear? Vernon Dursley whimpered. He ducked his head, and Paul could almost see a tail tucked between his legs. Vernon looked ready to slink away into a corner, like the cur he was. Go wait for me in the hallway. You are not to go near Harry or speak to him if he is out there. Vernon got to his feet and edged out of the room, his wife's firm glare following him the whole way. Paul resisted the urge to give Petunia a standing ovation. Petunia sank in to the chair beside her. She closed her eyes and sighed. My mother warned me. She said tiredly. She said that he wasn't a good man. I didn't believe her. She gave a very unladylike snort. Paul now knew from whom Harry had inherited that particular trait. I didn't listen. I was in love. She sighed. I thought I could change him. It was foolish of me, and now someone I promised to protect was hurt. Joe reached out and quietly counseled Petunia as to her options now. Pressing charges was only one of them. He advised her to think about it. You have only the future to think about. Petunia slowly regained her air of confidence and was ready to do battle again as she left the office. How I wish I had a camera for that. Joe told Paul, surprising his former flatmate. Joe was usually a gentle man. I bet Harry would have loved to see that. Yes, Paul agreed. He might have. He glanced at the clock. Let's go see what he's doing. Joe didn't need an explanation. He looked ready to hug the boy himself. Me? Are you there? I'm here, Skywalker. What's wrong? How did you know that something was wrong? I have no idea. There is something wrong, right? I saw the return of the Jedi. You okay? How could Luke do something like that? He just told his sister that they were siblings, which really freaked me out, by the way, and then went off to face his father. He did what he had to do. Why did that include facing his father? Well, Yoda said that he would have to face his father to complete his training as a Jedi, right? That's why he did it. He could have died. Yes, he nearly did. Everyone nearly died. They could have just left and gone to the farthest planet possible to live out their lives. They all thought freedom was worth it. Oh, me? Yes. Do you agree with what they did? They did what they had to do. Freedom from the Empire was worth it. I would have joined the rebellion had I been in Luke or Leia's place. Yeah. Do you believe in destiny? You know what I think about divination, Harry. Destiny's different. Do you believe in it? I believe we are destined to make certain choices. Nothing else. Choices like whether or not to go to Hogwarts at the age of 11. Exactly. Some choices are difficult to make. Well, if life were easy, it wouldn't be much fun, would it? Guess not. Me, some choices are really hard to make without support. What are you trying to say? Me, I might have to make a really big decision. Really big. This decision could have rather, disturbing consequences. I don't like the sound of where this is going. Just hear me out, okay? Well, I'm reading, but okay. You're a riot, Hermione. I do try. Now, you were saying? If the worst should happen, if I come to this decision, can I trust you to allow me to make it? That you will keep those who would protect me, for my own good, away from me? I know I don't like where this is going. Harry, you don't have to do something heroic here. Voldemort will only last so long. You don't have to turn into Luke Skywalker, and I refuse to allow it. I think that's too late. I think I'm already there. No, you're not. I was living with an aunt and uncle who tried to keep me from my heritage. I was contacted by a wizard and taken to a whole new world. I was given tests and little glimpses into my parents' pasts. I saw Voldemort, my Vader, my first year at school, a place where I was supposed to be safe. The challenges continue to grow. Hermione, I'm in training and in a sanctuary like Dagobah. When I leave here, when I'm done with all of this training, I'll have no choice left but to face the Dark Lord. This is not a story. Harry, you do not have to do anything of the sort. I know. Just like Luke didn't have to face his father when he did. This I choose to do. No, absolutely not. Hermione, please. I'm not asking you for help. I'm just asking that you allow me to make the decisions I need to make when the time comes, to go when I need to, and you keep others from following me. Harry, please. I don't want to argue with you. You're not some storybook hero forced to meet his enemy again and again without someone there. You have friends who can help you. I've been alone most of the time with Voldemort. In fact, I've been alone every time I've faced him. That's not true. Yes, it is. First year, I left you behind because you said only one of us could go ahead. Second year, Ron was kept back by a rock slide. Fourth year, I wasn't alone in that graveyard, but no one there would help me. Fifth, well, you guys were there, but I faced Voldemort alone until Dumbledore showed up. So what are you saying? That you're destined to meet him alone every time? That your destiny is either you or him? Pretty much. I don't wish to kill Hermione, but if it gives us our freedom, gives me my freedom, I'll do it. You don't have to fight in this, Harry. Dumbledore can off Voldemort. No, Dumbledore's been training me from day one. He's allowed me to do as I liked for the most part. There were ways to be removed from danger, but he allowed me to continue. I have to question what happened. 3 11-year-olds made it through traps designed to keep a cunning wizard, a fully trained cunning wizard from the stone. Had that never occurred to you? You think Dumbledore set you up your first year? I feel it's true. I just don't know for sure. I don't trust Dumbledore much anymore. Oh, trust me, I don't like him much either. What about second year? I'm not sure. The thing is, he's not stepped in except to save me. Unless the not saving served his purposes. He protected you during 5th year by keeping information from me. Had I known what I do now, I wouldn't have made half the decisions I did. He does not realize that I was never treated like a child by my relatives, though my aunt is making inroads into that area at an alarming rate. She'll be asking if I want biscuits with my milk any time now. It's frightening. And he was only hurting me by treating me like a child. This sounds familiar. You sound like you did before 5th year. Without the anger. Yes, without the anger. Skywalker, you don't have to become Luke. Destiny, prophecy, it's all useless. It's my choices that define me, Hermione. I chose to stand against Voldemort my first year. I do not regret that decision. That doesn't mean you have to turn yourself over to him. What else would you have me do? Be sent to Siberia and have someone sit on you? Well, at least that person would keep me warm. Be serious, Harry. Hermione, I'm not saying that this is going to happen anytime soon. It might be tomorrow. It might be 40 years from now. All I'm asking is that when I need to make this decision, that you'll allow me to do what I think is best. If that means facing him, fine. If that means going to Siberia so someone can sit on me, okay? Can I trust you to allow me to make the decision I need to make? I'll promise, if you promise me something in return. What? That you'll stop and think everything through. That you won't make any hasty decisions based on your emotions. That you'll get help if you need it before you go off doing the hero thing. That you'll do everything you can to find another way aside from turning into Luke Skywalker. That is a promise I'll give freely and easily. All right, then I promise to allow you to make your decision when the time comes. Thank you, me. It means a lot to me. Harry, if you die, I will turn to necromancy and bring you back just so I can kill you with my bare hands. Ah, thanks, Hermione. I didn't know you cared that much. I'll let Mrs. Weasley have you after I'm done. Now that's scary. And then your aunt. Now, that's just vicious. It's the truth. Promise me you won't die. I can't promise something like that. No promise, no guarantee that I won't turn you over to your aunt. You do not have a merciful bone in your body. Nope. Now promise. Very well, if only to save my soul from eternal torment, known as Petunia Dursley in a temper. Good. Hermione slammed her messenger shut and threw it across the room. She pulled her knees up and buried her face in them to let out a frustrated scream. Snape lowered his book a fraction of an inch to look at the Gryffindor. Wonderful. She was distressed. This, Snape knew, was the reason he had never attempted any offspring of his own. He had no idea how to be understanding or compassionate when children needed it. He usually left that up to his head girl or one of the prefects. I will help hold him down if you wish to kill him, Miss Granger. Snape told her cautiously. Potter was being his typical self if Snape was reading the situation correctly. No, thank you, Professor. Hermione mumbled from her knees. I take it Potter is being his usual self. He commented more than asked. That's not it, she said. Oh, dear Merlin, please do not let it be about some of those female things of which I only know the bare mechanics. He's being stupid. That's not surprising. Snape said, I am quite accustomed to his stupidity. He drawled as he closed his book. Which aspect of his stupidity has come to light this evening? Hermione dropped her feet to the floor and sighed. I'm not entirely sure. She admitted, he just asked me to promise that I will allow him to make the decisions he needs to make when the time comes. Ah. Snape closed his book and stood up. Draco, any insights in the adolescent male's mind? Snape asked, You like him, don't you? Draco asked Hermione. Hermione responded by throwing her glass at him. Snape brought his wand out and caught the glass easily. It had to be a female thing, this throwing of objects when they were upset. He's like my brother, Drake. Hermione said, just asking. Draco said as he returned to his essay, Sorry, Severus. I can't help you here. Traitor. Snape hissed at Draco. How dare the boy leave him to deal with an emotional teenage girl? She had taken leave of all her senses. I'm fine, she said in the next second, frustrated and upset, but I'll work it out in the end. I'm sorry for throwing the glass at you, Drake, Hermione said, as she stood and smoothed out wrinkles in her robe. No offense taken. My mother would throw things when she was upset, Draco said from his mound of books. Just let me know when you need me to sit on him. How did you know I was thinking of that? Hermione asked. You had that "this is for your own good" look on your face. Draco commented. Are you ready to go back to Gryffindor Tower? He asked as he marked his place. Yes, please. Hermione answered. Do not worry, Miss Granger. Potter will come back to his senses. He just takes a bit longer than most. Snape said as Hermione packed her books away and summoned her messenger. You know, that's the strange thing. Hermione struggled with the clasps on her satchel. He was completely logical tonight. He countered every argument that I presented as to why he did not need to make the decision he's hinting at. Potter is capable of logic. Snape's face threatened to break into a smile. That idea was just ludicrous. What decision was he hinting at? Damn curiosity. He has this strange idea that it's going to be him and the Dark Lord alone at the end, Hermione said as she pulled her satchel onto her shoulder. That it's either Harry or the Dark Lord. Hermione shrugged and thanked Snape as she and Draco left. Neither child saw Snape sink into a chair and put a shaking hand to his head. Dear Merlin, the prophecy. It was true. Potter was going to fulfill it. Harry jerked awake and lifted a hand to his scar. Voldemort was calling. Voldemort had called Harry for lessons at least once a week for the past month. He occluded his mind and got out of bed. He dressed quickly and pulled out his robes and masks. He had run into very few Death Eaters, and no one had questioned him yet. He focused on his magic and waved his hand, smiling to himself as an illusion of an oblivious Harry appeared in his bed. He was getting quite good at illusions. This one could roll over and groan when someone spoke to it. Luckily, Voldemort always told him to return before dawn, and the portkey deposited him right back in his room. No one would ever know. He lowered his mask and hissed his password. He hated portkeys. He landed with some semblance of grace and looked around. No one was really around. He picked his way through the graveyard. He gave the tombstone he had spent time tied to Widebirth and let himself into the house. He had learned his way quite well from his past experience here. Voldemort always met him in what Voldemort called the sitting room. Harry didn't sit there. He collapsed there more often than not, but he did not sit. He was about to knock on the door when a gruff voice stopped him and made his blood run cold. We're in here. Harry turned. It looked like Voldemort was recruiting again. Harry did not know this person. How to explain that he was there for lessons? The man would laugh at him. He gestured for Harry to follow him. Well, what choice did he have? Harry stepped across the hallway and entered the room. Voldemort was at the front of the room, petting Nagini and whispering to someone in what else Death Eater robes and masks. The Death Eater bowed and left Voldemort's side. My Death Eaters. Voldemort hissed. I welcome you all. Harry had to wonder if all maniacs could make such nice speeches. So many have been lost to Azkaban, but you all rose to the challenge presented to you and joined me to better our world. Harry tried not to smirk. He really did. I've called you all here tonight to introduce you to someone. Voldemort said as he lowered Nagini to the floor. My student, call Nagini to you. So Voldemort did know that Harry was there. Harry had only handled Nagini once, and he wasn't too sure he liked her. Zen was much nicer. "I'm here, Nagini." Harry hissed obediently. The man next to him jumped in surprise and inched away from Harry. Nagini slid through the crowd and made her way to Harry. Harry offered his arm to the snake, and she wrapped herself around it. "My Death Eaters, please allow me to present my student to you," Voldemort said as he motioned Harry forward. Harry had not known that Voldemort was planning on making an announcement. Harry stepped through the crowd. Where had these people come from? And approached Voldemort's side. "His identity shall remain a secret for now, for his protection, of course. I need a few volunteers to instruct him, but we can arrange that later." Voldemort waved his wand, and another chair appeared next to him, though it was smaller than Voldemort's own. He waved Harry to his seat, and then turned back to his Death Eaters. "How did the Giants receive our latest offer?" he asked the crowd. Harry lowered himself to his seat and allowed Nagini to slither back to Voldemort. Was this a bad or a good thing? This announcement of Voldemort's student? William Zarek climbed the stairs to Dumbledore's office and kicked the door. He continued kicking until the door swung open. "William, my dear boy, what is it? Are you injured?" "No, Headmaster. I'm fine," Zarek said as he fought for breath. "I've just come from a Death Eater meeting," Zarek told him. Voldemort introduced someone tonight. He called him his student. Zarek waved away the offers of tea and candy. "Student," Dumbledore said, vaguely troubled. "What did you make of him?" The student did not say anything that wasn't in Parseltongue. Zarek said, "What?" Dumbledore demanded. The headmaster only knew of one other Parseltongue, and that boy was being extremely stubborn in his insistence to stay in the Muggle world. "Did you see the student's face?" "No, Headmaster." He was well covered, but his manners screamed pure blood. Zarek said, "He carried himself like Lucius Malfoy." Zarek admitted, "Well, it can't be Harry then." Dumbledore said with a large amount of relief, "Harry? As in Harry Potter?" Zarek asked, "Yes, Harry is the only other Parseltongue I know." Dumbledore told Zarek, "Someone from abroad. Then, a new player." Zarek asked in confusion, "Harry Potter turn dark? Become the Dark Lord's student? Impossible." "That sounds the most likely possibility. What else happened?" Dumbledore asked. "The Giants have refused Voldemort's proposal. Actually, they picked the messenger up and pitched him a fair distance." Dumbledore smiled at the image of a flying Death Eater. "He has sent a delegation to France to stir up support there. He has also asked for teachers for his student." Zarek saw Dumbledore's face and smiled. "I'm ahead of you. I offered my services in any capacity the Dark Lord may desire." He seemed almost giddy by the idea that his student would be taught by a Hogwarts professor. "Get to know this student of his. See if you can get him to talk or confide in you. We cannot dismiss the possibility that this student is not willing. Help him if you can, William." Dumbledore instructed, "Certainly, Headmaster." Zarek took his leave, and Dumbledore returned to his bed. A student? The Dark Lord had a student? The situation had escalated. Harry needed to return to the wizarding world. Sensei stood in the corner of his student's room and waited. The boy slept in the bed, but Sensei knew that something was not right. Deshi slept differently. He knew his student. Dawn was just starting to tinge the sky when Sensei saw someone appear. He was dressed in a heavy black garment, and something clattered to the ground as he dropped to his knees. The figure bent over and gasped quietly. He shuddered for a few minutes before he straightened up. A mask dropped to the floor, and the hood fell from the face. Deshi. His student stood up slowly, using the bed for support until he gained his balance. The boy's hands shook as he unfastened the cloak and folded it up. He moved to the dresser and shoved the cloak under clothing and the mask in another drawer. Deshi returned to his bed and toed off his trainers. He had just pulled off his shirt and was inspecting a few new lashes when Sensei revealed himself. The boy's head snapped up, and his wand flew from the floor to his hand as he faced the unknown. "Come, Deshi," Sensei said as he stepped out of the shadows. "Sensei." Harry had enough time to ask before his body arced in pain, and he fell backwards into his bed. It seemed that his body had decided to lose consciousness. Sensei realized then that Deshi was keeping many secrets from him. Sensei watched as the illusion faded away. He grabbed the blanket from the bed and wrapped his student in it. The boy would not leave his side until Sensei was satisfied. 47. A warrior fights for those who cannot. Harry jerked away from the foul smell underneath his nose and coughed. Ugh, that was horrible, foul, and had no place being on the planet's surface. The smell reappeared under his nose again, and he moved his head away. The movement was a mistake. His head started pounding. He moaned, and the smell finally disappeared. Deshi. Harry knew that voice. It was Sensei. What was Sensei doing here? Was it time to get up? Did they have a workout that morning? He forced his eyes open before slamming them shut again. It was too bright. Why was his room so bright? Deshi. Sensei was being rather persistent this morning. Harry moved his hand up to his face to shield his eyes, ignoring the pain that it brought, and squinted at his teacher. They were not in his room. They were in the locker room. Why were they here? Harry's body caught up with his mind then, and he groaned. The pain was everywhere. Voldemort had not been kind that evening. Cruel would be close. Almost. It was a few steps down from what Voldemort had been doing. Ow. Harry said in a whisper. Oh, yes. His voice was raw. Hope there's a good explanation coming. Sensei said as he removed the blanket covering Harry. He pulled Harry's arm down to his side and stared down at the boy. You'll need it. Sensei warned him. A stay in the infirmary will keep you where you are safe. Harry's stomach sank as Sensei wrestled Harry's clothing off. Harry tried to help only once, but was forced to remain still by a somewhat fearsome glare. He knew that any other teacher would have reported him to the doctor and left him to the man's mercies, but Sensei appeared more than competent to care for Harry's injuries. Harry's brain processed what the man had said. Was he threatening Harry with the infirmary? Harry followed Sensei's instructions as Sensei cleaned the welts covering Harry's back, chest, arms, and legs. Harry was glad that nothing had really scarred. That would have been extremely difficult to explain in the long run. Harry tensed when Sensei applied the burning cream, as Harry called it. Sensei only grunted in reaction. Sensei was really angry. Then, he usually worried if Harry was in pain. Now, it seemed that he could care less if Harry was in pain. Sensei put down the cream and wiped his hands on a clean towel. "Sit up," Sensei told Harry. Harry pushed himself up from the table and faced his teacher. The man held out some pajamas. Harry pulled them on and waited for the other shoe to drop. "You have been going to the man who wants you dead," Sensei said quietly. "You have left the safety of the school and risked your life." Harry had heard varieties of this speech several times in his life, but this was the first time he felt like this. He had been upset before, but he had always felt right in doing what he did. He always had a reason, and it had always worked. Everything turned out for the best. "I am very disappointed." Harry started to take a deep breath, but stopped when his injuries pulled. He felt tears prickle in his eyes. He blinked them away and tried to keep calm. That hurt, the way Sensei had said that. Harry's fists opened and closed as he looked at his teacher. Just the way the man was looking at him seemed to scream displeasure. Harry had disappointed his teacher, the man who had promised to protect him and had protected him over and over. He had disappointed his teacher. Harry didn't know what to say. He had no excuse other than, "This is something I have to do." "I'm sorry," Harry finally said. He figured apology would be the best way to go now. Apology not accepted. Oh, that hurt worse than the disappointed statement. "Explain to me why," Sensei demanded. Sensei's glare pierced through Harry and made him think that the infirmary would have been the better option. He could deal with the infirmary, right? Harry dropped his gaze to his toes and fought away the shudders from the cruciatus. He would not show any weaknesses right now. He couldn't let Sensei down. "I do have a reason," he said to Sensei. "I won't expect you to understand. I don't understand it myself." Harry pulled his legs up and sat in a cross-legged position. He rested his arms on his knees and stared off to his left. "Voldemort has access to my dreams. You already knew that. He has decided that I'm some sort of student. His student. He's teaching me things I wouldn't learn at my school or anywhere else that follows the law." Harry explained. "I don't know why he wants to teach me. I didn't accept it. He just demands it, and I follow those demands." Harry sighed and put his face in his hands. "I don't know why I continue to go." Harry admitted, "I've been there quite a bit, and now he's arranged for outside tutoring from his Death Eaters." Harry shrugged carefully, mindful of one lash directly across his shoulder blade. "Tonight was a particularly bad lesson. I couldn't keep the spells straight, and he was upset." Harry ran a hand through his hair and wished he had his pillow from Paul's office. He jumped when the pillow appeared in his hand. Okay, accidental, wandless magic without a strong wish for anything to happen. Odd. What is going on with my magic? Harry held onto his pillow and sighed. "I know I should stop going, but I learned so much from my time there." He felt Sensei shift, and he looked up. Not bad things. How his organization works. Who reports to him and who does not. The layout of his hideout. How his mind works. Everything I've needed to know, but could not find out, is practically given to me now. I'm learning about him and how he works. I'm finding out the identities of the Death Eaters and learning their weaknesses. Everything I need but couldn't get before. Harry glanced at his teacher and saw an unreadable expression on his face. It was blank. He appeared to be thinking. Harry waited. He didn't want to upset his teacher any further than he had managed. Sun Tzu. Have you heard of him? No, Sensei. Harry answered. He wrote a very famous book called The Art of War. He said, all warfare is based on deception. It seems you are deceiving him. Sensei asked. Harry wasn't sure where this was going, but he gave a cautious nod. You wish to know your enemy. Harry gave another nod. You know this is dangerous? Yes, Harry answered. But it's worth it. How? Sensei demanded. Harry paused. How to explain this? I can do this. No one else. Voldemort is allowing more and more information to come my way. I need to do this. For others. To protect them from Voldemort. Harry stopped. He wasn't helping his case. Sensei's face was completely illegible, and Harry had a feeling that blank face was hiding quite a bit of emotion. Harry jumped when Sensei started speaking again. An old adage says, warriors fight for those who cannot. Okay, what does that mean? You are such a person. Sensei said, Oh, agree with your safety. I do not. Sensei told him, Danger, yes, there is plenty. Sensei reached out a hand and rested it on Harry's shoulder. He bent down and looked Harry directly in the eye. You do what you must. Yes, Sensei. This is something I must do. Harry told him. Sensei searched Harry's face for a few minutes. You have my help. Sensei said shortly. Inform me when it happens. Sensei offered a hand to Harry. Harry took it and smiled at his teacher. If it becomes too much, I will knock you unconscious and admit you to the infirmary. Sensei warned. There are ways of keeping you here. I will let you know, Sensei. Harry said quietly. He had a fair idea of what Sensei meant. Bug had told him stories of what the infirmary could be if a patient tried to harm himself while at St. Jude's. Harry didn't want that. Not at all. I promised to be careful. 2 more weeks passed for Harry. Paul had not cornered him and questioned him about his nocturnal lessons. So Harry guessed that his secret was safe with Sensei. The man had ordered Harry to show Sensei any new injuries, and often had Harry sit out on classes if Sensei thought the wounds were too bad for Harry to participate. He had given Harry a book called The Book of the 5 Rings by a famous swordsman from Japan. Harry had devoured it and found that the book could be applied to his life in several ways. Not that he was ready to bring some of those ideas into play. He would have to wait until the right time. 007, Jack said as he entered the lounge. Harry looked up from his drawing of Gryffindor Tower and smiled at Jack. Your aunt's here, pal. Thanks, Jack. Harry packed up his art supplies and put them into his cubby before shouldering his bag and dashing down to the visitors' lounge. He slid in the hallway and wondered if there was a regular schedule for waxing the floors. He stopped himself with the wall and went down the hall. He waved to Bug and dodged past a nurse carrying a box. He smiled at the lounge door and opened it to see his aunt. Hi, Aunt Petunia. Hello, Harry, she said with a smile of her own. You're looking well, she commented as he came up to her. Harry had no doubts he was looking well. Sensei was badgering him into eating, sleeping, and taking vitamins every day. Thank you, he answered. Prove to me that you're my aunt. Where did you find me when I had an unexpected visitor from my old school? He asked, ready to bring out his wand if it proved necessary. I found you in a tree. Petunia told him. A little paranoid today, Harry? She asked. Paranoia is my constant companion. It saved my life. Harry shrugged. Why are you here today? He asked. Petunia usually only came during weekends, not during the week. Please sit down, Harry. Petunia said in a serious voice. Harry's face fell, and he dropped into a chair. Aunt Petunia was being far too serious. Your uncle and I have decided to separate for now, she said calmly. Harry's mind abruptly stopped, and he stared at her. It was nothing you did. It is not your fault. Harry stared at his aunt. She and Uncle Vernon had separated. His first thought made him feel a bit guilty, for he mentally cheered. No more Vernon. Woo-hoo. Why? Harry asked instead of cheering. He wasn't the man I thought he was. Petunia said simply, we decided it would be best to take a break to figure out what we both want from this marriage, or if we want to continue our marriage. She shrugged. It's been coming for a long time now. She told Harry. He has found a flat and will live there until things are decided. I thought. Harry had been sure Petunia would leave Privet Drive, not Vernon. No, Harry. I own the house. I also bought a new car. I thought we would go out for lunch, if you would like that. Petunia smiled at Harry, and Harry couldn't help but smile back. Does Paul know? He asked. Getting out of St. Jude's for an hour or two would be nice. Yes, he knows. Petunia told him. Is that a yes? She asked as she stood up. That would be nice, Aunt Petunia. Harry replied. Let's go. I'm starved. Ah, you're always starving. You know that, right? She asked as she led the way outside. Yes. It's normal, though. Paul wants me to be normal. Harry said to her, as normal as I can be with a psycho wizard after my head. No, wait, that's changed. Psycho wizard who wants me to join him. Yeah, that's completely normal. Harry sat back from the table and sighed. Lunch had been a great idea. He snickered at Aunt Petunia's look. Hungry? She asked. Not anymore. Harry answered truthfully. Thank you for lunch, Aunt Petunia. Not a problem. She answered. Did you save any room for pudding? No, Harry said with a shake of his head. Thank you. I can wait while you get yours. He told her. Not today, I think. She told him. Ophelia made cheesecake yesterday. I had 2 pieces. She confided. Oh, you're so bad. Harry smirked at her. It was celebration. She answered. Harry, I was wondering what plans you had for Christmas. Harry stopped toying with his straw and looked up at her. He knew Christmas was only 3 weeks away. None yet. He answered honestly. I spent last Christmas with Sirius and all the other ones before that at school. He told her, would you consider coming home for Christmas this year? She asked. Harry blinked at her in confusion. Vernon won't be there. Just the 3 of us. You, me, and Dudley. Christmas at Privet Drive? Not having Uncle Vernon around would be nice. He wouldn't have to worry about his uncle doing anything to embarrass him. Could he do it? Would he wanna? Past experience told him no. Christmas had never been a thing Harry could find any joy in as a child. He hated the holidays when he was a child. He had preferred being in school, away from his family, and their apparent enmity for his presence. You don't have to decide now. She told him. Let me know in a few days. Okay. Harry said. He couldn't go back there for Christmas, could he? Would it be different with Vernon out of the house? I'll think about it. He promised. Paul would help him think this through. Headmaster Dumbledore. Fudge said as he stood to welcome his mentor during his first years in office. What can I do for you today? He asked as he ushered the elder into a chair. A tea service appeared on the table between them as Fudge took his own seat. Minister Fudge, you're looking well, Dumbledore said as he accepted a teacup flavored exactly the way he liked it. Yes, I've had young Mr. Weasley looking after me. He's become invaluable to me. Fudge admitted. He makes sure I eat and pushes me out of the office if I've been here more than 12 hours a day. Fudge looked at Dumbledore in a way that invited explanation. Why are you here, Headmaster? I do not receive visits from you without some reason behind it, he told Dumbledore with a jovial smile. I have some information about the Dark Lord. Information that I feel you need to know, Dumbledore said with a grandfatherly twinkle to his eye. Information. Fudge spluttered. What kind of information? He asked hurriedly. What do I need to know? My source has uncovered something the Dark Lord has yet to reveal to the public. Dumbledore saw the panic in Fudge's eyes. This was playing out exactly as he wished. What is it? The minister practically gibbered. Dumbledore soothed the man with a gesture and smiled. It's not too worrisome. Not yet, at least. He admitted. It is unsettling. He said, It seems that Voldemort, he ignored the minister's flinch, has found himself a student. Dumbledore said calmly. He watched as the man across from him paled. Perfect. This student of his speaks Parseltongue and is receiving tutoring from the Death Eaters themselves. A student? Fudge asked. Is it a child? He asked. A boy, yes. My source puts him at 15 or 16 years of age. He told Fudge, we cannot dismiss the idea that this boy is not doing this by choice. Dumbledore warned him. You said he speaks Parseltongue? Fudge latched onto the information and stared at Dumbledore. The only known Parseltongues are Voldemort and Harry Potter. No one else. My contact says that the student is not Harry Potter. Dumbledore said confidently. This boy, however, has not spoken any English around my source, so we do not know if he even speaks English. The source feels that the boy is foreign. He has promised to find out as much as possible, but it is a good idea now to be cautious. Dumbledore said, we don't know what this student is capable of or what he is willing to do. It makes me afraid for those wizards who are outside the community. You're thinking of the Potter boy, aren't you, Dumbledore? Fudge asked the headmaster. I can't tell you where he is, as I don't know. He is well protected, though. His aunt has sent several Aurors running for their lives, and Potter has bodyguards with him. I doubt he is able to shift in his sleep without someone knowing about it. The two men fell deep into a conversation about the boy who lived, oblivious to the ear, just behind the door. 48. I'll be home for Christmas. Harry paused before he opened his car door. He and Paul had debated going home for Christmas until they were both tired of it. In the end, Harry had decided that he would go home just to decide what life with this new Aunt Petunia would be like. Okay? Aunt Petunia asked with a smile. Yeah. Harry said as he fully opened the door. He pulled his duffel bag out of the back seat and followed his aunt up the walk. No, he wasn't nervous. Not at all. He just felt better knowing his wand was in the holster Sensei had made him and that the throwing darts were under wandless invisibility charms just inside his sleeves. Never mind that he knew Vernon would not be there. He just felt better, safer. His paranoia was at new heights. I'm worse than Mooney. He would be so proud. I'm taking my bag upstairs, Aunt Petunia. All right, come back down for lunch once you've unpacked, she told him as she hung up her coat. Okay, Harry said as he went up the stairs. No, not awkward at all here. Why did I agree to come? He stopped when he reached his door. It wasn't his door. There was no cat flap, no locks. It was an ordinary door. He stopped for a moment. Aunt Petunia had changed his door. There was even a little hand-painted sign that said, Harry's room, hanging from the doorknob. Harry reached out a hand hesitantly and turned the knob. The door swung open easily, and he stepped into his room. He could only stare at it because it wasn't his room. Not anymore. Someone had changed it. The walls had been painted a sky blue, and light, wispy clouds dotted the sky. His furniture had been replaced, too. Nothing looked like it would fall apart anymore. None of it was brand new, but it all looked well-made and well-cared for in a comfortable sort of way. White curtains had replaced the dingy gray ones at the window. Hedwig was asleep on a carved corkscrew stand next to the window. A closer inspection revealed full water and food dishes for his owl. He looked down at the desk and saw an envelope laying there. He opened it and pulled out a piece of writing paper. Harry, Hermione told me that you enjoy flying in the clouds. We can change it if you don't like it. The room is yours for as long as you want it. Welcome home, Harry. Aunt Petunia. Harry folded the letter back into its envelope. Hedwig woke up and hooted at Harry. Hello, girl. Harry held up an arm, and Hedwig landed on it. Aunt Petunia still has some surprises left, doesn't she? Harry asked her. Hedwig didn't answer. Harry sent Hedwig back to her perch and left his room, deciding to unpack later. He went down the stairs and to the kitchen. His aunt was there, cooking something that smelled like vegetable soup. He waited until she turned around. Thank you, he said quietly. You're quite welcome, Harry. She said simply, as though she had not painted Harry's room or made it homey for him. Will you set the table for me? Just 3 spaces for soup and sandwiches. Sure. Harry said, This is weird. Requests, not orders. The meal was weird too. Harry had already sat down when Dudley finally made an appearance. Hi, Harry, Dudley said as he pushed back a chair and sat. Hi. Harry returned, wondering why this was so awkward. Can we talk later? Dudley asked politely. Dudley polite. Did Voldemort win the war? No, I'm still alive. Sure. Harry answered. What could it hurt? Both boys paused for a few minutes. Mum said you had a part in your school play. What was it? That was a topic on which Harry could write a book. Lunch lasted through his recounting of the backstage antics, line memorization, Bevy's attacks, rehearsals, makeup, and the costume crew's stalker-esque behavior. Harry, you clear. Dudley, you rinse. Dudley, doing chores? Harry checked again to see if the world was ending. Harry cleared the table, as asked, and was told to go relax. He did as he was told and retreated to his room. Feel like taking some letters out later. Hedwig? Harry asked his owl. Hedwig actually looked excited by the prospect. Harry decided to get the magical world done and over with. He pulled out parchment and quill. He would write to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley first and go down the list from there. He wrote to the Weasleys and assured them of his safety and well-being in the Muggle world. He mentioned that his aunt was taking excellent care of him and that he was enjoying school this year. He promised to see them as soon as he could and closed with a happy Christmas to the entire Weasley clan. He wrote individual letters to Ron, Ginny, and the twins, as he knew none of them would be satisfied with just the information in the Weasley couple's letter. "Hedwig, can you handle all of this?" Harry asked uncertainly. Hedwig gave an affronted look and held out her leg. "All right." Harry tied the letters to her offered leg and opened the window for her. Harry watched her go and was surprised to find a small gray blur flitting around his room. "Pig," Harry asked as he identified the owl, doing its best to stay out of his reach. "Get down here, you silly owl," Harry said as he held out his hand. The little owl stopped abruptly and flew down to Harry. "You have a letter for me?" he asked as he untied the parchment. Harry broke the seal and stared down at the angry script of his best friend. "Harry, do you have any idea how worried the Order is about you? There are a million ways to make contact, mate, and you did none of them. We can't protect you if we don't know where you are. One spell would have brought wizards to you. Harry, you're the boy who lived. You wouldn't have been thrown out of Hogwarts because you called for help. Please, Harry, come back to Hogwarts where Dumbledore can keep you safe. The Dark Lord has a student now. Harry, it's only a matter of time before he comes for you. In the Muggle world, you're not safe there. Harry, come back to Hogwarts where it is safe. For all our sakes. Ron." "E.T. too, Ron?" Harry asked the room. He couldn't believe Ron. Where did he get such ideas? The protectors, no doubt. Come back to Hogwarts where it is safe. Harry mimicked Ron. "You're the boy who lived. We can't protect you if we don't know where you are." Harry clenched the letter in his fist and was unsurprised to find it catch fire. "Oh, bugger," he muttered to himself. He quenched the flames and took a deep breath to calm down. His magic, he hesitated to say it, but he knew it was true, was out of control. Severely. "Just stay calm, Harry. It doesn't work if you stay calm." Harry started a deep breathing exercise and felt himself center again. Harry moved to his desk and removed his last piece of parchment. He thought it was fitting. Anything else he had to write to the wizarding world would be done on Muggle stationery. He wondered if it was bad to get a strange satisfaction from that. "Ron, Hogwarts is safe." "Really? I've only nearly died there about 6 times. Let's not forget the possessed teacher, the memory charm happy teacher, the dementors, the impersonated teacher, and the psycho teacher. Psycho means mental, if you're wondering. I've had students mock me, students think I'm mental, students be afraid of me, and students who practically worshipped me. I've been attacked by political figures and reporters. I've had to be a protected child, a Triwizard champion, an attention-seeking kid, and a punching bag for the ministry. Do you know what I am now? No one. Just Harry. That's it. I don't have to follow anyone's desires, but my own in a way I have not managed since coming to Hogwarts. Do you know what, Ron? I like it. I like being just Harry. No, more than that. I enjoy it. I revel in it. It's almost intoxicating to just be myself. No one has tried to kill me. I've not uncovered any plot or plan to harm me. Nothing. Just Harry. No one else. I know the old crowd's been worried, but to be blunt, they are not my guardians. Aunt Petunia is my guardian, and I have to listen to her until I'm 17, no matter what I think of her decision. Yes, I hated my new school at the beginning, but I like it now and plan to return to finish out the school year. I might even finish school there. Imagine this. No one has plotted against me, stared at me, or tried to kill me. Paradise. I am well protected because no one knows who I am. Just Harry. Nothing else. You're my best mate, Ron, but you can't expect me to come back to Hogwarts just because you want me there. So I can, how did you put it? Be kept safe. Thanks, but no thanks. I'm protected through anonymity. I am safe because no one knows who I am. Just leave me be. Harry. Harry tied the letter to Pig's leg and allowed the owl to leave. A knock on the door startled him. Come in, Harry said as he took a deep breath. Dudley poked his head around the door. Do you have a minute? Dudley asked. Sure. Have a seat, Harry said, gesturing to his bed. Dudley perched on the end of it, and Harry had a flash of insight. Dudley was nervous. So, what did you want to talk about? I've been going to a doctor. Dudley started. Yeah, we wrote to each other about that. Harry said calmly. Well, Joe told me a few things about myself. He said Mom and Dad spoiled me. A lot. And that I was really mean to you. Dudley stopped for a minute. Harry knew what Dudley was trying to say, but that didn't mean he would make it easy on his cousin. I was wondering if we could start over. Dudley asked. Start over. Harry had been expecting an apology. Not this. Yeah, I'm sorry for what I did. There was the apology. I hope we can start over, because Joe pointed out that besides Aunt Marge, you're my only family. I don't want to be alone when Mom and Dad die, and I think you need some family too. I would like to be family to you. Dudley sighed. Never mind. I've messed it up. No, Harry said, stopping Dudley from leaving. I understood you. Harry hadn't known that Dudley could actually speak in coherent sentences. Okay, we can do that. Well, if we're apologizing here, I'm sorry for threatening you with magic. You couldn't really. Dudley said with a smirk. You would have been thrown out of school. No, but it felt good. Harry admitted. Friends? Dudley asked. Friends. Dudley offered his hand, and Harry shook it. Want to play some computer games? He asked. Harry had always wanted to play one. Only if I get to show you wizard chess later. Harry said as he followed his cousin. The pieces move and talk. That is something I have to see. Dudley said. Harry listened to Dudley as he explained how to play on the computer. Harry couldn't believe it. Some of these games required actual thought. Who knew? Christmas. Harry pulled his blanket over his head and moaned. So what? His bed was soft and warm. The blanket blocked out light. And something smelled good. Harry, wake up. It's Christmas, Dudley said as he knocked on the door. Harry was not yet coherent, much less conscious. Harry tried to open his eyes when he heard his door open. Harry, Dudley said from the doorway. Wake up. No. Harry snapped from under his blanket. Harry jumped as Dudley pulled his blanket away. Dudley, can't you let me sleep? Not on Christmas. Dudley said. Get up now. You're mean. Harry whined. Okay, so it wasn't the most biting or intelligent comment he'd made, but it was better than turning Dudley into a toad. He blamed it on being tired. Let's go. I'm giving you 5 minutes to get downstairs. Dudley left the room, and Harry mumbled some quite derogatory remarks about his cousin. His teenage SD omic kicked him, and he finally found the energy to move. He stumbled into the bathroom and down the stairs with only a few minutes to spare. He reached the kitchen door, and somehow the door moved about 10 centimeters to the left. Harry hit the wall. Stupid wall. Harry muttered to himself, "Is that you, Harry?" He heard Aunt Petunia say from the kitchen, "Yeah." Harry answered, successfully managing the door. He went into the kitchen and dropping into his seat. "Morning," he said to the room in general. "Good morning, Harry." A male voice said. It took a moment for Harry to process it. It wasn't Dudley. It wasn't Vernon. It wasn't Paul, Sensei, or anyone from St. Jude's. Remus. A warm chuckle told him his guess was correct. "I invited Mr. Lupin for Christmas," Aunt Petunia said with a smile as she put a bowl of scramble on the table. "You couldn't warn me, Dud?" Harry asked as Remus mussed his hair. "No," Dudley said, completely disinterested as he poured himself some juice. "Traitor," Harry muttered to his cousin, heir to the Potter and Black families, owner of 3 companies, actor, "and you still can't manage to wake up in the morning?" Remus said as he dished out breakfast to Harry, "I'm the boy who lived." Harry said sarcastically. Remus and Petunia both snickered at the comment. "I deserve extra sleep." "Sure, kiddo. Whatever you say." Remus rolled his eyes and poured juice for Harry while Petunia sat down. "How'd you fit in the kitchen this morning with that ego?" "Magic," Harry said with a shrug. That comment made Dudley spray his juice. "No, let me get it," Harry told his aunt. He waved his hand, and the juice disappeared. "Presto," Harry said with a smile. "Remind me to yell at you later." Remus said, "Okay, Remus, pass the toast, please." Remus passed the toast while Harry laughed to himself. He loved surprising people, especially Remus. Harry sat surrounded by packages and had to wonder where to start. Remus had checked every package under the tree and had deemed most of them safe. 2 of them had tracking charms on them, and 2 were a portkey. No surprise that they were from Ron, Dumbledore, Moody, and the Weasleys. He had a feeling that the Weasleys didn't actually know about the portkey, but Ron would have known. He knew Ron allowed it, especially after that letter. Remus finally lost patience with Harry staring at his packages. He reached out and handed one to Harry. "Start with mine," he told the dazzled boy. "You didn't have to," Harry said hesitantly. "I wanted to. Your family trust pays me enough to spoil you every day for the rest of my life." Remus told him, "Now learn from your cousin and follow his example," Remus said as he pointed at Dudley. Harry glanced at Dudley, who was practically burrowing through his presents. Harry started on Remus's wrapping job and wondered if he had wrapped the box by hand or by wand. "Wow, Remus," Harry said in surprise. Remus had given him an entire art set complete with brushes and a palette. No more mixing paints on a dinner plate. "I agree with Hermione. I'll encourage any hobby that does not include bodily harm." Remus said, "You have more than one package, you know." He told Harry when Harry seemed quite content to memorize the items in his art case. "Oh, right," Harry said as he carefully set aside the case and reached for the next box. He found himself surrounded by books, clothing, all his size and nicely made, and art supplies. His cousin had somehow grown a brain and gave him 2 books, A History of Theater and Fighting for the Stage. Harry's own gift to Dudley was well received. Dudley loved his customized boxing gloves and was excited to hear of the lifetime warranty. Aunt Petunia received a spa weekend from Harry, and Dudley had jumped in with Harry to give his mother a new robe and slippers for when she took that spa weekend. "This is the last one, Harry," Petunia told him as she handed him an envelope. Harry did not notice his family and Remus exchanging glances, or the camera Remus suddenly brought out. Harry turned over the envelope several times, trying to find some clue about its contents. "Just open it, Harry," Remus advised. He readied the camera and waited. Harry slid a finder under the flap and broke the seal. He found a note card with his aunt's writing. "Harry, this card is good for 1 school trip to London. You are expected to learn quite a bit while at the theater, and I fully expect you to act like the 16-year-old you are. Just don't eat too many sweets. Please stay close to your teachers. Happy Christmas, nephew. Love, Aunt Petunia." "Really?" Harry asked excitedly as a camera went off in his face. "I can go," Harry said once the afterimage faded. "You can go," Petunia told him with a smile. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Harry leapt from his seat and threw his arms around his aunt. He then moved to Remus and hugged him too. "I know you had something to do with this," he said to Remus. "This is great," he said, practically dancing in place. I've got to call Bug. Call him tomorrow," Petunia said as she laughed. "Oh, okay," Harry said. "I've got to pack," he exclaimed as he started for the door. "It's not for 2 weeks," Remus said. "Calm down, Harry. You can write Hermione with the good news later. For now, I think you and your cousin need to get dressed," Remus said as he messed up Harry's hair again. "Okay," Harry said calmly. Harry and Dudley looked at each other. "Last one that gets cold water," Harry said as he dashed from the room. Dudley followed Harry at something that resembled a run. "They never truly grow up, do they?" Remus asked Petunia. "I hope they never have to," Petunia said as she started clearing up the paper. Remus rolled his eyes and waved his wand. The paper disappeared, and the packages stacked themselves neatly. "Thank you, Remus. Eggnog. Sounds wonderful," Remus said as he followed her into the kitchen. Christmas dinner was large enough to make Harry think of the burrow. He ate enough to satisfy his aunt and was dragged outside by Remus and Dudley to play in the snow, of all things. They started to make a snowman, but they quickly descended into an all-out snowball fight. Harry managed to hold his own, even fighting against Remus and Dudley. A bright camera flash blinded him for a second. "Mr. Potter, why did you leave Hogwarts?" Harry knew then that he was facing a subspecies of wizard. Reporters. On Christmas. "This is low. Boys, let's go inside now," Remus whispered as he nudged Harry and Dudley towards the door. "Mr. Potter, don't you feel safe at Hogwarts?" One reporter shouted after him. "What about you-know-who?" Harry shut the door on the tiny mob and leaned against it. "What was that all about?" Dudley asked Harry and Remus. "You know that I'm famous in the wizarding world," Harry told Dudley. "Yeah, but I didn't believe you," Dudley told him. "Well, That's what it was all about. I don't show my face often enough to please everyone, so I guess the reporters are getting a bit ruthless. Harry explained. Remus, is there a way to keep reporters away from my house? Harry asked. They should not have been here in the first place. Remus said as he checked outside through the curtains. What can we do? Harry did not want reporters camped out in front of his house. This was his holiday vacation, his first with his family, and he did not want anything to ruin it. Do you think Hedwig is up for a trip? Remus asked. I think she might be. She seemed bored last night. Harry told him, let's draft a few letters. Then, the minister, the Daily Prophet, and your family's solicitor. Remus said thoughtfully, that should be enough. My family has a solicitor. Harry asked as he started up the stairs. He stopped and turned back to his cousin. Are you okay, Dudley? Fine. They're easier to handle than those too many things. Dudley said calmly. True. They're not that far apart, though. Harry said with a smile. Just stay inside until they're gone. No problem. Dudley told his cousin, I'll ask Mum to make some hot chocolate. Dudley said as he walked towards the kitchen. Sounds good. Harry said as his cousin disappeared. You said I had a solicitor. Harry reminded Remus as they reached Harry's room. 2 actually, 1 for Potter and 1 for Black. Remus told him with a smile. Both want to meet you when you have the free time. Remus informed him. Set up the meetings for Monday. I go back to school the next day. Very well. Remus said in agreement. Harry and Remus spent 30 minutes drafting letters before Remus had to transfigure some parchment. What happened to that stationery? I got you. Remus asked, slightly put out that Harry didn't have it. Well, some of the guys found it, and it made really good paper airplanes, and we were really, really bored and dash. Enough. Just make sure you keep some at home, too, okay? Remus said as he lowered his wand. I'll do that. Thanks. Harry said. He gathered the letters together and told Hedwig where to go. Hedwig barely gave him time to tie the letters to her leg before she took off. Harry snuck back down to the living room and peered through the gap in the curtains. The reporters and photographers were milling around outside, talking to each other. Harry had to roll his eyes. He hated reporters, and interviews, and photographers. Harry, Aunt Petunia called him from the kitchen. Coming, Aunt Petunia. Harry called as he left the window. The reporters could stand outside and freeze. He wouldn't let them spoil Christmas. Harry could hardly sit still. He smoothed his new shirt down and stood to pace. It was Boxing Day, and Uncle Vernon was coming over to pick up Dudley. Harry didn't want to see the man, but he knew it would be brief, if at all. He had one thing to look forward to today. His friends were coming over. Hermione had arranged the whole thing. Ginny and Luna were invited to Hermione's house for a sleepover, though she did say little actual sleeping happened at those. Neville Longbottom had been invited over for tutoring. The entire group would then move to Harry's house. The doorbell rang, and Harry raced to the door. Harry, Hermione said as she stepped in. Padfoot pranks, by the way, she said as she began shedding her heavy winter layers. Harry. Ginny and Neville practically launched themselves at Harry and nearly took him to the ground. Hello, Harry. Luna said as she came up behind Neville. It's good to see you aren't dead. Harry's lips quirked at the comment by one of his more eccentric friends. Hi, Luna. Harry said through his laughter. It's good to see you all. Please, let me take your coats. As long as I get it back. Luna said with a shrug. I'll need it when I leave. No problem. Harry said as he hung the coats up. I'll make sure you get it back. Harry motioned for his friends to follow him. Harry, was that? Dudley stopped halfway down the stairs and stared. A dash. Harry could see his cousin's brain come to a stop and die. Air dash. Harry followed Dudley's line of sight and saw him staring at Luna. His cousin? And Luna? A dash. Hello, Harry's cousin. Luna said sweetly. Sorry, Dudley. That wasn't your dad. Just my friends. This is Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and Luna. He introduced them. Guys, Dudley Dursley, my cousin. Harry watched Dudley's brain come back to life. It's nice to meet you. He squeaked. I've heard a bit about you. Dudley said. Harry hadn't known Dudley could actually be polite when it suited him. All good, I hope. Hermione said with a grin as she hugged Harry. Yes. Dudley answered. Harry noticed Dudley's eyes move back to Luna. All good. The doorbell rang again, and Harry gave a quick glance to the door before ushering his friends into the sitting room. Dudley headed towards the door, but found himself blocking Luna's way. He danced around her before giving Luna a nervous smile and managing to move towards the door. I think your cousin likes Luna. Hermione whispered. I think you're right. Harry answered. Hermione's always right. Ginny and Neville said at the same time. Luna stepped into the sitting room at that moment. She looked at all of her friends, noticed them staring at her, and blinked. What? She asked, looking around. It's a Banaksha, isn't it? I thought one was following me. Harry had changed for bed and was ready to climb under his blankets when someone knocked on the door. Come in, he said, wondering who it was. Oh, hi, Aunt Petunia, he said once he saw his guardian standing there. Hello, Harry. Almost ready for bed? She asked. Yes. It was a long day. I forgot how tiring my friends could be. Harry said with a grimace. His exhaustion was a mix of two things, his friends and holding his magic in check around his friends. He had noticed his magic flaring around lunchtime, and it only got worse as time went on. He had excused himself to get a hold of his magic and had kept a tight rein on it the rest of the day. Dudley seems quite taken with Luna. Petunia told him. Yeah, I noticed that. Harry said with a smile. Dudley had asked a few questions about Luna once he came home from his father's place. He does know she's a witch, right? Harry had to be sure about that. Oh, yes. He asked me what I thought. I told him that the only thing that mattered was happiness. What would Uncle Vernon say? Harry had to know. Vernon had been a part of their lives for so long. I don't think it matters. We can have some magic now. Petunia said with a smile. Harry returned it and resisted the urge to hug her. Oh, look at the time. After midnight. Into bed with you, young man. Petunia said with a fake sternness. Yes, ma'am. Harry laughed and climbed into bed. Petunia reached down and ruffled his hair. She arranged the blankets around him. Harry realized what it was. His aunt had just tucked him in. He smiled up at her. Aunt Petunia, he said as she started for the door. Yes, Harry. I'm glad I came home for Christmas, he said in a content voice. I'm glad you came home, too, she said as she turned out the light. Good night, dear. Night, Harry said as he closed his eyes. Petunia shut his door, and Harry heard her walk away. It was nice to be home. What's that noise? Harry thought to himself. Something had brought him out of sleep. What is that? Harry reached out a hand to summon his glasses as his brain caught up with him. It couldn't be. A quick wave of his hand turned on his light and revealed a distraught creature standing at the foot of his bed. "Creature?" he asked, unable to keep his incredulity out of his voice. This couldn't be the same elf. This one looked sane. "Master has not come to see Creature." The elf all but wailed. Creature prepared for his new master, cleaned Master's home from top to bottom, prepared the Master's room. And still Master has not come. Creature is a bad elf. Bad Creature. Creature knelt on the floor. Bad Creature. Bad Creature. "Creature, stop it," Harry said calmly. "Bad Creature." Creature bashed his head once more. "Creature, stop punishing yourself." Harry told him. Creature stopped and lay on the ground, panting harshly. "Harry, what's that noise?" Aunt Petunia asked as she knocked. "It's okay. You can come in," he told her. She opened the door and stepped in. "It's my house elf," he explained. "Could you call Remus?" he asked. "I think I might need his advice." "Certainly," she said, eyeing the little creature on the floor. "Thanks," Harry said as Creature started to bang his head again. "Creature, stop banging your head." Creature was acting, well, stranger than normal. "Creature, would you like something to do?" Master would give Creature something to do? Creature asked with wide and hopeful eyes. "Yes, my bestiary is in my trunk. Could you find it for me, please?" Harry watched as the elf began rummaging through his trunk. He heard rushed footsteps not a minute later, and a very disheveled Remus burst into the room with his wand drawn. "You'll not hurt Master," Creature said vehemently with Harry's requested book held over his head like a weapon. "Hi, Remus," Harry said calmly. "You can put your wand away. Creature won't hurt me." Harry shrugged. His life would never be normal, would it? "How do you know?" Remus demanded, not lowering his wand. He ignored Creature's assertions that Remus would not hurt Master. "My magic," Harry said simply. It was amazing. One day, it was out of control, and the next he could feel it almost speaking to him, warning him of danger. Honestly, stairs were not that dangerous, and whispering of his safety. "Oh," Remus said. He couldn't argue with something like that. "It's okay, Petunia," Remus said as he stepped out into the hallway. "Creature, this is Remus Lupin, my mentor, advisor, and friend," Harry told the elf. Remus came back into the room and sat on the bed. "What do you know about elf and master relationships?" Harry asked. He had a suspicion about a few things. "Some," Remus admitted. "It's usually for life, until one or the other dies. Elves know their master's needs and wants as well as they know their own. Their well-being is tied directly to that or their master's. Their own magic is bolstered by their master's power." Remus trailed off. His eyes told Harry that he had an epiphany. "I can't believe we didn't see it. You came to the same conclusion?" Harry asked. "I think almost everyone forgot or refused to see the mental state Sirius was in. That would explain a few things." Remus said sadly, "Like Creature's actions." Harry agreed. Mistress Black was so much stronger than Master Black, so much more powerful. Creature had to master. Creature started to wail again. "Bad Creature." "Creature," Harry said sharply. Stop punishing yourself." Harry ordered the little creature. Creature stopped his head bashing mid-bash and looked up at Harry. "You are not to punish yourself unless I order it." "Understood." "Yes, master," Creature said, wiping his eyes on the new tea towel he wore. "I understand that you had to do what was ordered. I will not punish you for following directions." Harry told the elf, "And please call me Harry." "Of course, Master Harry." Well, if that was the best the elf could do, Harry would leave him to it. "Would you like to meet my family?" Harry asked the elf. Creature would be honored. He said with the vaguest hint of hero worship, "You can come in now, Aunt Petunia." Harry called out to her. "How did you know I was out there?" she asked as she opened the door. "Magic," Harry told her. Remus gave out a little chuckle as Harry introduced the house elf to Petunia. "Harry, what's wrong?" Remus asked when he noticed Harry go pale. "Hermione's going to kill me," he said calmly. "I own a house elf." Harry buried his face in his hands. "Hermione will not harm Master Harry." Well, it looked like Harry had received a rather protective house elf, so much so that it would protect his master against the reformers who wanted to help the house elf. The irony, Remus thought. He had a feeling Harry would become a house guest of his if Hermione ever did find out. No matter. He had a guest room ready if he should need it. 49. Catawat. Harry woke up from something. Not another noise. He started to roll over when his sleep-lagged brain told him something he wasn't ready to believe. He was floating in the air. What? He dropped into his bed from 3 feet above it as soon as he realized that he was in fact above it. He sat up and looked around. Note to self: gain control of your magic soon. He sat up and looked around for the noise that had caused such a wonderful wake-up. He knew it wasn't Creature because he had sent Creature with Remus. He would have let Creature stay with his aunt, but it made Aunt Petunia uncomfortable to see a small creature popping in and out of rooms. The noise came again from the window. A gray owl was sitting on the branch outside, peering in at Harry as though to say, "Feel like opening this window?" Harry called up his magic to see if there were any spells or portkeys on the owl or the message it carried. Nothing. Who is sending me messages in the middle of the night? Harry opened the window, and the owl flew in. It came to a rest on Harry's desk. "Thank you," Harry said as he removed the note from the owl. "Help yourself to water. Hedwig is always happy to share." The owl left the desk and perched next to Hedwig, looking very pleased with himself. Harry turned on his desk light and inspected the envelope. It only had his address penned on the front in plain ink, not something Harry had come to expect from the wizarding world. The handwriting looked familiar, but Harry couldn't place where he had seen it. He broke the seal and opened the page. "Harry, I know I'm probably the last person you want to hear from, but I couldn't let this pass. My loyalty is to the ministry, not a certain person. The minister is not making very good decisions concerning you or your safety. I felt the need to inform you what is happening. Minister Fudge and Dumbledore met today and spent a lot of time talking about you. Dumbledore managed to receive the minister's permission to remove you from the Muggle world if you know who becomes too aggressive. The level of aggressiveness is open to Dumbledore's interpretation, of course, because he knows more about you-know-who than any other wizard. Dumbledore told the minister that you-know-who has found a student. Dumbledore does not know who this student is, but he feels that the student may or may not be doing this of his free will. I do know that the student is a Parseltum. The source, I'm assuming it's a Death Eater spy, thinks the student is foreign. The most important is the fact that no one knows what the student looks like. Be on your guard. I know you don't like me. I don't blame you. My family considers you one of their own, and I'm just starting to realize that you belong to me, too. Take care of yourself and keep an eye out for danger. The magical world and ministry has failed you one too many times. I refuse to contribute to that failure any longer. I will contact you again if there is any further information you need to know. Percy Weasley. Harry lowered the page and sighed. So Dumbledore is still unwilling to concede. Is he? Harry thought as he dug for some paper. His hands finally found his paper and pens. Percy, thank you for the information. I will take appropriate action. Your secrets are safe with me. Take care of yourself. Harry, could you take a return message? Harry asked the gray owl. The owl bobbed its head, took the letter, and flew out the window. Harry shivered and shut the window with a wave of his hand. He lowered his head to the desk and wondered why his life was so screwed up. The reporters were actually carted away by Aurors disguised as Muggle police officers. The Daily Prophet had issued a written apology to Harry, explaining that they had forbidden any reporters from appearing at Harry's house, but could not guarantee what independent reporters and photographers would do. They did promise not to buy any photographs or stories about Harry from anyone not employed at the Daily Prophet. Remus had said that the Prophet was doing a classical rendition of Oops, We Were Caught. Harry had to agree with him. The visit to the solicitor's offices went better than Harry had expected. The Potter family's solicitor was a middle-aged woman that reminded Harry a bit of his aunt. She had this no-nonsense approach towards everything that put Harry at ease. So the world was falling down around her. Oh well, she was meeting Harry Potter. That's nice. Lord Voldemort walked through her front door. Oh dear, she would go out the back. He spent 2 hours with her, while she told him exactly what she did for the Potter family. Remus had control of the business aspect of things, yes, but she made sure that Remus was doing everything within the bounds of law. She was also capable of bringing charges against anyone Harry wished. It was an odd feeling that someone would do something like that, just because Harry asked. She also told him a few stories about his parents. It appeared that his mother controlled his father's prankish behavior whenever the two were out in public. He had chuckled at that. He had heard that his mother had a forceful personality, but the idea that his father needed to be told to sit down and behave himself like a child. He was only glad that he hadn't been told that since he was, about 3. The second solicitor was a rather jocular fellow who was so pleased to meet Harry at last. He couldn't believe that this man worked for the Black family until the solicitor confided that Sirius Black had chosen him over the lads. Sirius was a lad compared to this man. Mother's choice, who was a rather crotchety man not suited to the legal profession. He had plied Harry with tea and biscuits until Harry was sure he would never eat again. The solicitor didn't bother listing his responsibilities to the Black family. He just gave Harry a roll of parchment that recorded all of his duties, should Harry need something along those lines. He jerked as his scar gave a quick lance of pain, and then started throbbing in time with his pulse. He sighed. He really didn't want to see Voldemort right now. He stood and went to his bag to dig out his robes and mask. He laid them on the bed and pulled on some of his new clothes and shoes. It wouldn't be a good idea to appear in pajamas. He replaced his glasses for his contacts. The robes settled on his shoulders, and the mask went on before he hissed his password. No one was around when he appeared in the graveyard. His magic flared around him, trying to tell him something. There was a teacher here. What did that mean? He paused, a line of Percy's letter coming into his head. The most important fact is that no one knows what the student looks like. They also thought that the student was foreign. Harry smirked as he raised his hand to his hair. He felt magic settle on it. He pulled out a strand and found that it was dirty blonde. Perfect. Now for the eyes. He concentrated, not sure exactly what he was doing. His magic flared up and asked what he wanted. He managed to figure out that he wanted a temporary color change to last until the morning, and he felt a slight tingle in his eyes. He conjured a mirror and stopped. His scar would give him some problems. He lengthened his hair until it covered his forehead, and then used a slight sticking charm to get the closest layer to stick to his forehead. Perfect. He gave a toothy grin, shook his head at his own silliness, and entered Voldemort's lair. He went to the usual meeting place and found Voldemort waiting for him. Harry stopped just inside the doorway and frowned. There was someone else waiting with Voldemort. The robes and mask were still on. Who was it? Ah, my student. Voldemort said when he saw Harry standing there. Good evening, sir. Harry answered, giving his voice a slight accent. The drama club had practiced accents before the Christmas holidays had started. Professor Bevington told Harry never to accept a role that offered a French accent, because Harry couldn't really produce one. His French accent sounded like a mix between French, German, and Spanish. He just couldn't remember the sounds or keep them straight. Harry figured that this would confuse anyone listening. He wasn't going to give anyone any clues at all about his identity. Voldemort gave him an amused look but didn't say anything. This is Professor William Zorat. Voldemort said as he motioned to the other one in the room. He is Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts teacher. He has offered to tutor you, my student. Voldemort said as he beckoned Harry closer. Harry walked into the room and kept an eye on the professor. Voldemort nodded to the man, and Zorat started removing his heavy outer robes and his mask. Harry stopped next to Voldemort and cocked his head to the side to study his new teacher. Voldemort reached out and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Remove your robes and mask, Voldemort said to his student. Harry's head whipped around so fast that he was sure that he would be sore the next morning. Now, my child, your funeral. Harry thought as he reached up and removed his mask. Voldemort reached out a hand and took it from Harry. He reached out a spidery hand and undid the clasp at Harry's throat. Harry had to fight every instinct not to pull away from him. Having Voldemort's hand near his throat brought back unpleasant memories of his first year. Harry slipped out of his robes and folded them over his arm. Voldemort started to make a choking noise next to him. Harry looked over with a puzzled look on his face. Sir. He wasn't sure, but he thought he might have given Voldemort a heart attack. More importantly, was it fatal? Voldemort crushed Harry's dream in the next instant by letting out a burst of laughter, which slowly turned maniacal. You are full of surprises. Voldemort said in Parseltongue, his pleasure and pride showing through in his voice. I had a feeling that I would need a disguise tonight. Harry returned with a, well, not smile. It was a smirk. Oh dear. He was actually smirking. "Sirrah," Voldemort said as he motioned the man towards the throne. The man moved forward and knelt in front of Voldemort. "This is my student, the young Dark Lord. Let's call him Tom for now." "Oh, that's just hysterical. That's really funny, Voldemort. Watch me rolling on the ground. Young Dark Lord Tom." How ignoble. Harry restrained himself and fought the slight homicidal tendency he found rising within him. The man had to make jokes, didn't he? Voldemort motioned for Zara to rise. "Teach him well. He is a good student, if a little stubborn from time to time. He's no stranger to heavy discipline. Do not be afraid to use it." Harry shot a glance at the man who lived to torture him. Why couldn't Voldemort do things like lines or cleaning? Why did it have to be the Cruciatus Curse? "I will, however, hold you responsible if he is permanently damaged." Voldemort warned the teacher. "I will do my best, my lord." The words settled over Harry, and he fought a shudder. Did Dumbledore know the man could sound so evil? "See that you do," Voldemort said. "Obey him and learn well, Tom." "Yes, sir," Harry answered in English. The night was going to be stressful enough for the man in front of him. He didn't want to add any more than necessary. That didn't mean he couldn't play with him a bit. "I have designated a room at the end of the hall as your classroom," Voldemort told them. "Return here after you are done." Harry nodded to Voldemort and followed the Death Eater out of the room. Their classroom was just a large room with very little furniture. There was a table and 2 chairs, a few books about the dark arts and not the defense, and a few targets on the wall. "Have a seat, my young lord," Zara said as he waved to one of the chairs. "You do not have to call me that, Professor," Harry said as he slipped into the role of foreign student. "Tom," he almost gagged, "is fine. I have a feeling that the Dark Lord would not be happy about that," Zara said as he sat down across from Harry. "It does not matter. I ask you to call me by Tom," Harry said simply. "My lord will not be happy, but he will not distress." Zara blinked at the odd word choice. "Is that not right?" Harry asked. He was having fun with this role. Toying with Dumbledore's spy would be a lot of fun. One of his more challenging roles at the very least. "I think you were looking for the word worry," Zara suggested. "Yes, worry," Harry said with a smile. The man actually smiled back at him. Zara looked him over, making Harry suspicious, and seemed to come to some sort of decision. "I will call you Tom. If you call me William Zara said with a smile. Harry's own faded, and he regarded the teacher. "Only if you do not tell him," Harry said with a jerk of his head in the direction of Voldemort's throne room. "Deal." Zara extended his hand for a shake. Harry looked at his hand. He knew Voldemort's wards would not allow anyone to take Harry out of them. He felt the wards drop around him every time he appeared here. He wouldn't be able to leave until Voldemort raised them for him. Harry reached out his hand. It didn't tremble, did it? And shook Zara's hand. "Now, what do you know about the unforgivable spells?" Zara said as he pulled a book towards him. Harry stumbled as his portkey deposited him too close to his desk for comfort. He was amazed that he escaped that night without a single Cruciatus cast on him. A few lashes had been dealt out, which Zara had watched without a single noise of protest or flinch. Harry had flinched, but not that much. He hated to say it, but he was getting used to the feeling, and was finding it easier to ignore it. Zara's eyes told Harry that he hated to see it and stand by to allow it to happen. Harry smirked as he dropped his mask and robes into his bag. Dumbledore had chosen a good spy. The man had only slipped when Voldemort's attention was on student. Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was noticeably empty during the Christmas holidays. Even the protectors were summoned home by anxious parents. Several teachers had left the castle to visit distant relatives and family they had not seen but didn't want to miss while they still had the chance. If a motto existed for the wizarding world's current state of mind, it would be, just in case. Let's put some money into a jar, just in case. Let's visit your mother before the holidays, just in case. Make sure to have your wand with you on the train ride home from school, just in case. Never go anywhere alone, just in case. Make out a will, just in case. Headmaster Dumbledore ignored the list of things he had to do, just in case. He did not need to notify anyone about his final wishes, as they had been decided for almost 20 years, just in case. He gave a wry grin and stirred his tea after adding a twist of lemon. Fawkes preened in the corner and let out a few notes of song before settling himself for sleep. "Fawkes, my old friend, you wouldn't know where Harry is, would you?" Dumbledore asked his phoenix with a slight chuckle. The bird had never answered him, and probably never would. For the first time in a very long time, Albus Dumbledore felt old. One of his students, in fact, one of his favorite students, was missing from the safety of the magical world. He was left to the mercy of Muggle education, Muggle medical practices, and Muggle safety. In other words, he was in extreme danger with little to no recourse for help. What really frustrated Dumbledore more than anything else about the situation was that the boy seemed to want to stay there now. Ronald Weasley had forwarded the letter Harry had written in response to Ron's own letter. The wording did not ease Dumbledore's mind or heart at all. It pained him to think that a student he considered one of his own felt unsafe at Hogwarts and found something in the Muggle world he preferred. Hogwarts was a one-of-a-kind institution, and Harry had found somewhere he liked better. It was almost shameful. Hogwarts had always been home to Harry Potter. The boy should be home with Dumbledore, not out in the Muggle world, dancing through who knew what kind of danger with no adult wizard to guide him. Dumbledore rose from his chair and moved to his window to look down at the grounds. He saw numerous people portkeying to just outside the Hogwarts gates. He smiled to himself. The Order of the Phoenix was still growing, getting larger and more powerful by the day. New countries that he had not contacted were offering their services and support for the upcoming war in exchange for meeting the boy who lived. He did not mind using the boy's name. After all, this would help Harry defeat Voldemort and give him many contacts for his later career, whatever he decided that would be. Harry could have his pick of professions at the end of this. Would the boy be interested in politics, sports, education, law? Any one of the contacts Dumbledore had made for him would be able to further the boy's desires. His name would open the doors he needed to succeed in life. It would be easy to ensure Harry's comfort for the rest of his life once he fulfilled his destiny. Dumbledore knew then what a father felt when his children lived up to their full potential. Pride. He would burst with pride once Harry finished what he needed to and go on to his adult life. Dumbledore left his office and changed his password as the gargoyle shut behind him, just to perturb the other teachers later on when they had to guess sweets. That was always so amusing to watch. He strolled down the hallway to the Great Hall, thinking about various matters on his mind, but chief in his thoughts was Voldemort's student. William Zara had finally managed to offer his services as a dark arts teacher to Voldemort and his student. Voldemort had been a little upset when Zara had spoken out of turn, but seemed pleased that Zara was willing to give up his free time to teach, especially when his profession was in education. A few of Dumbledore's theories had been confirmed. The boy was only 14 years of age and had dirty blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, to use Zara's word for them. He did speak English, but it was heavily accented. Zara couldn't quite place where the accent originated. He described it as a mix of French and some heavy tones common to Scandinavian languages. The student was also left-handed and preferred spoken spells to silent. Voldemort had seemed amused when Zara had asked about that tendency, but he hadn't enlightened his Death Eater to why he found the situation amusing. The only thing of which Dumbledore was still uncertain was if the boy was doing it of his own free will. Never mind that the lad was only 14, Voldemort could now add child endangerment to his already long list of charges. Or if he had no choice. His spy had told him that Voldemort did lash the boy, but the boy acted like he accepted the lashes as though he was used to them and expected them. Dumbledore had already ordered Zara to remove the boy from the situation if he had a chance to do so. Not that he had much of one. Voldemort would watch the lessons by popping in and out of the room, often speaking to the boy in Parseltongue. Zara said that he could tell from the tones that Voldemort was either pleased or berating the boy. There was no medium in sight when it came to the lad's education. Dumbledore stepped into the Great Hall and took his place at the front of the room. The gathered members slowly died down in their greetings and turned to face him. Members of the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore said calmly, as he felt the various translation spells activate around the room. We have a serious situation. So serious, in fact, that I do not know what to do. He listened for the expected chuckles and smiled to himself. Having an appreciative audience always helped his humor. Voldemort. He paused while several members took the time to flinch at the name, has a student. The entire hall erupted into chaos as many people reacted to the news. Many of the women started to tear up. The men just looked shocked. He is still a boy. Our source puts him at 14, no older than 15. Dumbledore heard a sob from his right and saw Molly Weasley's face buried in her husband's shoulder. Well, the boy would have a mother if Zara ever managed to get him away from Voldemort. His accent is rather difficult to pin down. He does speak English, but with heavy tones of French and some Scandinavian influences. We are unsure of his original country. Mr. Dumbledore, a representative from France, stood and waved for Dumbledore's attention. Dumbledore sent her a benevolent smile. While this news is very distressing and disturbing, the French government is more concerned over the boy who lived. We have not seen any evidence that Harry Potter is still alive and able to fight. She sat down with a smirk, and Dumbledore waited for the applause to die before answering her. I saw Harry Potter myself not too long ago. The boy is healthy and looks very content where he is. He will be returning to Hogwarts shortly. Now, if we could return to the topic at hand. Dumbledore waved his wand, and an image appeared. This is what our source says the boy looks like. Copies are being delivered to your seats now. He watched as flashes announced the picture's arrival to each person. Now, any questions? Not about Harry Potter. Dumbledore hoped. I can't believe we're finally here. Bug crowed as he jumped off the last step of the bus. London. He bounced in place while Harry left the bus. Sensei descended right behind and stood near, but not too close, to Harry while he scanned the area. Yes, Bug. We're in London. It's in England, not another planet. Harry said calmly. He had actually fallen asleep on the bus and was only just becoming coherent. He adjusted his satchel and looked up at their hotel. It seemed to be a rather nice place. He moved to the side of the bus and waited for everyone to get off so they could check in and he could change out of the school uniforms. Grump. Bug said without malice. Someone get this spy some caffeine. Bug announced to the whole group of students. A few who knew Harry snickered. He was becoming well known as a caffeine addict. Everyone have your roommates. Mr. Collins, a teacher Harry had only seen, asked as he waded through the excited teenagers. Yes, most of them shouted. Harry wondered why Bug had to shout in his ear. All right, into the hotel. Mr. Collins led the way. Paul and Sensei were close to Harry, and Rick danced alongside Harry and Bug, jabbering about all the junk food they were going to eat. Now wait until I call you up. Mr. Collins told the group. He brought out his clipboard like a shield and went up to the front desk. Harry looked around and spotted all of the emergency exits, just in case. I'm becoming as paranoid as Moody. Searching for exits, carrying weapons, constant vigilance. What am I turning into? James/Wells. Mr. Collins called out. Bug left Harry's side and retrieved their key cards for their room. Bug handed one to Harry and slipped the other in a pocket. Rick snatched Harry's card away and winked. All right, gang. You have 2 hours to get settled in your room, changed for the theater, and back downstairs. We are all meeting in the lobby, right back here, at 5:45. Got that? Yes. The overexcited teenagers shouted. Harry ducked his head a little bit and pretended he wasn't with them. Okay, he was excited too. Over the moon, actually. But did they have to draw everyone's attention this way? Okay, go on. Get out of here. Mr. Clipboard is way too energetic. Bug whispered to Harry. Nice name. Harry whispered back. Rick accompanied the pair up to their floor, but stopped them at the end of the hallway. Sensei requested we wait here. Rick told them as he leaned against the wall. It'll only be a few minutes. He promised. What's going on? Bug asked as he dropped his bag. Remember when I told you my real name? Harry asked quietly. Yeah, OH. Bug's mind worked it out. Sensei passed Rick and took the offered key card. Guess what Sensei was before he became a teacher? Harry told his friend as Bug looked down the hall after Paul. Bug turned around and looked at Harry. Really? Bug asked. Wicked. Yes. Wicked. Paul said from beside the pair as he came down the hallway. It is not to be announced to anyone. Understood. Yes, sir. Bug answered, turning solemn. I don't know anything. He said with an innocent air. That much is obvious. Harry said dryly. Bug cuffed Harry on the arm and glared at his friend. It was always so much fun to toy with Bug. Your aunt asked me to give this to you. Paul said as he produced a small envelope. Harry accepted it with a look of thanks. He gave it a quick scan with his magic. Paranoid as Mad Eye. Harry, relax and enjoy yourself this weekend. Paul, Sensei, or Rick will be near you day and night, just in case the worst should happen. Have fun. Love, Aunt Petunia. Harry slipped the note into his pocket and realized that he was making quite a collection of notes from his aunt. He had kept every single one. You're clear, 007. Rick said as Sensei waved from Harry's doorway. Let's get you into your room. He herded the two boys down the hallway and into their room. Sensei was waiting for them. Rick disappeared, muttering something about pretty girls down in the lobby. These are call buttons. Sensei told them as he held out two small pins. The circle in the middle will call for one of us if you are in danger. You each get one, and you will wear it at all times until we return to the school, only for emergencies. Sensei said as he pinned one to Harry and Bug. Understand? He asked, looking quite fearsome. Yes, sir. The boys said in unison. Good. Sensei left the room and shut the door behind him. Lock this, Sensei said through the door. Harry flipped the bolt lock shut. Intense, Bug said as he inspected the button. Yeah, Harry said as he dropped onto his bed, his suitcase clattering to the floor beside him. I'm actually getting used to it, Harry admitted. Well, you never claimed to be normal. Bug shrugged and told Harry he was getting into the shower. Harry waved him out of the room and opened his satchel. He dug out his journal and flipped over onto his stomach to write. We finally made it to London. Bug is extremely excited, a little too excited. He's in the shower now. I can't help but feel that something is going to happen. I'm probably just being paranoid. I'm always being paranoid these days. I worry about what Dumbledore is doing, what Voldemort is thinking, my aunt. Oh God, Aunt Petunia will kill me if she ever finds out what I've been doing with Voldemort. She will kill me and bury me under the flowers in the garden. Me would send me to Siberia to have someone sit on me. Paul would chuck me into the infirmary and strap me to a bed. What was I thinking? I've become worse since deciding to do this. I sleep fine. I eat, well, a lot. I'm just completely paranoid. Mad, I'm moody type paranoid describes it. Gah. Harry gasped as he felt something tighten around his wrist. Ah, good afternoon, lightning child. Zen said as Harry saw him. You just saved me from having to bite you. What had you so distracted? My journal. Harry answered. Zen, what are you doing here? Zen curled around Harry's wrist and presented his head for scratching. He waited until Harry actually started scratching before answering. Well, you were near my home this morning, and I knew you were leaving. I thought you might be bored with all these children. Zen started in a gossipy tone Harry generally associated with the neighborhood grannies. So, I just snuck out of my home and into your bag. It was very easy to do. He confided. Oh, right there. Perfect. Uh-huh. You're going to get me into trouble. You know. Harry told him as he continued scratching Zen. It looked like Zen was getting ready for a new skin. No, I won't. No one will see me. Zen promised. I'll just stay in your bag and out of sight. I hate ties. Bug shouted from the bathroom. Here's your chance to prove it. Harry told him as he closed his journal and placed Zen on the bed. Zen dashed for Harry's satchel and disappeared into the bag. Bug, are you okay? The door slammed open, to reveal a very frustrated Bug holding a tie in his hand. "Do you know how to do these stupid things?" he demanded. "Yes. Come here." Harry tied the tie as Bug started mumbling about burning the object in question. Harry snorted as Bug moved to the mirror to inspect Harry's work. "Practice much?" Bug asked in surprise. "I've had a lot of practice lately. I'm starting to get good at it." Harry shrugged and started for his shower. "I'll be out in a few minutes." "Sure. I have my button right here," Bug said as he turned on the telly. Harry shook his head. Bug was mumbling something about Star Wars. "I think he's dead," Harry heard Bug say in fascination. "He's not dead. He's still breathing," Rick said on his other side. "Catatonic, then," Bug said, slightly exasperated. "Cata what?" Rick asked. "Buddy," Paul said as he crouched down in front of Harry's seat in the theater. "Are you still with us?" "Paul." Harry blinked and came back to himself. That had been amazing. Astonishing. Les Miserables was more than Harry expected. It was breathtaking, and he wanted to do that. Yes. Paul did not like the way Harry was acting. The symptoms were reminding him of shock. "Does St. Jude's have singing?" Harry asked. "No, I'm afraid not." Paul answered. "Are you okay?" "Yeah." Harry answered. "I just discovered what I want to do with the rest of my life." Harry announced. "Did you?" Paul asked as he pulled Harry to his feet. "Yeah," Harry said with a smile. He shouldered his satchel and started following his group, Paul, Sensei, Rick, and Bug, down through the lobby. He smiled once they left the theater. No more Auror job. No more professional Quidditch. No more boy who lived. "I've found my home." His hands flew to his forehead. "Get everyone back inside," he ground out as he started to occlude his mind. "What?" Paul asked. "He's here." Harry told Paul. "Voldemort." A cold feeling started settling around him, and he knew it was not his magic. "Everyone back inside." Harry shouted. Now, Rick and Bug reacted as one and started pushing the kids back towards the doors. Harry saw his breath and turned around. "Expecto Patronum," he said out of instinct. Nothing happened. Oh, for the love of. He shut his eyes and called up his magic. "Yes, yes." "What?" It questioned with eagerness as it rushed through Harry. Harry requested that the magic defend against the Dementors. He opened his eyes in time to see a bright silver flash. Sensei saw what looked like a firm silver sheet leave Harry's body and coalesce into a stag shape. The stag lowered its body towards the Dementors and drove them back. "Amazing Deshi," Sensei said as he started to escort Harry back towards the theater. Harry was happy to go and leave it to the Aurors. Everything suddenly went sideways as numerous apparition pops sounded everywhere. Aurors, Order members, and Death Eaters immediately started fighting each other. Sensei and Harry did what they did best among the flying spells and shouts. They started to fight through it. Harry jerked as something grabbed him and hauled him backwards. His magic shouted at him as he slammed into someone. "Vampire." Harry gasped out as his magic started gathering. "Yes, Mr. Potter. Vampire." The man said calmly as he bared his fangs and jerked Harry's head to the side. He screamed in the next instant as a flash of sunlight hit his eyes. He dropped Harry and skulked away into a dark alley. Harry sat up and pushed himself to his feet. He looked up in time to see a Death Eater aim at Sensei. Harry's magic lashed out at the Death Eater. Wicked. Harry breathed. He fought his way back towards the theater and noticed a group of Death Eaters, Dementors, and vampires prepare to enter the theater. He threw up a hand, and the entire group was tossed away from the doors. He set a shield on the doors that would stop anyone or anything harmful from entering. He looked to his left and saw Sensei fighting a vampire. Harry held up a hand, and the vampire screamed from the sunlight. Cold descended around Harry again. The Dementors brought reinforcements. One of the Dementors tossed Sensei further away from Harry. He watched in horror as his teacher arced through the air before coming to rest on his feet in a crouched position. An aura rushed over to him. Sensei's okay now. The Dementors pressed closer to Harry. You can't have me, he whispered as he occluded his mind, and his magic sent out a Patronus. The screaming inside Harry had increased as more Dementors joined the other ones. His magic flared, and another Patronus appeared to join the other one. 2. I can cast 2. A Dementor grabbed Harry with his spindly fingers and started to lower its hood. Another flash of silver scared the Dementor away. 2 others joined it when another Patronus from Harry appeared, this time in the shape of a furious cat. It reminded him of Aunt Petunia, in a way. More Dementors advanced on Harry. A memory of Aunt Petunia playing with his hair revealed another Patronus. It was a larger version of the cat. It didn't hiss. It roared. The Dementors screamed in pain. The sound went through Harry and made him wince. He watched as the battle died down around him, the Death Eaters retreating faster than they had appeared. Harry didn't feel anything about the wounded or dead. In fact, he couldn't feel anything at all. Did he still have hands? He raised one and found it trembling. He pressed it against his chest and fought the urge to scream. He couldn't feel it. His entire body was numb. The smell of the battle started to fade away. Harry looked around in confusion. Were all of his senses dying? He turned, trying to get back to the theater, when he saw Sensei fighting with the Auror who had protected him. Harry trembled when he realized that he couldn't hear the shouting. Back to the hotel, Harry thought, waving a hand in Sensei's direction. His teacher disappeared from the wand-happy Auror. Okay, you can't feel anything, smell anything, or hear anything. He looked up and saw Professor Snape standing a few feet away from him. He was saying something, but Harry couldn't hear him. He jerked as pain lanced through his entire body. You can feel again, Harry thought to himself as he stumbled towards the theater. He couldn't even remember why he needed to go there. Pain came again, and with it sound. Someone was screaming. Harry collapsed backwards as he realized that he was screaming. Snape and Dumbledore appeared above him as Harry's vision started to fade. The sounds of the city grew fainter as the music of birdsong replaced it. The buildings around him started to disappear, only to have lofty trees take their place. The pavement felt like grass underneath his body. He could hear Dumbledore calling his name and frantically casting healing spells. Another figure came up on Harry's left side. Harry stared at him in disbelief. Why is he here? The man offered a hand to Harry. He lay there on the ground as he started at his rescuer and felt his body start to shake. The pain worsened and Harry screamed in defeat. He couldn't fight it any longer. The man took a step closer and knelt, still offering his hand. Harry's vision faded out a bit more as he rolled away from Snape and Dumbledore's hands. He grasped the offered hand just before he passed out. "What was that?" Dumbledore asked Snape. Snape flicked his wand and swore. Potter's heart stopped. 50, I'm the champion. Tell me again what happened, Madame Pomfrey asked as she waved her wand over Harry's bed and frowned. Snape sighed as he gathered his strength. He was tired of telling this story. "I didn't see much. Potter cast a few spells, mostly Petunia, and then he started screaming. It was hysterical screaming. Nothing like I have heard from the boy before. He fell over, screamed some more, and then turned away from us. It looked like he was reaching for something. His heart and breathing stopped completely. Dumbledore told me to return to Hogwarts with the boy. His heartbeat and breathing started again directly after arriving here." Snape explained to the waiting nurse. Pomfrey gave him a skeptical look. Heartbeats and breathing just don't start and stop without some reason. She stopped casting spells with a snort of disgust. It does not explain where this odd shield came from. Pomfrey pocketed her wand and shook her head. Snape looked at the bed and wondered where the shield originated. It had appeared after Pomfrey directed Snape to one of the private rooms. The opaque shield hid Potter from view and prevented any spells, potions, or medical treatments. The only thing Pomfrey could tell him was that the shield did not have Potter's magical signature. It wasn't Potter's fault, for once. "What's in his bag there?" Pomfrey asked Snape. The boy had somehow managed to keep a hold on the bag throughout the whole battle, and Snape had no choice but to bring it along. Restarting his heart was far more important than worrying about moving a bag. Snape shrugged and flipped open the clasp, only to jump backwards in shock as a snack leapt out of the bag with its fangs bared. "I will protect the lightning child's things." Zen hissed at the two people. "It sounds angry." Pomfrey said calmly as Zen curled up on the bag and hissed, My, Potter's got himself a pet snake." Snape sneered at the creature, facing him. "The wizarding world will descend into panic and chaos." Snape rolled his eyes and brought out his wand. "I'll take care of it." He raised his wand and frowned in consternation as another shield, almost like Potter's shield, except that it was transparent, appeared around the snake and the bag. "Nah, can't get me, silly wizards." Zen taunted as he started a victory dance in his happiness. "I'm the champion." Snape rolled his eyes. Trust Potter's snake to be as uncooperative as the boy. Harry was sleeping. He consciously knew that he was sleeping and had absolutely no desire to wake up. He was comfortable as he was without the interference of the world. He could dream here without worrying about others. He was free to indulge in any fantasy under the sun, and he often did, most centered on him being on stage in front of an audience, delivering a perfect line, or moving in just such a way that kept his audience enthralled with his performance. The real world intruded into his dreamland from time to time, usually just as Harry was taking his final bow to chaotic applause. He would hear someone calling his name softly or singing to him. His body registered the sensation of being rocked and having his back rubbed or his hair played with. He tasted everything from bitter tea that eased a phantom ache somewhere in his body to sweet fruit juice that made him think of childhood. But that couldn't be right, could it? He came back to consciousness, slowly. It was painful as he once more became aware that his body and his nervous system were connected. He hurt everywhere and nowhere at once. He was tired, and the fatigue went deep into his bones and through him. He had a sense of being displaced in the world, but had also found himself home at the same time. It didn't make sense at all, and Harry avoided acknowledging it for as long as he could. The evasion of the issue did not last for long. Harry let out a low groan as his senses meshed with his body for the first time since he regained awareness. Back with reality, son? Harry heard someone ask as he felt himself being lifted and cradled. A cup touched his lips. This will help with the pain. The warm voice gently said as it shifted Harry into a better position for drinking. Harry opened his mouth slowly and drank some of the bitter liquid. He gagged at the taste, but drank all that was offered. Yes, it does have an unpleasant taste. The voice agreed. Some juice. A different cup touched his lips, and Harry drank that eagerly. It tasted familiar. Apple, pear, something like that. The person holding him sat down on something soft and warm. Further layers were wrapped around them, and Harry sighed in contentment. The pain was fading, he was warm, and he was safe. There could be nothing better. He allowed himself to doze for a while, wandering in his dreams about a career on the stage. He woke when he heard a strange noise that he knew he had heard before. He heard it again, and his brain identified it. That was wood popping in the fire. There wasn't a fire here, was there? That couldn't be right. He was at, where was he? Harry tried lifting his eyelids to see where he was, but the effort took a long time, and it tired him out. His eyelids fluttered for a few minutes before he managed to open his eyes all of the way. He looked up and saw a familiar face. Who was that? Salt and pepper hair. Dark brown eyes. Kind smile. The little wrinkles by his eyes that Aunt Petunia called crow's feet. He saw Harry's eyes open and started to pet Harry's hair. Are you truly awake, little one? Blaise asked in a soft voice. Yeah. Harry frowned when he heard his voice. He shifted his head to look at one of his hands and resisted the urge to throw a tantrum to match his current physical age. He was small again, really small. How old am I? He asked as he shifted to get a better look at the man holding him. 3. Blaise said, You've been here 2 weeks already. Blaise explained, Your magic did quite a bit of damage to you. Blaise shifted Harry, so he didn't have to crane his neck up to look at Blaise. You took care of me as a baby? Harry asked. That couldn't be possible. Don't worry. I won't embarrass you by remembering. Blaise promised, no matter how adorable you were. Harry felt himself blush and decided to ignore that particular comment. He had never been adorable. Blaise. Harry hesitated to ask this question. He told himself he didn't want to approach this subject. He didn't need to know. Did you really want to hurt me before? The question came out before Harry could stop it. He burrowed deeper in the blankets as he looked up at Blaise. Perhaps adorable would work in his favor here. Never mind that he was still 16 in his head. No, son. Blaise answered with pain in his voice. That was never my intent. The sole reason for doing that to you was so that you could learn that the unforgivables are nothing more than spells, blocked just as easily as other spells. Blaise justified. Harry studied Blaise for a few seconds before he yawned, and his eyes closed. Okay, Harry said tiredly. Can we talk more later? He asked as he curled up against his teacher and drifted off to sleep. "Certainly, Harry," Blaise answered as he looked down at his already sleeping charge. He would never admit that he spent that whole night just holding Harry and watching him sleep. He had his student back, and he wasn't going to let the boy go now. Harry opened his eyes and rolled over in his bed. It had been 2 weeks since he had found himself back with Blaise, and he was now 5 years old in the physical sense. He was still small, and he hated every second of it. He did find that smallness had its advantages. One such advantage was the ability to manipulate Blaise easier than any other task he encountered in the cottage. He kicked off his blankets and rolled out of bed. He trailed over towards Blaise's bed and allowed his feet to rest on the cold floor for a few minutes before crawling under Blaise's blankets. He reached out with his feet and stuck them against the small of his teacher's back. The man let out an astonished yelp before looking for Harry. Blaise stared down at him, trying to look stern and unforgiving, but unable to quite pull off the look. Harry couldn't help himself. He giggled at the sight of a very sleep-rumpled Blaise and his tired glare. "You could have just called my name, you know." Blaise grumbled as he sat up. "Where's the fun in that?" Harry asked. He saw Blaise's look change, and he screeched at the revenge his saw displayed in his mentor's face. "I'm going to get dressed," Harry said hurriedly as he dropped off the bed and scurried into the bathroom. Maybe Blaise would be more forgiving once Harry allowed him some time to wake up and become more coherent and less murderous. Harry crept out of the bathroom a little while later to see Blaise cooking breakfast at the fireplace. He decided that breakfast sounded like an excellent idea to his growing body. He went over to the couch and curled up on it. Harry waved one hand, and a book appeared. He smirked. Blaise was right. His magic was developing into something less analytical and more instinctual. Harry was finding that he didn't even need to form more than a thought or wish to see something happen, and his magic obliged without a question. He opened his new script and started memorizing some of his lines for St. Jude's next play. Professor Bevington had a slight obsession with Victorian literature and had loved Dracula when he had read it as a teenager. Once he had found a stage version of Dracula, well, it just had to be performed, didn't it? Harry hadn't needed to try out again. Bevy told him that he knew Harry could act. Harry still had performed a monologue regardless of Bevy's feelings. Harry didn't want any students saying that he was favored over them or a teacher's pet. He wanted a part fair and square. He had had his eye on Renfield, but had needed to catch himself on the wall when he found out that he had the role of Dracula himself. Harry had confronted his teacher, wondering why he had the lead and why he couldn't have the role of Renfield. Bevy smiled at Harry and shook his head. "You can play Dracula," he told Harry with a smug smile. "Everyone agrees that you can play him. No one thinks you shouldn't play him." Harry had to concentrate to work out what Bevy had just said and then frowned. "Why Dracula?" Harry insisted. "You, Evan, are an intense young man." Harry almost snorted. He knew that Bevy had no idea what he was like outside the theater. The role calls for an intense actor. After seeing what you did with Edmund, well, there isn't any help for it. You need to play Dracula. It's known as a very challenging role. It will help you grow as an actor. Bevy promised him, "I can find an understudy if it will make you feel better." Bevy said with an indulgent look, "That would be nice. I'll try Dracula. See if he grows on me." Harry thanked Bevy for his time and then went back to his room. It looked like he had the role. Now all he had to do was figure out vampires. "Why are you still reading that book?" Blaise asked as he dished out breakfast. He motioned Harry over to the table. "Shouldn't you have finished it by now?" "It's my lines for my next school play," Harry said calmly. "Play?" Blaise asked. "Play acting. I told you about this before. Remember?" Harry wondered how a man like Blaise could actually forget things. It was a bit frightening and made him wonder if he was going to start forgetting things. Alden came over to Harry and gave him a soulful look before jumping up on the couch and putting his head on Harry's leg. Harry reached down and started petting him automatically. "Ah, yes. I do recall you saying something about that before," Blaise said as he pulled the cauldron away from the fire. "Come eat breakfast," he told Harry. "We have quite a bit to do today." Harry pushed Alden off his lap and stood, dusting himself off automatically, just in case dog hair had found its way onto his clothing. "What are we doing today?" Harry asked as he pulled his bowl of hot cereal towards him and started adding anything he could to take away the bland taste. "A little of this, a little of that," Blaise answered cryptically. "Nothing too out of the way," he assured the shrunken teenager. "Are we still going running?" Harry asked eagerly. He didn't know why, but the running did something for him. "Yes, we are," Blaise told him with an odd look. "Why do you enjoy it so much?" he asked Harry. "I don't know," Harry admitted. "I mean, I did it with Sensei all the time. He had me run almost every morning before classes started, increasing the time and distance over and over." Harry explained as he spooned cereal into his mouth. He took a muffin from the basket on the table and cut into it. "It made me feel better to run. I had wondered how you held out so long," Blaise said as he poured juice for Harry. "What does that mean?" Harry asked as he looked up from buttering his muffin. "I was amazed that you held out as long as you did with your magic," Blaise explained to his student. "I had expected to see you again just a few weeks after you left me, but you lasted until after your new year. It was far longer than I thought it would be," Blaise told him with a smirk. He returned his attention to his own cereal before continuing. "Running or any physical exercise is vital to us," Blaise told Harry. "You are more than a wizard, and as such cannot expect to get by with the same amount of effort. You must take very good care of yourself. Exercise is vital to continued good health, and good health is vital to control of your magic." Blaise glanced at Harry and grimaced at Harry's confused expression. "Please allow me to try again. Your body and physical condition are directly tied to your magic. The better physical condition you manage, the more readily your magic will respond to your desires overall." Blaise looked at Harry. "Did you understand any of that?" He asked, "Are you trying to say that working out will influence my magic?" Harry asked in concern. Blaise wasn't making much sense. "Yes, that's it exactly. The better the shape you are in, the better your magic will respond. The stronger you are, the stronger the magic." Blaise sighed in relief. "I'm so glad you understood that. I was unsure of how to explain it," he admitted to Harry. "That's okay. I got it." Harry sipped his juice and frowned for a moment. "That does mean my magic will continue to get stronger as I get stronger?" Harry asked in concern. "To a point. You do have limits to your strength. Think of it this way. Your body can only gain strength up to a certain level, your magic will grow to match that level, no further than that level, and it will remain there so long as you maintain that level of strength. Blaise looked at Harry and saw understanding there. You are more than a wizard, Harry. The proper term for it, magus, and very few people use that term, even from my time. Blaise told Harry with a grin. They like to call me a sorcerer. Blaise snorted the slightest bit and resumed eating. I'm a magus? Harry asked. Magus, mage, sorcerer. They all mean the same thing to your wizards, but they are different. Blaise explained to him. The hierarchy is not difficult to understand. At the bottom is what you call muggles, or non-magic folk. The term is a misnomer. All muggles have magic. They are just unable to access it, except for certain times. Blaise gave Harry a sly look. Any idea when that would be? He asked his student. Harry lowered his spoon and thought. When would muggles be able to access hidden power? He remembered something he had read in a newspaper and smiled. During times of great distress? He answered, not entirely sure of himself, but willing to try anyway, like lifting a heavy object off a child. Harry had been impressed when he heard of a woman shorter than he was lifting a fallen tree off a little girl. Exactly right. Now, we have muggles, regular animals, and squibs at the bottom. They have magic, but they cannot access it. The next step we have are the common variety of wizards and witches, along with creatures that can access and use their magic for their own desires. That would include your house elves, centaurs, trolls, dragons, goblins, and so on. Harry stared at his teacher, and then fell off his chair in laughter. Ordinary wizards and witches were grouped with house elves. Oh, he could hear the screaming of some of the purebloods from here. Umbridge would have to be readmitted to St. Mungo's. It was too good to be true. If you are quite finished, Blaise asked after a few minutes. Sorry, I know a lot of people who would be extremely upset at that. Harry said with a smile, I can't wait to enlighten them. He gave an evil smirk as he resumed his seat. You have fun with that. Blaise told him. The next step is magician. These are people who are able to use a wand easily, but may sometimes find themselves able to utilize wandless magic, usually during a time of great stress. Blaise nudged another muffin towards Harry. I think your friend, Ron, may be one of these. He has some power there. He told Harry. The teen nodded. That did sound like his friend. The next step is sorcery. This step is filled with those who are able to create magic spells for use by others. They have more than power. They have power and instinct. They can almost feel magic, but not quite able to tell that they can feel it. Blaise stopped at Harry's look. Well, ask your question. Create magic spells? You can't create them. He told Blaise. They just are. They are, and they are not. They do have to come from somewhere, so someone created them. Discovered would be a better term. Blaise said patiently. Most magic spells, the incantations and wand movements, were discovered for those who could not call up enough power to work magic on their own. That is why Merlin is so popular. He created the use of a physical focus to allow magic to happen without the need for intense discipline. He allowed for wizards to appear. Blaise said, so without Merlin, wizards wouldn't exist. Harry asked, trying to understand everything. Yes and no. I don't believe that time would not allow for the developments to happen without a certain person there. It would have just happened at a different time and through a different person. Blaise explained. In other words, everyone can be replaced. Harry said, Exactly. Blaise said shortly. Now then, where was I? He asked rhetorically. Oh, yes. Sorcerers. Your friend, Hermione, may be one of those. That Professor Snape. Oh, certainly. He strikes me as a very strong sorcerer hiding behind the guise of magician. Dumbledore, also. Blaise appeared to muse for a few seconds. I think that covers that, he said as he refilled Harry's bowl with cereal. The last step, the one you and I are on, is called magus. We rely solely on instinct to use our magic. Magic is less like a tool and more like a partner in our lives. He explained. Is that why it talks? Harry asked. Yes, like any good partner, magic knows us enough to be able to be heard. It can be quite entertaining when it wants to be almost like a house elf with too much energy. That does not mean it's a servant. You must take care of yourself. That will take care of your magic. Blaise pressed the idea of Heath once more. So, am I the only one of my time? Harry asked. There has to be more, right? I'm afraid that there is only one other with the power to be called magus, Blaise said slowly. Unfortunately, I was unable to reach him in time, and he carried out several rituals that reduced his ability to hear his magic. Blaise gave Harry a significant look. You're talking about Voldemort, aren't you? Harry asked with a resigned tone. Well, he did choose you as his equal. Blaise told Harry with a tone of regret. So, is he responsible for me being a magus? Harry asked as he buttered his second muffin. I think so. Blaise told him. Who are we to question the workings of fate? Blaise asked with a smile. Fate is. Harry didn't get to finish his sarcastic comment. Blaise cut him off with a look. There are forces in the world that not even I question. Harry, you do well to remember that. Blaise said quietly but sternly. Right. Harry was a little doubtful, but didn't pursue the matter. Blaise could be odd from time to time. It looked like this was one of them. So that's it then. What about other creatures? Things like werewolves. They are not magic themselves. They are sick with a magical illness they can't control. What's the word you use? Bug. Yes, but that's a slang term. We usually use disease for a continued illness. Harry told him as he finished off his second bowl of cereal. All right, well, it's the disease that's magic, not the person themselves. What if someone is magic and gets the disease? Harry asked. You're thinking of your advisor, aren't you? Blaise asked. Yes, actually. Harry told him. He can be helped, but not cured. Blaise said calmly. Just know that whatever you try may not work. You have no limits outside your physical self. But that does not mean that your advisor will be able to handle what will happen. Blaise warned Harry. Okay. Harry wasn't sure if Remus would want to try to change anything about his lycanthropy. He figured that he could just ask. The worst Remus could say would be no. Come on, little one. Keep up. Blaise bounded through the trees and laughed at Harry. You must keep up. Harry glared at his teacher's back and wondered if the glare was one of killing proportions. Blaise had turned into a mental instructor the last few days and was running Harry into the figurative ground. Harry was now 14 years old. He only had 2 weeks left with the man, and Blaise appeared to be trying to get in all the time with Harry he could. "Harry, you are too slow," Blaise called from some way off. Harry sighed and tried to move a little faster. He was tired, and the hugging bed was waiting for him. He had been up late the night before, studying and trying to learn his lines. It was difficult when he didn't have anyone to read with. The phrasing for the lines was different than Shakespeare. It didn't have the same beat, and Harry missed that beat. He just couldn't figure out what Dracula was all about, except for blood. Even that didn't make sense. He hated to admit it, but he needed Bevy's help. Dracula wasn't coming alive like Edmund had. Imperio. Harry felt a strange calm settle over him. He mentally rolled his eyes. Blaise would do this now when Harry was exhausted and not ready to fight him off. Spin around. "No," Harry said in a bored voice. "You should know better, Blaise." Harry said with a smirk, "I've always." "Crucio." Blaise snapped. Harry dropped to the ground under the curse, grateful that Blaise had given him that split-second warning of a spoken incantation. He shut his eyes in concentration, and he felt the spell start to diminish from the pain of his entire skeletal system breaking to nothing more than a slight evisceration. He jerked from the curse and felt it dissipate. "Very good." Blaise praised Harry as the boy sat up. "Yeah, thanks." Harry said dryly, "Is this really necessary?" He asked, "Crucio." Blaise said again, "Guess it is." Harry held himself upright as he started the process again. He smiled when he noticed that the spell no longer held the same effects. It was becoming easier to determine where the line was between his own magic and that of the Cruciatus and Imperius curses. He and Blaise had been working on the Unforgivables for the past 2 weeks, and Harry was learning a lot about what made magic essentially work in his body and surroundings. He ended the spell and looked up at Blaise with a smirk. "Crucio." Harry closed his eyes again and separated his magic from that of the spell and opened his eyes a second later. "Well done, Harry," Blaise said with pride in his eyes. He pulled Harry to his feet and wrapped the boy in a hug. Harry leaned into his teacher and sighed. "It's becoming much easier now." Harry told his teacher, "Good. It's meant to be easy." Blaise told him as he turned Harry back towards the cottage, "Were you always this sadistic to your students?" Harry asked as he walked pressed against Blaise's side. He didn't like the idea of leaving. Here he was safe. No Voldemort, no Dumbledore, no wizarding world with their misplaced adulation fawning at his feet. Here he was just Harry, and found that he was able to enjoy the instinctual magic that was now second nature to him. Just the special ones. Blaise answered him with an affectionate hand through Harry's hair. "Guess I'm really special." Harry said with an innocent air, "The most special." Blaise continued the banter. Harry rolled his eyes. No wonder Blaise was so rough with him. "Do you understand the nature of the unforgivable spells yet?" Harry looked over at his teacher and bent his mind to the question. Harry was able to throw off any spell Blaise cared to hurl at him. He could ignore most of them as a matter of course. The first-year spells he had learned at Hogwarts were nothing much for him to notice. Spells he learned in defense classes and out-of-defense classes took no more than a blink of the eye to vanish. The Unforgivables, well, Imperius and Cruciatus spells, were thrown off with just a few breaths and a moment of calm. Blaise swore that Harry would be able to disregard them the same way he did with first-year spells by the end of his visit. The unforgivable spells are constructed the same as any other spell and can be treated magically the same as all other spells. Harry told his teacher, "Excellent, Harry. You've learned a lot since you came back." Blaise said, pleased at Harry's answer. "Thank you, Blaise." Harry said with a smile, "I've enjoyed learning it all." "I do not have much more to teach you," Blaise admitted. "In fact, just a few days more practice will enable you to throw off those unforgivable curses without a thought. That method will become automatic." Blaise said with a sad sort of smile, "We still have 2 weeks. You can't have taught me everything I need to know." Harry argued. Blaise had how many years of magic to call on? There had to be something more he could teach Harry. Nothing of importance, and nothing you won't learn by yourself in time. Blaise stopped Harry and sat on a log. He pulled Harry down beside him and wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders. Harry leaned into the half-hug and smiled. He liked this. "Son, you have such knowledge of magic. More than knowledge. An instinct. Not everyone has that, not even I. Everything I have taught you came to me from my own teacher and my own studies that took quite some time and a lot of effort. You need no such effort." Blaise told him as he looked over at Harry, "You are more of a magus than I can teach, Harry." Harry felt his breath catch in his throat. He hated being different, and now Blaise was telling him that he was different. "I can't be." Harry protested. He didn't want to be different. "No, you are," Blaise said with a knowing look. "I know you too well, son. You are a very powerful magus, Harry. Very special. Magic will guide you after you leave me. I have nothing further I can give you," Blaise said as he tightened his hold on Harry. He didn't want the boy to leave, but he had to allow his student, especially this student, to continue on to face his destiny. He could only hope that he had managed to prepare him with what little he had to offer. Harry stood at the window of the cottage and stared out into the forest. His hand was petting Alden's head, and his mind was anywhere but in the cottage. He was going home today. It had been a difficult 16 weeks, of which he could only remember 14. He had studied every aspect of magic Blaise had for him, and had mastered everything Blaise set before him. He had no doubts about his wandless magic. It was instinctual. He couldn't see himself using a wand ever again. It was too awkward, a hindrance to what now came naturally. He did not need to think about magic to do magic. He was able to go beyond feeling the magic behind his eyes and in his fingertips. He could sense it everywhere now, could approach magic, not his own, and ask it to do things for him. He could feel the pulse of it in his surroundings and direct it where he wanted. He was not using magic. He was magic. "Are you ready to leave, Harry?" Blaise's voice broke Harry out of his thoughts. Harry turned to face his teacher with a resigned look. Harry knew he had to leave, that he had to return to himself and finish what he had started. He knew that Voldemort would be waiting for his student. Aunt Petunia would want her nephew, and Paul would be going frantic. It was time for him to go home. This was going to be hard for the two of them. Blaise had explained his reasoning behind his earlier mistakes with Harry, and Harry could accept that the man wanted to give Harry some real-life experience. Blaise had studied Voldemort's casting abilities and had mimicked them, so Harry was fighting off the real thing, so to speak. In other words, Harry could now fight off Voldemort's favorite spells without a single flinch. The skill was useful to have. Harry would no longer need to tell Sensei that Voldemort had used certain spells on him. The spells would no longer affect Harry if he didn't want them to affect him. "Yes, sir." Harry answered him. "I can't believe I won't be coming back here." Harry's statement was the truth. He couldn't understand that this was it. This was the last time he would take refuge in his own mind, that Blaise would not be a sentient being inside his head, waiting for Harry to seek out help. It was going to be strange, knowing that Blaise was not there anymore, that Harry was on his own. "You act like we'll never see each other again," Blaise said as he stepped forward and rested his hands on Harry's upper arms. The boy had grown too tall to allow Blaise to rest his hands on Harry's shoulders anymore. "Well, we aren't," Harry said, just a little confused. "Not really." Harry looked at Blaise's face and frowned. "What aren't you telling me?" Harry asked suspiciously. "There is always a chance that we will see each other in the afterlife, Harry. You never know. Just hope." Blaise told the boy, "You've been an excellent student, son. It was an honor to teach you and watch you grow." Blaise said honestly as he squeezed Harry's arms. "Thank you," Harry said as he stepped forward and wrapped his teacher in a hug. "For everything." He took a deep breath and tried not to sound like he was going to cry. This was going to be hard enough. "There is no need to thank me," Blaise said calmly. "You learned what I had to teach. Nothing more." Blaise said as he stepped back from Harry and took the boy's hand. He led his student over to the couch. "You know that Dumbledore most likely removed you to Hogwarts." Blaise laid the fact before Harry. "Yes, sir," Harry answered. "I can't imagine what else he would do with me." Harry knew that Dumbledore would be ecstatic to have Harry back in the magical world, much less at Hogwarts. It would be an awkward situation. Make sure he doesn't know the real you. Blaise said as he gestured at Harry's new look. "He would use you beyond your limits. You've reached what is known as a magical maturation. Everyone has them. You have no further steps to take in growing magically. Dumbledore may try to use you or your abilities before you've grown into them. Let him underestimate you. Let him think you a child. He will be hard-pressed to keep up with you once you reveal the levels of which you are capable." Blaise counseled the boy sitting next to him. "That's a good idea. Hermione's told me a few things I wish I hadn't heard." Harry allowed silence to fall as he looked around the cottage and then over at his teacher. "Thank you again, Blaise. I don't think I could have done this without you," Harry admitted. "You couldn't have." Blaise agreed. "But you would have found a way." Blaise stood again and sighed. "You must return now, Harry. There are people waiting for you." Harry stood and looked down at his teacher. "Yes, Master Blaise," Harry said solemnly. "I do have people waiting for me." He agreed. "I'm ready." Blaise smiled at him and just crossed his arms. Harry closed his eyes and reached for his magic. He could do this on his own. He touched the power within him and felt something change, and then a jolt. He jerked as he felt something beneath his back instead of something below his feet. Harry opened his eyes and looked around. The shield surrounding him disappeared, and he sat up. He recognized this place and wondered why he always managed to end up in Hospital Wing, even though he had not attended classes at Hogwarts this year. He was stiff as he fought his way to his feet and stretched. Stars twinkled outside the windows. Harry padded over to the closest window and looked out at the grounds of Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest. He could almost feel Harry Potter settle on him as the longer he stood there. "You are awake," a happy snake voice said. Harry looked down to find Zen looking up at him. "You are so different and so powerful. This is wonderful. Think of all the fun we can have now. All the mice I can eat." Harry smirked and bent down to pick up Zen. "You are determined to become large and round, aren't you?" he asked the snake. "Oh, lightning child, your voice is so much deeper. Oh, you are no longer a child, but a man. Wonderful news. The others will appreciate hearing this," Zen said as he wrapped around Harry's wrist. "Others?" Harry questioned sharply. "The little green creatures that bring me a mouse," Zen explained calmly. "Oh, house elves. Nothing to worry about then. I'm going to take a shower and then get dressed," Harry told the little snake he was holding. "You stay here. Did you cause any trouble while I was asleep?" "I protected your bag," Zen said proudly, "and I danced." Harry looked down at the snake with a shuddered look. "Dancing? Strange. Good for you," Harry said as he moved his bag under the nightstand. He called up his magic and found a Hogwarts uniform appear on his bed. It looked a trifle small for him. Dumbledore would have chosen this, of course, not knowing Harry's true size. He gathered up the uniform, told Zen to stay where he was, and entered the bathroom in his room. He stripped quickly and started his shower. He didn't want to be vulnerable for any longer than necessary. He knew that he would be watched every minute he was here. He didn't want to give Dumbledore any access to what Harry knew. Harry climbed out of the shower and wrapped a towel around his waist. He cleared the mirror and studied himself. He was taller and more filled out. Blaise said that this was what he should have looked like all along if it hadn't been for Vernon's plan of removing magic from Harry's body. He was well-toned, but not massive. His height nearly brushed 6 feet, and his carriage made him look taller, as though he was studying everyone below him, not eye to eye. He looked stronger and faster. In other words, he now looked like the hero everyone thought him to be. He frowned and concentrated on his magic. The bones shrank, the muscles thinned, and the confidence faded just the slightest bit. There, he was now, Harry Potter, the boy who lived once more. He pulled on the uniform and dug out his glasses from his bag. He nearly poked himself in the eye when he tried to remove his contacts. He hated when he forgot to take them out and he fell asleep with them. His eyes always felt horrible the next morning. He stowed his contacts away and tied the stupid tie. He didn't mind them. He really didn't. But why would anyone in their right minds give a bunch of hormonal children the perfect weapons with which to strangle each other? Harry nearly jumped a mile when his door flew open. His wand, now an almost useless piece of wood, was in his hand and pointed at the intruder within the time it took his brain to register that the intruder was no one other than the school nurse herself. "Mr. Potter, what in the world are you doing out of bed?" she demanded as she bustled over to Harry. "That's right. Back into bed with you, young man," she informed him as she pushed him back to the bed. "I'm fine, Madame Pomfrey. Just a little confused as to how I got here," he admitted honestly. He would like to know the details of his arrival. "Sit," Madame Pomfrey ordered. She startled the slightest bit when Zen slithered his way onto Harry's leg. Harry reached down and petted the snake with a smile. It wasn't every day that you could startle the nurse. The headmaster had Professor Snape bring you back here. She told Harry as she started scanning him for any residual dark magic or injuries. There was a magical shield around you, and I couldn't do anything at all, she said tersely as she motioned for him to stand. There doesn't seem to be any ill effects, but I'm keeping you here for observation until tomorrow. I'm guessing you are hungry, she asked. A little. Is my aunt here? He asked. She has been notified, Pomfrey said as she finished her scans. Just like every other time. I guess I have my answer, Harry said with a disparaging smile. Aunt Petunia would be here with the entire cavalry if she knew what happened. She must not know yet, or if she does know, she doesn't know where I am. He stayed on his bed, as ordered when the nurse disappeared to order a tray of food for him. He didn't want to incur her wrath. Dumbledore, he could deal with. Poppy Pomfrey, not so much. He was halfway through with his tray when he noticed that the sun had risen and was just peeking over the top of the trees. He didn't feel the same now. He used to love watching the sun come up while at Hogwarts. Now, he wasn't so sure what he felt. Not the same, and that was all he knew. He sipped the juice and grimaced at the taste. The pumpkin juice was a little too sweet this morning. He returned the cup to his tray and finished the cereal and fruit given to him. He was about to pull out his mini messenger to talk to Hermione when he felt more than saw someone in the doorway. He looked up to see Headmaster Dumbledore standing there. Good morning, Harry, Dumbledore said as he stepped into the room. Harry sat up a bit straighter as Dumbledore came up to the bed. Headmaster, Harry returned, only with the slightest bit of respect in his voice. Dumbledore was not his favorite person right now, and he didn't want the man to think he was forgiven. You gave us quite a fright, young man, Dumbledore said as he conjured an armchair next to Harry's bed. It's good to see you, my boy. He reached into a pocket and offered a small tin towards Harry. Cockroach cluster. Harry? Some things never change. Harry thought to himself as he tightened his occlumency shields. Dumbledore clearly wasn't above peeking into Harry's mind. No, thank you, Harry said calmly. Does my aunt know I'm here? He asked shortly. She has been informed of your safety, Dumbledore said. She doesn't want me here, Harry told the headmaster tightly. He didn't want to remain at Hogwarts any longer than he had to stay there. He wasn't above threatening Dumbledore with his aunt in Mother Bear mode. He deserved it. She does not have a say in it now, Dumbledore said affably. Voldemort's latest attack has allowed me to step in as a magical guardian. Harry, you can stay here at Hogwarts year round now. Harry wondered if Dumbledore wanted him to be excited about this. No more Dursleys. Isn't that wonderful? Harry had to wonder when Dumbledore had lost the last of his lemon drops. Year-round? Harry asked. I thought I had to return to Privet Drive each year. Harry wasn't going down without a fight. He didn't want to be at Hogwarts, and he was going to let Dumbledore know that. It's not that important. Dumbledore said, You are home, you are safe, and that is all that matters, Dumbledore said as he stood up and banished his chair. Madame Pomfrey will release you shortly. We both know you don't want to be in here any longer than necessary. Dumbledore twinkled and patted Harry's shoulder. Your friends are on their way up to see you, and They will direct you to your dorm. I know where Gryffindor Tower is, Headmaster. Harry said in a short voice. I want to go home. He told the man as Dumbledore started to open the door. My dear boy, you are home. Dumbledore told him as he left Harry's private room. Harry stared after Dumbledore. It looked like he was going to have to leave Hogwarts on his own. He stood, and a phrase came back to him. What did magical guardian mean? That's the end of part 5, and already the stakes are rising. With Harry's strength growing, so too does the interest of powerful figures who once looked the other way. But this time, Harry's not alone. We're witnessing a story where love creates not only safety, but also strength. Which parts resonated with you most? How do you think this confrontation with the wizarding world will unfold? Let us know in the comments below. If this story continues to move you, please remember to like, subscribe, and consider becoming a Grimoire Guardian or Wizard Army member. Your support helps us share more beautifully reimagined tales like this one. Did you know? Aunt's Love explores the concept of protective magical bonds, where love and loyalty strengthen a child's magical core, a theme that echoes both fanon ideas and deeper lore in the HP universe. Up next in part 6, lines are drawn, loyalties are tested, and Harry's choices begin to ripple through the magical world. And as always, the most powerful magic isn't cast with a wand. It's chosen every day in the people we fight for. Until then, keep dreaming, stay strong, and let the magic guide you.